What would happen if we took a bodybuilder who's a bodybuilding instructor and threw him back into the past, more specifically into the feudal era?
My muscles are getting bigger.
This skinny kid was sent to the army. When he came back, he was almost bigger than Truck-kun. That's because his only entertainment in the army was bodybuilding, and quickly he became bigger and bigger. Maybe he's using cooking oil, but I can't prove it. Until he received his sports instructor certificate, he dedicated his life to it, studying food and nutrition. Then one day in his room, when he decided to open YouTube and subscribe here to this channel, he saw a video explaining why King Sejong lived such a short life in the feudal era. The thumbnail even said he was caught red-handed stealing meat. With that, we can already deduce that the man ate more than Kisuo. Finally, we have an opponent worthy of him. Before falling asleep, the Jack guy thinks that he would become a trainer and improve everyone's health if he lived in that era. The story would be completely different. He would create an army of jacked men addicted to the gym with absurd discipline, and then he fell asleep right there on the couch. The man has so much muscle that he can sleep sitting down using his own trapezius as a pillow. Suddenly, he heard someone calling for the Grand Prince. When he opened his eyes, he noticed something strange. He was no longer in his room. Then he screamed with all his strength. The vassal outside was already discouraged from calling him so much to wake up, but what really made the protagonist scream was realizing that he was skinny. His arms looked like two white bamboos. Even the owner of the bakery on the corner had more muscle than him. Then he quickly decided to open the door and check what was happening. One of the servants greets him. Looking outside his residence, he asks what his name is. The servant is confused but explains that his personal name is Yu, and Suji is his courtesy name. Choi asks if his father's birth name is Yudu, and the servant says yes. Yudu is the fourth king of Joseon, better known as King Sejong the Great. If his father is King Sejong the Great and his own name is Yudu, then in history he is known as the Great Prince. That finally makes him snap. He's really ended up in Hosan. Everything feels too real and he realizes he truly went back in time. Then someone announces that Prince Jinyoung is entering. Anyone would be nervous facing the unknown, but the thought of meeting that person makes Choi's heart pound. This is one of the most respected figures in Korean history. He's about to meet King Sejong the Great, and for a history student that's thrilling. As the king welcomes him, he can't stop thinking how amazing he is. Then reality hits when the king says he called him here to give an order. That's when Choi sees just how badly overweight the king is. The king asks why he's staring and wonders if he's still sleepy. Asked what's wrong, the prince apologizes. He says that after all the king's good work for the country, he's been thinking hard about what order might be given to an immature son like him. The king tells him not to call himself inexperienced, says he values his talent and plans to appoint him as a provincial governor. For now, the king orders him to go to the Hall of Nobles and rewrite the books in large letters, and the prince accepts. Once he reaches the Hall of Nobles, Choi thinks he's finally seeing this place in person. Someone says the books he rewrites will become even more valuable. The prince asks them not to praise him so much, saying his brother's handwriting is much better, and the servant calls him humble. The protagonist realizes he can understand both their speech and the writing. It seems the original owner's memories are still inside him. As he reads, he notices the letters aren't actually tiny, yet the king said they were hard to see. After observing King Sejong the Great, Choi figures the king is severely obese with a BMI over 35. His face is badly swollen, and even in the cold morning air he was sweating. So MC concludes it may be diabetes or at least pre-diabetes. He knows this matters because later in history King Sejong the Great will die, and in the end, Daenjong will take the throne. Choi decides he won't let that happen. A man walks up catching the prince's eye and says it's strange to see him here considering he usually prefers mountain life. This is his older brother. He asks why he came, and his brother says he's here to check the books their father will read first. He tells Choi not to mind him and to keep working. The protagonist says he hasn't read in a while, so some parts were hard to make out because the letters were small, and explains that he was ordered to rewrite them in bigger script. His brother says there seems to be more behind those words and asks if he also noticed their father's failing eyesight. MC says he was only guessing. His brother says he used to be arrogant about things like this, but he's changed quickly. Choi asks when their father's symptoms started, and his brother says about a year ago. He adds that it doesn't seem like normal presbyopia. No one else knows, so he asks the protagonist to keep it secret. MC wonders if he sounded natural enough, and his brother leaves. Choi thinks that talk made him tense, and now the back of his neck feels stiff, so he starts moving and cracking things back into place, thinking it feels great. A man asks what he's doing and says if his neck hurts, he should get a massage instead. That makes Choi realize they don't know this stuff. At this time, doctors can give massages, but they aren't very effective. Since anatomy isn't well understood, they don't know how muscles connect and work together. So he decides to explain it simply, saying he hurt his neck while riding a horse some time ago. He says the stiffness was awful, but moving his back made something loosen up. Then he tells them to watch and says this method works. Soon everyone joins in for a stretching session, and it goes great, leaving the two men thrilled. The next day, people are already talking about the stretching he taught. Someone says his neck, which felt hard as stone, can move again, and now he doesn't need a doctor. The modern stretches Prince Suyeon taught quickly spread through the Hall of Nobles. But the Great Prince still has a bigger worry. Near some wooden and thatched huts, someone asks if anyone is home, while Choi walks with a woman who tells the owner to come greet their visitors. The cabin owner notices the Great Prince and asks what business brings him there. He says he came to buy oil, sesame oil, not perilla or paulownia oil. The man says that besides sesame oil, they only have soybean oil, and it costs 3 mals. The protagonist says he'll pay 5 mals for the low-grade oil they have. His servant remembers how he already bought a bunch of random items and can't figure out what he's planning. Choi thinks that if he remembers right, he died from severe dermatitis, so until he finds a way back to his own time, he needs to find a fix. The prince praises them for their hard work. While he's thinking, a woman cuts in and says he's been visiting the village a lot lately. Choi tells his wife she's right, though the idea of having a wife still hasn't sunk in. She introduces herself and asks about his strange behavior. MC says he was reading in the library and learned that in the old Song dynasty there was a device for bathing. At the same time, he reminds himself to act normal. His wife asks about it, and he says he's trying to make one. What he needs most in Joseon is soap. If a modern person doesn't wash properly after working out, all kinds of skin problems can happen. Even in Joseon, you can't keep lifting without soap, or the skin diseases could be awful. Back in his old life, Choi worked at a gym and had already made soap before. His elderly landlady used to make her own because she didn't trust store soap, and the recipe was pretty simple. Mix water with ash from burned straw, add natural oil and powdered herbs, then heat it. With that, even Joseon can make soap. The woman says oil makes the body dirty, so she never imagined oil could be used to wash it. Choi says he wants to test many things. He adds that a book claimed boiled water from bush sprouts can remove stains, even stubborn ones. His wife goes quiet and walks away, saying she hopes it really works. The protagonist watches and feels their relationship is a little awkward. On another morning, MC starts making soap. He thinks the saponification is working so far, but to get the best mix, he'll need more testing. Still, it doesn't really look like soap yet. Choi wonders how well this soap will actually clean, so he tests it on himself and quickly sees it still needs work, but it cleans well enough. The big issue is the smell. Sesame oil makes it pretty unpleasant. If he can fix that, mass production might be possible, and he may even be able to sell a ton of it to Ming. Now his next goal is King Sejong's health. Even King Taejong, famous for being strict, couldn't get King Sejong the Great to exercise, so if a second son who isn't even crown prince tries to push him, it'll only annoy the king. Choi decides the only way to persuade him is with logic. Then he looks at his own body and realizes he can't teach weightlifting, looking like this. To be convincing, he wants huge numbers in the 3 main lifts and a body packed with muscle. That thought makes him strike a pose in the bath, confusing everyone nearby. His next move is to turn weight training into a real field of study and write a book about it. Choi remembers a saying about honor and reputation. If people improve the bodies they got from their parents, that could count as filial duty. So he'll write a book about training yourself and shaping the body and call it Bodybuilding Secretariat. Later at the palace, the prince starts training with pull-ups using a wooden bar fixed to a door. When he's done, he's shocked by how gifted this body is. Along with pull-ups, he also does dips, push-ups, and even dragon flags. He figures the rest of the body has some talent, but the pulling power and core strength are way beyond normal. Even managing 15 push-ups like this is impressive. His bloodline clearly isn't lacking. Then the servants report that the things he ordered have arrived. Choi had requested dumbbells, and the man says he's relieved the prince likes them, especially since it's their first time making something like this. Once the men leave, the prince is thrilled. Outside, they whisper that Prince Jin Yang has finally lost his mind. Spending 80 acres of rice on cast iron is insane. One even says not even a warrior house needs that much iron. Still, he guesses the prince might be gathering soldiers. His coworker tells him to keep his voice down. They're just there to earn money and keep business moving. Choi thinks bodyweight training hasn't changed much yet, but all this iron will. His wife's maid says that even for royalty, this has gone too far and asks if she'll really just watch, only to be cut off. The maid keeps going, asking why she would wash with oil and mocking him for wasting 80 acres on iron. The prince's wife used to think he was only obsessed with hunting, but now he's fixated on strange things, and she wonders what she did wrong. Even so, she tells the maid to stop. That leaves the servant awkwardly silent. The wife drifts into old memories of the prince, like the day he gave her a rose. But things aren't like that anymore, and she cuts one of the roses he once gave her, thinking she'd rather sleep early. She says she doesn't need anyone's attention today. Then she begins her bath and notices the soap the prince made. After hesitating, she decides to try it once. She rubs it over her whole body and realizes it's completely different from a normal bath. Elsewhere, Choi is thinking he really needs weights if he wants training to feel complete. Then he suddenly hears a sound and asks who's there. He soon realizes it's his wife, and she tells him the soap, the one called Dirt Remover, is great, but the sesame smell is too strong. If she uses it every day, people might think she's married to an oil seller. Choi wonders if pig fat or beef tallow would be better, but remembers both are expensive and wouldn't smell much better. So instead of aiming to sell it in Ming, he jokes it may become a luxury item for nobles only. Then he says he found a simple fix and asks what she thinks about adding camellia oil. She eagerly agrees it would definitely smell better than sesame oil. He thanks her, leaving her blushing. In the Gyeong region, a man greets the great Prince Jin Yang. Choi says he remembers his face clearly and asks if he joined last winter's hunt. The man had been badly injured while driving deer from the brush, and the protagonist says he's come to make up for it, even if it's late. Instead of handing over silver, MC says his home will receive 2 sacks of rice every 15 days, plus eggs, chicken, and other food. He tells the man to make sure it all gets used by his whole family, and the grateful man asks how he can ever repay him. Choi says no repayment is needed. He only wants updates every 2 weeks on his children's height and weight. He plans to support 20 families. For 10 of them, he'll track the children's growth while giving them a balanced, protein-heavy diet. The other 10 will get meals focused more on carbs and fat. Then he'll compare how their bodies and physical ability change and use that as data. In his mind, this will give Choi an edge when the time comes to convince his father to exercise. At the forge, he asks a blacksmith if he can make what's drawn on the paper. The man says he can't read, but he knows numbers, and 1 round iron plate weighs 30 kilograms. He compares it to a few large pots and asks if those plates will go onto a pointed rod. The protagonist says yes. The blacksmith asks if that means 4 on each side, then is stunned. 8 plates would mean 240 kilograms. Choi admits that in the end, he'll need even more weight, and the bar has to handle at least 300 kilograms. Then he pulls out another sheet of paper and tells the smith to wrap the iron plate around a bar about 3 feet long. Choi finds it interesting and thinks that with this era's skills, making a gun might actually be possible. One man says the king will surely value such an invention. MC thinks that since taking over this body, the prince's image has improved, and now he's here to set things right. Then his attention shifts to the man beside him. Using his coach's eye, he notices a solid build, great shoulders and triceps, a strong back, and dense muscles around the traps and shoulders. Choi figures the man can't become an officer because he's illegitimate, which makes him perfect for early testing. He tells him to become his first student on the road to a perfect body, promising that if all goes well, no one in the land will rival him. The man is overjoyed, thinking he's gained a huge chance, and asks how he can thank his lord. He says there's no need, just trust him, while thinking the poor guy has no idea what's coming. Back in his quarters, Choi summons the crown prince. The crown prince asks if he really came, and the protagonist says he did. After looking him over, the crown prince says he's noticed a lot of improvement and wonders what this meeting is about. MC says his body got better after he stopped hunting and started new training methods, but the real reason he came is to show him something. The Crown Prince asks what this new method is. Choi presents the soap. The Crown Prince calls it a remarkable thing that removes dirt well. Still, camellia oil is very expensive. But if the process is right, it doesn't have to stay costly, and then it won't be a waste of rice. The Crown Prince asks to borrow the brush for a moment and says he understands. Choi suggests writing that the dirt was removed with soap made by Prince Jingyang, and that to keep records and books clean, all workers should wash their hands with it every morning and night. The Crown Prince says that even if the soap is pricey, most people could still afford it. The problem is that because it's new, they won't want to buy it yet. He asks if he should make every worker use it. The Crown Prince disagrees. Better to show the benefits and let people want it on their own. The protagonist realizes that's basically a free sample. The Crown Prince adds that once private sales spread, they can tax it and create a brand new source of income. Choi thinks that's a great idea, and remembers why this man stands out. After all, he's Sejong's eldest son and the future King Munjong. At the blacksmith's hut, a man asks if there's certain great Prince Jingyang ordered all this, and the workers say yes. He warns them they know what happens if they mess up, and the blacksmith sends the lord off safely. One smith says the things Prince Jingyang ordered should be melted down and destroyed at once, but another points out the deadline is close and the losses would be huge. The first asks if money matters more than their lives. If it does, then go ahead. After all, they have no idea what the prince wants with these iron bars. The travelers from earlier keep moving through the village, and word spreads that the second prince, who has no claim to the throne, has spent a huge amount on iron. For days now, he's been training his body non-stop. So people start saying Prince Jingyang is finally showing his true nature. Then a man asks if the others saw how a thing called soap removed ink stains from his hands. They say the soap even cleaned the oil off his face with no trouble. Everyone calls it amazing and wonders who invented it. One person guesses it was the Crown Prince. Another corrects them and says Prince Jingyang deserves the credit, though the others have a hard time believing it. Choi keeps training his body. This time he's doing the bench press. With his servant spotting him, he reaches 9 reps. MC thinks he's now strong enough to press 45 kilos for 10 reps. Then he racks the bar, and the servant praises how good he's gotten at the exercise. That leads Choi into a little pep talk. He remembers the old rusty dumbbells from a local gym and thinks simple gear can still do a lot. The real problem was making enough equipment. In the end, the blacksmith returned the money, saying unexpected issues kept him from finishing the rest, and what he did make didn't match the design. He drops it and tells his servant it's his turn now. The servant panics, saying that weight will crush him. Choi doesn't argue. He just says the body only grows when it's pushed hard. As the servant struggles, the protagonist keeps giving him pointers. His wife walks over, thinking he used to seem different, but now he gives off real strength. Her maid even says he looks like General Bana Wakelu. That pulls MC's attention away. He asks if she really means it, then recalls hearing that the general was a hero from youth and became famous as an adult commander. That makes him wonder if military training should come with a fee. While his servant nearly dies under the bar, Choi says weapons alone can't win battles. Right then, a noise from the gate makes everyone turn. He wonders who would dare barge in looking so grim and march straight toward him. His wife asks what this is about and reminds them this land belongs to Prince Jingyang. One of the men coldly says they already know that, and if she's his wife, she should stay quiet. She starts to back down, but Choi steps in and knocks the man flat. On the ground, the man can't understand how he got dropped so easily. The protagonist warns them not to put their filthy hands on his wife. The samurai move to draw their swords, but their leader stops them. He introduces himself and says it's good to see Choi again, after last year's hunting event. MC asks what they want, and warns that if they touch his people again, it'll get ugly. A samurai yells, asking if he forgot his past crimes, while the chief points to the tool that can make 20 swords and asks what he plans to do with 400 of them. The servant he helped earlier is tied up as a hostage. The chief says that 7 months ago no one cared about the protagonist, but then he suddenly started helping the poor. He asks if the protagonist is trying to lead a rebellion. MC calls that pure guesswork and says bringing soldiers over assumptions is an abuse of power. The chief says proof isn't needed. Rumors spread fast and secrets always come out in the end. He asks what happens if he's wrong, but the chief doesn't back down. He says he'll question everyone around them. Choi thinks about arrest and interrogation and knows that even if he says he's innocent, they won't stop. This is the usual kind of hostile investigation. Since taking over the prince's body, he hasn't done anything wrong and he has no idea what old enemies the real prince made. He takes a breath and wonders what to do next. Then someone arrives and asks what's going on. Choi is shocked when he sees it's his brother. The Crown Prince says he came himself, because ugly rumors about the protagonist are spreading everywhere. He adds that MC claimed he had found a new way to train the body, while the samurai urge him to stay away from this madman. The Crown Prince immediately asks whether Choi is really mad, then tells them to watch their words. He is not insane. He admits people will be upset when someone spends wealth for personal use, but he'll still give his brother a chance to explain. Even so, because they're family, clearing these rumors won't be easy. The protagonist will need strong proof. He finishes by warning that if the accusations are false, the accuser won't walk away clean. The Crown Prince says that if someone blames his brother without proof, he won't get away with it. Choi slams the bar onto the ground and says he needs help, telling his servant to bring the book. He explains that everything he made has a real purpose, teaching people how to live in a healthier way. Choi gives the book to the Crown Prince and asks him to read it. As he looks through it, the Crown Prince sees the ideas actually make sense. Still, he doesn't get why MC spent so much on it. Why put that much money into this healing method? He leans in and reminds his brother that their father is getting weaker by the day. His brother says it's just early presbyopia, so the protagonist shouldn't worry so much unless he really knows something about medicine. Choi says their father has also had a fever lately, and even in cool weather, sweat keeps running down his face. He doesn't want to jump to conclusions, but he suspects diabetes. He thinks too much yang energy may be part of it, along with the fact that the king overeats. Since he doesn't exercise, that energy has no outlet. As a result, part of the illness is showing up through his eyes. The Crown Prince then asks about Choi helping the poor. Is that connected to their father too? MC says yes, it was all part of his research, and the book records what he learned about food and exercise. He wants to use it to persuade their father. The Crown Prince then declares that from what he's heard, Prince Jingyang is innocent. But the chief samurai refuses to let it end there. He says investigating and judging is his duty, and the king won't like his authority being challenged. He points out that inspectors of several ranks are gathered here, then asks whether the crown prince expects him to just obey, or to set an example for his men. If the prince wants them gone, he'll have to remove the chief first. The man tells the heir that shielding someone because their family is wrong, especially for a future king. He urges him to be firm and uphold the law, saying he didn't become chief inspector by chance. Now this matter involves more than just Choi, since the crown prince has been dragged into it too. Seeing no easy way out, the crown prince asks him to explain why he bought all this. The protagonist says he'll show them himself, and prove it with everything he's got. He explains that too much yang energy is built up in the king's body, harming his sight and causing presbyopia. But he believes stronger health can fight back against disease. Everyone knows the king doesn't avoid effort, so if they show him a kind of strength he's never seen before, he'll pay attention. If they can display power on the level of Yang Yu's feats, his doubt may disappear. Choi says if he can't convince them here, he definitely won't convince his father. The crown prince calls for everyone's attention again and explains that Prince Jingyang has been making healing methods for the people, and all this equipment was built for that reason. The chief asks if this stuff is really for training. He stares at a chunk of iron heavier than a solid pot. The crown prince says he now sees that maybe all these purchases were made for inspection and training, and if that's true, why not let the young prince prove himself and clear his name? One samurai steps up and says he'll test it himself. He's the strongest among them, and if Choi loses, then everyone will know he lied. MC stretches and gets ready. The two take turns on the bench and Choi explains the exercise, including the right way to do it. The soldier asks if this isn't really just about raw strength or if he is scared to lose. Then he braces himself and pushes with all his might, only to realize the weight is much heavier than it looks. Still, he can't afford to fail. Giving it everything he has, he barely finishes one rep. The man spotting watches, wondering what comes next, and glances at Choi, only to see that the protagonist is still going. The soldier mocks him, saying he acted tough but is already tearing up. Then everyone's faces change when they realize what's happening. Choi keeps going all the way to 10 reps. When he finishes, his servant blurts out how incredible it was, and the soldier can't believe he lost a contest of strength. MC explains that in fitness training, the number of reps changes depending on the goal, then casually adds that he can lift 105 kilos for one rep, stunning everyone. The soldier says that's ridiculous. Even if Choi won, that still sounds unreal. The chief inspector says they're leaving for now, but that doesn't mean he is free from suspicion. He'll keep doing his job to the end. The protagonist, looking sure of himself, says he will too. He thinks he's safe for the moment, and at least his older brother now knows about the king's illness. The crown prince says he'll head back as well, and Choi tells him to be careful. MC remembers his brother promised to help with the book, and figures things turned out well in the end. He apologizes to his wife, but she says she's the one who's embarrassed for doubting his good intentions. He promises he won't let this happen again. Then he pulls her into a hug. That makes her incredibly flustered with everyone else still around. She says they can't do that here, and should go to their room instead, which only makes Choi even more embarrassed. One of the inspectors apologizes for what happened and says he'll take responsibility, but the chief says the trip wasn't a total loss. Among those devices, he noticed one strange item, thin, hollow, and a lot like a chungtong. He wonders if Choi is improving the Sinic Changtong to create a new firearm. He remembers the hunting contest a year ago, and the cruel look he saw in that beast. Was Prince Jinyang making this body training book as some last act of mercy? The chief calls that idea absurd. Still, he says he'll keep watching until he learns what the protagonist is really hiding. Prince Jinyang goes back to his normal routine, and a few days later word comes that the forge has started making the devices again. Then 3 months later, Choi's wife returns from the doctor with shocking news. She's pregnant. She says she thinks it happened that day. MC flashes back to a talk with a friend at a bar where the man complained he never had time to work out. Back then, he told him to trust him. Exercise would change his life. But the friend laughed it off and said he didn't want advice from someone still unmarried at 40. Now Choi thinks about how he once bragged that he had 2 wives, his barbell and dumbbell. Just days ago, that was his whole life. Now he was going to be a father. Overjoyed, the protagonist grabs his wife by the waist and asks if it's really true. He quickly says they should tell the king, and she smiles, saying it makes her happy to see him this excited. Then she says she wants to give birth to a healthy baby, so she also wants to learn the body training method. Choi starts her training with the basics, telling her to focus on breathing in and out. But he knows stretching alone won't be enough for a safe delivery, especially since the crown princess died after childbirth from pleural fever. That kind of illness can kill both mother and child, so he thinks a disinfectant could make a huge difference. Then a servant announces a guest, and the man asks if this thing is called sojagori. The old man admits he never thought liquor could be distilled like this. Choi explains the design is his, and he added the long narrow part to get purer alcohol. The second prince orders them to bring all the soju into his house. Later, MC realizes that now the distiller works. He needs to test how pure the alcohol really is. He uses 2 glasses of equal weight, with one filled with water to the 80 mark. Alcohol has a density of 0.8, so if the filtered alcohol ends up heavier or lighter than expected, the process failed. They carefully balance the 2 containers on the scale until it finally levels out. That result makes them both thrilled. The disinfectant worked. A long time has passed since Choi came to Shozian, and he used to think working out might send him back to the modern world, but that was only wishful thinking. He still wonders what happened in the world he came from, and many questions remain. Even so, once his child was born, he threw himself completely into life in Shozian. At the palace, people start talking about Prince Jinyang's latest achievements. The king says Choi gave soap to the people, filled the royal treasury, and created a disinfectant that helps treat wounds. That leaves him thankful. Even so, he says he still has a lot to learn. Shozian tells him he doesn't need to be so modest, and rewards him with 200 silver nyangs. Prince Jin recently had his first child, and the princess recovered in just a week, proof that the disinfectant works. The king declares that from now on, all mothers and newborns will be treated with it. Proudly, he says he once saw his son as a problem, but Jin has truly matured. As he looks at him, the king's eyes slowly close, and he collapses. Panic breaks out as everyone screams for a doctor. It is March 1438, and Sujian's illness suddenly gets worse. The crown prince says the king's condition worsened, though luckily he recovered fast. Even so, the fear remains. When Choi asks how he is now, the Crown Prince says their father feels constant thirst and drinks a lot of water. His eyesight has also gotten much worse, and even the medicine did nothing. The protagonist asks whether their father ever mentioned symptoms like seeing fog or bugs floating around. Those were things his grandfather once described when he had diabetes. His brother says no, but adds that the king is upset because he can't see distant things clearly anymore. Choi says that means it may not be too serious yet, and the vision problem could still come from overwork. But he knows they can't relax because if this disease is left alone, then just like in history, within a year the great King Sujong will lose his sight from complications. He says their mother's birthday is in September, and he plans to use that day to change their father's mind. His brother asks what he's planning to do at a royal banquet, and MC explains that his training book centers on 3 heavy lifts: squat, bench press, and deadlift, the famous big 3. At their mother's birthday banquet, he plans to lift a total of 375 kilograms across those 3 lifts. The Crown Prince thinks that's insane. Even the palace guards who were ordered to try couldn't manage 225 kilograms. Choi admits he can't lift that much yet but says he'll get there for his father's sake. His brother promises to help however he can, and he adds that he also wants to make a book their father will respect. But his brother says he needs to study too. That leaves Choi confused. Then his brother explains that since the protagonist already wrote a book, he should add teachings from all 13 classics. MC keeps a straight face, but inside he's panicking. Still, it's all to save King Sujong. So in the end, he says his brother can count on him. Once he reaches 375 kilograms in the big 3, they'll present the book to their father and make sure he tries their method. The 2 brothers join forces for their father's sake. Choi knows this goal is nearly crazy. Even gaining a few percent in 6 months is hard enough. And even if he succeeds, this soft, heavy body won't be convincing. To show real muscle, he figures he needs to drop about 3 kilos of fat. In this era, the best way to burn calories is simple: walking. He just hopes this body's huge potential is enough. Back home, he studies the books his brother asked for, all while thinking about how brutal his routine has become. Whenever he wants to quit, he imagines what his brother would say. That reminds Choi he has no right to complain now. At mealtime, his wife asks if this food is really fine for him. She says oatmeal is usually just something people eat to fill their stomachs. Choi replies that he has to prove himself at his mother's birthday. Talking about his extra fat, he says he'll keep eating this way until he proves his devotion. His wife says she doesn't fully understand his drive and worried the porridge would taste too plain, she added salt. Then, respecting his choice, she calls for the servant to take the tray away and bring a new one. She firmly says no seasoning is ever to be added to her beloved's food again, while the protagonist tears up. After more running, deadlift training, climbing, and non-stop reading, Choi realizes on a mountaintop that time has flown by in a flash. At last, Queen Sojin's birthday banquet arrives. One man gives a performance on horseback. Sojin is delighted and says Ryugu's riding has reached a whole new level. The king also seems pleased, but inside he's troubled by how bad his vision has become. Then the Crown Prince says it's Choi's turn, and everyone expects something like a street act. MC asks if he mentioned the book, and the Crown Prince says that when he told the princess MC could lift 112 kilograms, she didn't believe him. So he tells him to go ahead with the plan. Surely that will make their father interested in the book. In a serious tone, he says this is something he truly wants from his brother. During Queen Sojin's birthday feast, Prince Jin Yang's turn finally comes. He bows and congratulates his mother, saying his very life in this world is thanks to the grace of the king and queen. Because of that, he created the body training book, a method of healthy discipline for building and strengthening the body. The king asks what the huge iron tool behind him is, and what exactly he's about to show. Choi says he only prepared a small gift to repay their kindness, and as he grips the bar, he says he's filled with emotion. He takes off his robe and reveals the body he built. He says everything they see today was made possible by the gift of his parents. At Queen Sojin's birthday in 1438, a moment that will change history begins. The soldiers are stunned. They've never seen a body like that and can hardly believe this is the same prince. Choi says he'll begin, and everyone waits to see what happens. He lies on the bench press, then starts the set. Once again, he shocks the crowd as he keeps pressing rep after rep. The soldiers can't understand where all that strength came from. Then the bench press ends in success. Choi explains that this move, the bench press, is one of the key parts of his book because it trains the chest, shoulders, and arms. The queen claps, still confused, and asks how much the weight is. The protagonist says the bar is 24 kilograms, and the round plates add up to about 144 more. That makes 168 kilograms in total, leaving both the king and queen stunned. Then Choi moves on to the next lift, the squat. He explains that it means carrying a heavy bar on the shoulders and sitting down, then standing back up with leg power. It trains not just the legs, but also the hips, waist, and lower stomach. The queen panics and tells her son to stop at once. But the second prince ignores her and says he'll do the squats now. He lifts the bar from the rack and sets it across his upper back using a low bar position. Then Choi drops into the squat with everything he has. He controls the way down, then drives up with all his strength and completes the lift at 204 kilograms. The queen can hardly believe her son stood back up. The king tells a servant to call a doctor, wondering if a human body can really do this, but the servant has no answer. Even so, the incredible display clearly comes from this so-called healthy discipline. Choi moves on to the final exercise, the deadlift, using the biggest bar of all. The crowd erupts, and the crown prince steps in while the king is still speaking. He says he's worried MC might hurt his lower back. After getting the king's approval, he decides to take a safety measure. He wraps a belt around his brother's waist. For a second, the two brothers share a nervous look, because the bar now weighs 240 kilograms. Choi tells his father and mother that since they gave him a body strong enough for this, he'll keep taking proper care of it. The officials whisper that the prince must have completely lost his mind. He says he could lift even more, but with his body right now, this weight already feels crushing. Even with the belt helping a bit, the whole plan is still ridiculous. Trying to reach 375 kilograms across the big 3 lifts in only 2 years. In the end, he decides he has no choice but to use the sumo deadlift stance. He gets himself ready, takes a deep breath, and locks both hands on the bar. Then he starts the lift. Everyone sees the bar rising and can't believe one person is actually lifting that much iron. As it keeps going up, his palms start bleeding. Still, Choi refuses to stop and completes the lift cleanly. the queen nearly faints, while the king stays amazed. Then the prince drops the bar and the impact makes the ground crack, stunning everyone there. The whole crowd is left in shock as the queen rises to act. She stands with a grim expression and even the king is confused, going straight to her son. She checks the hand he cut during the lift. She says he's been training with these iron weights for 2 whole years, and now his hands look like this. So what is he talking about when he calls this filial devotion? Seeing him push his body this far makes her break down in tears. The women around her feel the same pain and begin crying too. A man remarks that martial artists may show abs, but muscles this defined are unbelievable. The king says he did test the training method from the book himself, but there is still one thing he wants to ask: why show this healthy discipline here today? Choi answers that it's to build and properly care for the body his parents gave him. The king asks if lifting this much is supposed to be the standard, because if so, weaker people might suffer trying to follow it. The protagonist says not at all. He began this training just to lose the fat on his stomach, and the strength came along the way. In only 3 months, his body moves better and his tiredness is gone. King says he knows Choi and the Crown Prince wrote books on this, and he'll read them carefully to judge what's right. After that, they can discuss the corporal construction secretary in the palace. That leaves MC thrilled. The king then adds that the title Grand Prince Jingyang no longer feels fitting. Since he created a new discipline and pushed it so far, he wants to add Su from him Young Jake / Prince Suyang Seijo to his name. From now on, he will be called Grand Prince, the protagonist Jing Jake / Prince Suyang Seijo. Later in his chambers, the king realizes the book truly is remarkable. He wonders how this happened, because even with help, Jingyang was never this sharp. The Crown Prince explains that he read it too and was impressed. Choi mostly organized the training ideas already found in the king's own books. But unlike the others, this book has a special diagram at the end of volume 1, so the king decides to inspect it. He reads MC's notes about food habits and how children's bodies change. It says that 6 kilograms of grain made into rice can feed an adult for 10 days, while children can eat twice enough to fill themselves. Too much food, on the other hand, leads to extra body fat. It also claims that 1 spoon of sesame oil each day fills children with strength. Meanwhile, someone who keeps eating on a full stomach can gain over 300 grams of fat in a month. After reading that, the king thinks about body fat and glances at his own belly. Elsewhere in the palace, Choi asks his older brother how their father responded. The Crown Prince says the king agreed to give the corporal construction secretary a chance. He says he's completely ready and plans to start by teaching posture on the first day. But the Crown Prince cuts off his excitements, saying state matters are piling up, so they were told to wait for a lucky day before continuing. Choi asks when that day is, because if this drags on, his vision could get so bad he goes blind. Then he quotes a saying: "The hardest part of living healthy is getting started, and if the great king won't come to him, he'll just go to the king himself." The protagonist rushes off, and the Crown Prince calls after him to wait. The guards remind them there are palace rules and order them to stand. Choi won't back down and tells them to drag him out by force if they can. 3 guards start hauling them away when the king suddenly appears and demands to know what's going on. He sees the second prince kneeling there with his book. Shueijing says they're making a scene in the royal palace in broad daylight and asks if they've forgotten their dignity. Choi speaks up and says there's something important they need to discuss. The king replies that if this is about the corporal construction secretary, he already read it and said he'd try it when he had time. But MC insists this training only works if you begin right away and keep doing it. Father and son lock eyes, each refusing to yield. Sejang asks if the second prince wrote the book because he thought the king was sick. Choi says yes, the signs are already there and the book says illness should be treated early. The king then asks the royal doctor what symptoms he has, and the doctor answers that he mostly sweats heavily and drinks lots of water. He realizes why the king brought the doctor. Sejong is using him to claim there's nothing wrong, even though he believed the king had read the chart and seriously considered his condition. The real problem is simple. He just hates exercise, so the protagonist says the symptoms point to type 2 diabetes. He claims he once tried putting his own body in a similar state, which shocks everyone. In truth, he never actually did that. He explains that diabetes is an illness where excess yankai harms the body, and since sugar is also used as medicine to restore yankai, eating too much grain syrup or caramel can cause temporary diabetic symptoms. Because of that, he says he would become terribly thirsty and drink a whole bucket of water. He also says his vision often went dark from extreme fatigue, and he'd fall asleep right there. After hearing that, the king starts to recognize the signs. Choi then asks if those are the same symptoms his father has felt, but he was lying about testing it on himself. He was just using knowledge from the modern world, and to convince the great king, he feels he has to lie. Without meaning to, he even fools his own brother. The king asks how long it will take to fix his condition if he learns the corporal construction secretary, and Choi answers 5 days. Hearing that, the king agrees, but warns that if he doesn't improve in 5 days, MC will be charged for deceiving the king. At the training ground, the second prince tells the king he needs to get onto the horse a little faster. The king feels like his insides are twisting, then he tells him not to let his body sink. King Sejong the Great thinks his son is being too hard on him and wonders how much longer this will go on. When Choi says an hour has passed and they can stop, his father is relieved until he learns that was only the warm-up. While the king squats, the protagonist instructs him to breathe out when pushing and breathe in when easing off. He says 24 reps is enough and tells him to brace himself firmly against the bench, keep an eye on his foot spacing, and lean forward properly. A servant announces it's time for the royal meal, and the king tells him to bring it there. But what arrives is a tiny bland meal that makes the king furious. As he eats, he thinks the rice feels awful. Horse feed would be better than this. He slams his spoon on the table and orders the royal chef brought at once. The servant says he'll call for him, and the king only grows angrier, ordering the food removed from his table and calling it disgusting. He demands to know where the meat soup is and why all he got was tofu and sliced radish. The single piece of meat has no fat, and he can't even enjoy it. Just as he says to throw it to the horses, Choi walks in with a fierce look and asks if the meal doesn't please his father. He explains that he prepared it himself. Grain syrup and honey were cut out to control sugar levels. Germinated brown rice helps him stay full longer, and tofu works as a good stand-in for meat. Furious, King Sejong the Great says none of it tastes good. Choi apologizes before speaking, but reminds his father that he already agreed to follow his instructions for the next 6 months. He adds that the Anilex teach that a wise man values a promise as much as his life, and says he'd do the impossible to keep such a promise. So can the king not keep even this simple one? King Sejong the Great falls silent and eats, wondering where his son's stubbornness came from. Later, in his room, he writes on a scroll with a shaking hand. He tells a servant the brush must be bad and says they should have a new one sent from the workshop. But King Sejong the Great knows the truth. Since he started weight training, he barely has the strength to hold the brush. He says it's already been 2 weeks and he still doesn't see the point of any of this. Then his stomach growls and he calls for something to eat. But Choi's eye appears through the door, making the king nearly jump out of his skin. He bowed and apologized, saying he knew something was off when the king suddenly stopped talking. King Sejong the Great tells him to leave, then thinks this whole thing might even haunt his dreams. After the candle is put out, the king gets ready for bed. He grumbles that because of that brat, he can't even do his royal work right, and if he hadn't made that promise, he would have quit already. That night, the servants outside the king's room are shocked. Usually the king sends them away because his snoring is so loud. Just 2 weeks ago, he could barely breathe and kept tossing around, so they think something must be wrong. But this time, the king is sleeping peacefully, and in his dream, he sees himself being trained with a strong, fit body. That dream leaves him feeling pleased. At last, the 1-month results of the body training secretary are in. Choi asks who is there, and notices someone asleep. The man wakes in confusion and starts mumbling about the king's second son, like he's seeing things. He chats with a doll and rambles about the deadline for building the armillary sphere. Then, with a strange grin, he asks the doll if His Majesty will throw him out once the high-torque water clock is finished, saying he already knows the answer. Laughing to himself, he wonders if he was only ever a tool for the king, and asks where his life went wrong. In the middle of that delusion, Choi cuts in, and the man finally notices he isn't alone. He quickly apologizes for showing such an embarrassing side of himself, then asks why MC came. Deputy Jang, the second commander, is a genius who rose from slavery to become a third-rank official. As a royal engineer, he played a huge part in Joseon's growth. Even today, people remember him as a great scientist, but he wasn't at all what Choi expected. Wondering if all scientists were like this, he says he needs Jang's help with something. Then he hands over a royal order from the king. The moment he hears royal order, the scientist falls into despair. Choi tells him to relax since he hasn't even explained the real request yet. He asks if Jang knows about the body training routine, and Jang says he saw it himself. He still remembers how incredible it was. The protagonist says that makes things easier to explain. The king is learning the method, but the days are getting colder, so he can't train outside. So he wants a device that lets the king feel like he's running across a field without leaving the room. Jang says he's never built anything like that before, so he'll need time to study it, and with all the work already piled up, it might take years. That makes Choi realize building a treadmill may not be so simple. He says he'll have to find another way, since the king is already suffering enough from this training, and considering how much pain the king's in now, it may be too soon to use a step machine anyway. Jang asks if the prince's routine isn't supposed to make the body healthier, and MC says the weight goes up as the person improves. He admits there were many times his arms, legs, and stomach hurt so badly that even remembering it makes him shake. Thinking the method sounds miserable, Jang says he'd refuse if it were his choice. But since it's a royal order, he has no option except to make it fast. He says he'll start the draft right away, and asks him to come along. But he asks if it really has to take years. Jang explains that if it's made from wood like the drawing, it will break fast. But if they use iron plates, it becomes far too heavy. So he sketches something closer to a hamster wheel, and the protagonist thinks that actually makes sense. MC asks if it will still take a month, but Jang says 10 days is enough, if they skip fancy decorations. Impressed, Choi asks about his other work, and Jang says a royal order means he has to push through. That wasn't really how he felt, but he was satisfied anyway. 10 days later, the protagonist shows the new step device to the crown prince. The crown prince says it's good. They can exercise inside the palace, but he's worried because the king will be the first to try it. MC tells him not to worry. He already tested it, and it works fine. His brother says that would be reassuring if everyone were like him, but their father is still a beginner, so he'd feel safer if someone untrained tried it first. The second prince smiles and says he knows just the person. The protagonist's brother asks if he means him and says that isn't funny. He admits he may not know about the others, but like their father, he hates exercise. His complaints do nothing, and the first prince is soon placed on the wheel to run. Our hero tells him to keep going because only 15 minutes have passed. Later, the first prince asks why he also has to do bench presses, and the second prince says it's a waste for someone that handsome not to train his body, so he should do more reps. Convinced his brother is just torturing him, the first prince whines through the workout, but Choi still asks for more reps, no matter how much he complains. Later, the first prince demands the truth. He says he already did 12 squats earlier, so is his brother cheating by raising the count? The protagonist says his counting changes based on how the muscles are working, and tells him to hold proper form. He points out that the prince's knee is collapsing again and his back is leaning too far forward. The first prince nearly cries, begging for his nice brother to come back, but Choi says he'll gladly play the villain for his brother's body, and expects him to behave and train properly. Among the weights, a scream rings through the palace. The king runs inside the wooden wheel, while the second prince says there are only 15 minutes left. At first, King Sejong the Great was gasping after just 15 minutes, but now he can handle a full hour. His brother also improved from barely managing 12 bench press reps. This family's talent is clearly on another level. Deputy Jang helped a lot too. Making that step device with the technology of this time was already impressive, but he even asked to study it in use so he could improve it more. Choi had wondered why Jang's image felt so different from history, but as expected from Joseon's greatest scientist, his sense of duty is on another level. People start saying the king has lost a lot of weight lately and worry he might be sick. One man says King Sejong the Great is so worn out from training with the Grand Prince that even state matters are being pushed aside. The king has always loved learning new fields, and the Grand Prince is using that trait well. A servant tells the first prince that everyone is talking, and asks him not to let his highness worry them like this. The first prince tells him not to talk that way. He says he also lost extra fat after starting exercise, so the king is likely going through the same thing. Then the doctor asks if sudden weight loss could also be a sign of diabetes, and everyone starts debating it. They can't accept a health routine that might actually be harmful, and they say they should submit a petition asking the king to stop. Just then, the king appears and asks why they are making such a fuss. Everyone is stunned by how different he looks. He asks again, and this time he gives off a totally different presence, stronger, healthier, and far more commanding. Choi tells the doctor not to worry because according to the royal clinic's records, the king is sweating far more, and the amount of water he's drinking has gone down. The doctor asks what if it really is a symptom, and MC reminds him they're only halfway through the promised 6 months. He then tells his brother to wait and watch, because muscles don't lie. Looking at the calluses on his hands, the second prince thinks time is moving too fast, and his life in the 21st century now feels like a dream. Suddenly someone walks up and speaks to the grand prince. It's the chief inspector who had accused him before. He says the prince entered the office again before sunrise that morning. Choi asks what the inspector general is doing there so early. The chief replies that the king has been complaining of fatigue and has less time for state affairs, so he came to help ease his burden. He smiles, says he's working hard, and adds that they both want to protect the king's health. Then he asks if the inspector plans to behave and train his body too. The chief answers that he has far too much work, and as an official, he can't focus only on his own well-being. Choi says he may not know government work as well as the inspector, but if someone spends 2 hours exercising, that still leaves 22 more hours to work. The chief argues it could be the opposite, that those 2 hours might ruin the other 22. In the end, he says he only wants what's best for the king's health. As the protagonist walks through the snow, he notes that the 6 months he promised are almost over. The office of the inspector general investigates corruption among top officials and reports it to the throne. They can even impeach people based only on public rumor, without needing hard proof for the accusation. Because they followed principle above all else, officials feared them. One inspector says tomorrow is finally the day of military training, and that their chief has to decide now. Then all the inspectors go before the king, kneel, and beg him to reconsider. The king asks what brought them there in such a rush. The chief asks him to stop the body training regimen. He says every discipline takes time to learn, but this case is different because governing the country matters more than anything. Though the king has never actually neglected state affairs because of exercise, the chief insists a ruler must still set the proper example. They argue that he's chasing a strange new practice and straying from accepted principles. With a hard look, the king says the inspector's problem is clinging only to principle, and he sometimes wonders whether that is loyalty or a challenge. The room turns tense. The king asks what principles they mean and says he learned the bodybuilding method to strengthen his body and lead by example in military training. One official warns it's dangerous because military training is a law set by the great King Taejo. Another adds that if the king isn't skilled at riding, he could get hurt, and even young men need a year to shoot well from a moving horse. Still, King Sejong doesn't back down. He only says a royal guard should stay close to prevent accidents. The inspector general tries to object again, but the king cuts him off, saying that if he leads the training himself, it will prove the bodybuilding method works. Then he adds that once that happens, he expects everyone else to do at least half as much as he did. After getting the warning loud and clear, the story moves to Chirwon County, in Gangwon, on the day of training. The king announces that he will inspect the front line himself before the drill begins. At his command, all the soldiers are forced to move by formation A. That means everyone has to stay perfectly in sync, and the soldiers quickly answer that they understand. Still, one of them wonders if His Majesty has ever moved that fast, and another says even after 10 years of training, he's never seen it. That's because in past drills, the king only gave orders from a carriage others carried for him. Soon the signal sounds, the drums beat, and the order comes to march forward. While riding, the king thinks those 2 hours a day on horseback with his second son were worth it. Sejong finally understands why Taejo once told him to enjoy riding. When your body is strong, it feels completely different. Seeing this, the crown prince says he never imagined his father would ride so fiercely. And just then the king spots a wild boar in the bushes and realizes he can see farther than before. He tells his son to hand over the bow and arrows, and the prince does at once. Elsewhere, a soldier asks why the inspector general isn't joining the hunt. The inspector tells him to go on ahead. He isn't in a hurry. The real reason is darker. He's still brooding over Choi, whom he sees as a cruel threat to His Majesty. To him, military training exists to prepare for war. And in war, anything can happen. With that thought, he looks toward the prince with obvious bad intent. But just as he seems ready to act, a shout rings out. His Majesty has taken down a wild boar. At once, the men around him start praising the king for the amazing shot. One even says it feels like watching the great King Taeho in training again. After that, Sejong starts getting off his horse with an aide's help. The moment his feet touch the ground, he slips, and his son is instantly worried. When they ask if he's alright, the king suddenly laughs, which leaves the first prince confused. Sejong says he's fine and that he was never good with a bow before, but now, even at his age, he's finally starting to understand hunting and riding. The aide asks him to be more careful next time, and Sejong lightly agrees. Watching from afar, the inspector general sees it all, and with everything going smoothly, he no longer has a chance to strike at the one behind it. So he swallows his pride, lowers his arrow, and leaves the area. This becomes Choi's moment of victory, as the king's own body proves his method works, while he helps him stand. Sejong then says he has confirmed for himself that the bodybuilding secretary's method is more than a simple routine. The inspector expected failure, but the impossible has happened, and now it's time for the warriors to keep their promise. An order is given that everyone must not only try the technique, but become skilled in the system proposed by his second son. Since they're only subordinates, the soldiers accept without protest. Later in the palace, an official reports that the first requested piece of equipment is ready. Worn out from the work, he presents a lat pull-down, a machine meant to train the back. Choi gets excited right away, knowing it must have been hard to build, and decides to test it himself. So he sits down on the machine and takes hold of the bar with a wide grip before starting his set. As he moves, the strain hits his back and the muscles begin to swell with a pump. When he finishes, the feeling makes him nostalgic, and a staff member asks what he thinks of the machine. Since it's back day, Choi says he'll keep it, and adds that he really likes how it feels. The inventor says he learned a lot from the prince too, especially how a movable pulley can balance the weights. That surprises MC. Jang is learning from him, but then he remembers pulley tech still isn't common in this era. Jang explains that when he tested the machine, it felt like his armpits were being ripped apart, so he worries the king will suffer badly. Even so, he says it's a royal order, so he has to do it. Then his creepy grin slips out, making Choi wonder if obedience is really his only reason for helping. Either way, they mention the next machine to build is a leg curl. Jang explains that one will be much harder to make and could take him a month. Hearing that, he thinks the inventor is overwhelmed and says he'll ask the king to let him rest, but before he can even finish, Jang refuses. He says he already owes too much to the king, who gave a former slave like him a government post. Because of that, he says he could never ask for comfort, and just seeing the prince train and recover is reward enough. He also explains that the leg curl will look like a chair used for drumming. Then that unsettling smile returns as he says he's eager to see how his majesty will use it. Later in the palace, people wonder how long Choi plans to keep the king training, since he's been exercising an hour every day. Sejong answers that if the soldiers refuse this path, they will be breaking a promise no servant should ever break with his ruler, so the soldiers keep running, even though they're totally exhausted, because it's a direct order. As the protagonist watches, the men beg him to help and ask him to stop the king's run, but he just smiles and asks if he really has the power to command someone that great. One soldier realizes right away that the prince is clearly taking revenge on the inspector general's office for its past schemes. But while saying that, he trips over a dumbbell and slams face first into the ground, making the others rush to ask if he's okay. Crying on the floor, he says they should have just kept running and left him behind. Instead, the others say they'll stay together even if they have to carry him. Watching them, Choi thinks all he can hear are groans from men on the edge of collapse, and that makes him smile. He finds the whole scene strangely satisfying. A week after the training, at Inspector General Yosef Chi's house, a warrior asks if his superior really has to leave. Yosef Chi asks what the point is of bringing that up now. The young man says outsiders who don't know the truth are already talking about dismissal and exile. The inspector replies that he'll be 50 soon, so there isn't much left for him to cling to. He openly admits that the king really is getting healthier because of the bodybuilding method. Not just the king, even Choi has become a completely different person from before. He adds that even if it's outside the main court's work, the recent movements of the Jurchens are strange, so he plans to go to Hamjul province as governor and watch them himself. Before leaving, he tells his subordinate to warn MC to be careful about a visit from the Ming Ministry of Rights. He heard that during the last visit, the eunuch Changsheng tried the soap and bought around 100 bars, which likely ended up with Wang Zhen. That's bad, because rumors say that man is feeding a hungry ghost inside himself, and someday that same man will likely approach Choi with a business offer. Back in the present, people discuss an article about him and the idea that he might be a time traveler. At the last Mid-Autumn Festival, one family gathered to enjoy the folk game of weightlifting, and the grandfather was proud of his grandson's progress. By then, the bodybuilding method had clearly spread through the country. But it all started with the protagonist, the second son of King Sejong the Great. And people say folk games weren't his only contribution. He was also the first to create soap and surgical alcohol, which is why some came to believe he had traveled through time. A Shosian history expert, Dayun, says the Great Prince's method looks a lot like modern bodybuilding. She adds that when he was young, he seemed so capable people could mistake him for a time traveler. But later he stopped putting in the same effort. If he had kept spreading the bodybuilding secretary, it might have gone far beyond a folk game and become known across the world. So in the end, he's remembered as a minor figure who simply added one folk game to the nation's culture. Back in the present, Choi wakes up and gets right back to changing the future. While working, his brother asks what kind of dream made him act this carefully. He adds that MC looks pale and should cut back on reading for a while. That makes MC remember what he saw in the dream. Not wanting future generations to blame him, he pushes himself even harder, even as he's nearly passing out under stacks of books. He recalls King saying he would create a new writing system for the people the very next day. Choi knows he isn't the best scholar, but when it comes to leading others and training the body, he believes they can handle anything. So King asks him to help shape the Sanskrit sounds using the phonetics books in the library as a guide. That leaves him realizing just how hard it will be to create the right sounds to teach the people. At the same time, he remembers that his son still sees his father as a strange man who showed up in the middle of the night. Hearing the protagonist keep sighing, the Crown Prince jokes that he sounds just like Assistant Commander Zhang. After a pause, the prince asks when Choi plans to find disciples, since he was told he needs both a trainer and an assistant. MC says Million could work since he's the son of a concubine and can't rise to government office. Still, he says it would be even better to gather people from different backgrounds. When he asks why that matters, the prince explains they also need someone of high rank to spread the bodybuilding secretary inside the Eastern Palace. One disciple has to come from the royal family. Choi thinks it over and realizes only one person fits, though he's not sure he wants to teach him. He doesn't even know if that prince would enjoy the training. The candidate is Prince Seisian, third son of the deposed Crown Prince Yamian. Yamian had once been heir under King Taejo, but he was removed after corruption and betrayal. After that, King Sejong took the throne. People also said Yamian's son grew up wild and unruly, but when they finally met him, the boy acted polite and normal. That made Choi think Sojin was far more reasonable than expected. The protagonist knows Sojin later went mad because his father insulted his concubine, but for now, that still hasn't happened. So Amsi asks if he's heard of the bodybuilding secretary, and the boy says yes, it's already well known. Then he asks if he wants to become his disciple and learn the method. Everything seems fine, so the protagonist calls over Mei and tells him to start the prince's warm-up. But the moment Mei, a commoner, speaks to him, the prince's whole attitude changes. In a cold, proud voice, he tells Mei to leave, saying the smell of sweat gives him a headache. Choi and Mei are stunned. The prince says he does want to learn, but as royalty, he can't be taught by someone like Mei. Memsi and his subordinate exchange a look and quickly come up with a way to deal with that pride. Not long after, the arrogant prince is forced into heavy squats and starts paying for his behavior. Soon he's exhausted and says he can't squat anymore because he can't even feel his thighs. Mei, meanwhile, handles even more weight with a smile, mocking the prince the whole time. Desperate to escape, the prince admits he was wrong and begs them to lighten the load. As expected, the answer to his bad attitude was simple. With the boy nearly collapsed on the floor, Choi remembers that Seo-sin has spent his whole life being looked down on for carrying the blood of the deposed crown prince. So he asks how Seo-sin can put that same unfair treatment on his servant. It's even worse because Mei is also the son of a concubine. The prince admits he acts that way because if he doesn't, he can't stand the unfairness done to him. Then he asks what this training can even give him when his older brothers are already better than him. He says he'll never be allowed into government anyway since he's always been watched to make sure he never threatens the throne. As he says this, he breaks down, admitting he has no way to deal with his anger and fear except by hurting others. Even after hearing him out, Choi says a royal can't act like that. Their anger carries too much weight for a commoner to bear. Seo-sin finally drops his pride, apologizes, and promises to do better. That satisfies both him and Mei. The protagonist then tells him to learn the 3 basics: bench press, squat, and deadlift from Mei. If Seo-sin can reach a total of about 400 kilograms, Choi will think about putting him in charge of the method inside the palace. The prince looks confused, so MC asks if he wants proof that this method truly works. He explains that anyone moving through the palace must master self-discipline, physical training, and the 4 books and 5 classics. That role will be called a trainer. He says this is needed because one person alone can't spread the teaching. If Seo-sin grows into it, he could even become king's trainer, and if that happens, no one will dare look down on him. Those words hit Seo-sin hard, giving him real hope for the first time. Tearing up, he asks if he truly has a chance, then admits shame kept him from even learning the 3 classics. Choi tells him that won't be a problem. He and Mei will help. He also says King is making a new set of letters that will make learning the scriptures easier. These letters are called the correct sounds for the instruction of the people, because Joseon's language is different from the Middle Kingdoms, and many people can't express themselves properly in writing. Out of compassion, King has decided to create 28 new characters to teach the people clearly. Their purpose is to record the people's speech the right way, and Choi says they'll bring huge good to the world. On another day at home, the protagonist's son runs up to greet him with a smile. MC opens his arms to carry his son, along with their kitten. In his arms, the child asks why his uncle is always lying down, and says that last time he was even begging to be spared. The protagonist explains that there's no gain without pain. Muscles have to ache to grow. The child then tells his uncle Seo-sin that he's amazing because everyone else lies down after training, but he can still sit up. Seo-sin says that's not impressive at all. He just started later than the others, so he can't afford to lie down. Then he changes the subject, and says the boy should start learning some discipline. Even though he seems too young to read, the child suddenly shows that he already has a book. Surprised, Seo-sin asks since when he could read, but the boy ignores that and simply asks if his uncle wants to see the book. Choi thinks about how his life once revolved around bars and dumbbells, but now he has a 5-year-old son to raise. Compared to this, his modern life feels like a distant dream. Still, exercise has now become part of his family's everyday life. Even his wife trains, and she's happy with her progress. But after a set of stiff leg deadlifts, her eyes suddenly start to close, and she faints, terrifying Choi. He catches her and asks if she's alright. She says she suddenly got dizzy and couldn't stay steady. She also feels nauseous, and the people around them begin to wonder what's going on. MC says it's probably temporary, caused by poor breathing that reduced blood flow to the brain. Luckily, he was right there. Otherwise, she could have been badly hurt in the fall. That makes Choi realize the more people train, the more injuries he'll have to deal with, so he starts looking for a solution. Later, Seo-sin says he wants him to meet someone. When asked who, he gives the name Woo Han-kyu. The man passed the military exam and served as a soldier in the garrison. Remembering the protagonist's strength contest, Seo-sin says Woo Han-kyu was challenged too, and managed to lift a stone about the size of an adult. But right after that, he collapsed forward and was dismissed, because he could no longer straighten his back properly. MC says the name sounds familiar. Susan reminds him that Woo was the officer who stopped Yi Se-ame's revolt during the coup. So MC realizes a man who rose high in the military got hurt after earning his title. While doing pull-ups at full speed, he thinks it might somehow be his fault. Trying to keep up, Susan says he thought if the protagonist cured his majesty, maybe he could do the same for Woo. Since Will was strong to begin with, healing him should be easier. Later in another area, a man slams his cup down and blames everything on Prince Shung. It's Woo, drunk and bitter. He yells asking how the prince could make a man healthy with something like that, but Akali tells him to watch his mouth. His majesty learned the prince's training, so the prince now holds great influence. Woo doesn't care. He crushes the cup in anger and says if he ever meets the prince, he'll ask whether he can really lift what Will once did. To him, the prince's rumored feats are impossible, so he keeps badmouthing him and scares his companion half to death. Then Choi suddenly speaks from behind him, saying the weight he pressed overhead was actually only half the rumor. Woo is so shocked he nearly passes out, and MC asks to speak with him. After checking him over, he sees the injury is serious. Woo even put on weight trying to recover faster. He also learns Woo kept riding horses after getting hurt because he was gaining weight and didn't want that. That made the odds of recovery much worse. Choi explains that training while injured only made it worse, and Woo desperately asks if he can still be healed. Smiling, the protagonist says yes, but he can't promise a full recovery. With no better choice, Woo agrees to the plan and starts with knee push-ups. After that, the two carefully work through back stretches to rebuild his body. When they're done, Woo asks if this really makes him stronger. MC explains he can't use MC's full method since he won't be able to handle heavy weights. He should improve from here, but because he waited so long to get help, complete recovery is unlikely. Crushed by that, Woo asks if there's any other way. He says he can't stand living like less of a man, and he's ashamed of what this means for his wife. That makes Choi remember what happened to his own wife not long ago. So he says he wants to ask Woo something. What if they find ways to heal people using this same method? Woo thinks the protagonist is telling him to become a doctor, which sounds impossible since he's never studied medical books. But Nabsi says even doctors don't really understand muscles, which is why they often give the wrong treatment. A rehab doctor needs to know how muscles and bones work together. Hearing that, Wu starts seeing the prince is far smarter than he expected. He figures things will be fine as long as Wu keeps quiet. Soon, Wu begins training, and he realizes he's slowly gathering disciples. With Hangul spreading, his ideas will spread fast too, and at this rate, people might start working out outside half naked. That means he needs simple workout clothes anyone can afford. Using his wife as the tailor, he quickly makes a shirt, even rushed. It turns out well, and the fabric is cheap and easy to get. His wife asks why he's using cloth usually worn by peasants. But the mood shifts when the protagonist asks what she thinks of the clothes he made. She's surprised and asks what kind of outfit it is. She's never seen anything like it. Choi tells her it's a special outfit he designed for exercise, and he chose cotton because it's easy to find. Right now, he says, it's also the most comfortable fabric for training. Still, nobles may not want to wear it yet since they're not used to the feel. She apologizes for judging too soon and admits the fabric really does seem good for exercise, so he has a tailor make more sets from the same design, turning common cotton into workout clothes. Later that night, a scholar reads with his book open and is stunned by the amazing ideas inside the bodybuilding secretary. That same day, inside Jinwon Temple, a man speaks to Song Sam-won and asks if he's getting too lost in his reading. The reason is simple. Se-young had been in the Hall of Merit for 23 hours. He apologizes for pushing himself so hard so late at night. The other scholar, his junior Shin Sok-ju, asks why he's so absorbed in studying. Se-young Sam-won says someone tied to the royal family has to set an example and can't waste time. Too many people are already ahead of him, and after reading even a little of Prince Jin Soo-young's book, he found himself liking it. Then someone asks what Dan is doing, and the answer is simple: push-ups. Suri then remembers Dan vanished at dawn and only came back after bathing. Asked if he followed the book's mountain run, Dan says he swapped it for jump rope. Shine says he doesn't think the book is as amazing as people claim, because outside bodybuilding, it mostly repeats things they already know. But another junior scholar, Ho YG, warns him not to speak lightly of the book the Crown Prince sent. That makes the two glare at each other, while Seong awkwardly watches. Seeing the mood turn tense, Seong says they're both too worked up, and suggests discussing the book tomorrow instead. They follow his advice, and the next day Seong asks Dan, who read it the most, what he thinks. Dan says this discipline isn't just about respecting the body given by one's parents. It goes beyond that. Shine still has doubts. He says sacred texts hold the words of sages, and from what he knew before, a crown prince wasn't one. Shang agrees, adding that the usual way to honor yourself is to rise in the world and earn fame, so bodybuilding seems pointless. He also points out that the first volume claims small illnesses will fade, and people won't tire easily, even in harsh conditions. Still, he doubts it. What bothers him most is that this discipline seems to need costly equipment. Shine adds that maybe the body can change, but so far he hasn't seen anyone truly transformed. Realizing they don't know what's happening beyond their walls, Dan decides to bring up the case of His Majesty. He asks if they're really trying to look down on the king, and that immediately scares them. Dan explains that since learning the bodybuilding secretary, the king has changed fast and become more active than he was in his youth. Not every theory in the book may be right, but it clearly makes the body stronger. Then he asks, wouldn't moving well after a long day also help their studies? Shine is startled and asks if Dan is suggesting they bring the equipment into Jingwen Temple. Dan says that if the place isn't right for that, they can just use stones or small logs, and anyone who doesn't want to join doesn't have to. 8 days later, the scholars try out his idea and make their own equipment. San is the first to wear out. He says he can't keep going and starts doubting the method. Soon he shouts that he's done, and the others quickly head back inside, choosing books over exercise. Dan wipes the sweat off his face and realizes everyone else has given up. Still, he thinks he has gained a lot from the bodybuilding secretary, so he decides to keep training hard, and with enough time, he'll build a healthy body to help both his studies and daily life. In August 1441, on a normal afternoon, Choi says the inventor worked hard. He had thought making a shoulder press machine and a seated row machine would be difficult. Then Jane puts on his usual wild look and says it all happened thanks to his effort, which everyone knows comes from a certain reason. With a fake smile, the inventor says it's only natural for someone funded by the court to follow royal orders. He adds that the Inspector General's office worked the hardest, since they provided the resources to test the machines. Choi then enters the testing hall and says he came to see the finished equipment, but as soon as he walks in, the inspector's soldiers turn nervous and scared, hurrying to report that they've already confirmed the machines are stable. Then they ask the prince to get on the machine and try the exercise himself. After testing them, MC thinks his older brother should use the equipment for the 3 big lifts. Standing behind him at the bench press, Choi urges his brother to push a little more. At last, he gets the bar up. With that, he raises his level in the bodybuilding secretary and reaches a combined 190 kilograms in the big 3. After that, the prince says it feels different hearing praise from the man who made the method, then asks if 250 kilograms is coming soon. He answers that muscle growth is different for everyone, though he himself kept improving until he hit 300 kilograms. But after that, Choi says his gains stopped. He has Prince Shus's gifted body and modern training knowledge, but his brother still lacks skill, so reaching 250 kilograms will probably take at least 2 years, maybe 5. Still, the real point isn't how fast he gets there. The method is meant to be followed for the long run. The next morning, back in his quarters, the protagonist takes care of his wife. She's feeling awful and stuck in bed. She apologizes for making him worry and says the morning sickness has been going on for a while, to the point she can't even eat. Apologizing again, she says she prepared pork, and Choi realizes she's only been able to handle light, non-greasy food lately. Getting the message right away, he decides not to just sit around. He hurries out to find pork for her. At the meat seller's place, MC says it's for eating and asks to see the biggest pig. Smiling, the merchant points out one of his fattest pigs. Choi thinks the man is making fun of him, and the merchant quickly backs down in fear. He insists the pig's meat is both firm and tender. He even boasts it's the finest pig in all 8 provinces. Even so, he can't believe the animal is fully grown. It won't be enough. He needs something bigger for his wife. Another evening, a man introduces himself as Kim Jong-sul, a humble servant who beat back the northern barbarians and returned to the capital, a fighter famous for both strength and strategy. King comments that winter is coming, so the barbarians won't be able to move much. Kim bows and says all his success came from His Majesty's grace. As the gathering goes on, Choi walks over and offers him a drink, and Kim accepts. Kim says he's heard the stories about the prince and thinks his presence rivals the greatest generals in the world. The protagonist thanks him but says he didn't build his body to fire arrows or swing swords. Then Kim asks if he hasn't noticed something north of the border that's even more dependable than bow or blade, leaving MC confused. Kim explains he's talking about spirit, the distilled liquor made from fermented ingredients. At first he doubted the sudden supply of strong liquor sent to the capital, but they were told it was the prince's invention. They used it on wounds with clean cotton cloth, and because of that, far fewer soldiers ended up with infected injuries. Choi realizes that may be why the still never rusted, and he's glad the liquor is helping so much. But sending it out also caused trouble, since northern soldiers often drank to fight off the cold. They kept overdoing it, because once mixed with water, it was still alcohol. He asks how they fixed that, and Kim says they mixed in a bitter herb called wormwood. After that, anyone trying to drink it in secret just spat it right back out. The story gets everyone laughing, and Kim asks his fellow officer Lee Won-bong to bring tea too. That name immediately catches Choi's attention. Lee Won-bong, known for incredible strength, also played a big part in defeating the barbarians. When Kim calls him over, the young man refuses, saying he uses his strength only for King. Still, Kim points out that now two strong men have met. They should have plenty to talk about. He adds that King has new writings for him to study, then leaves the two alone. Using his trainer's eye, Choi studies the warrior and realizes this is the first person he's met in Joseon who feels anything like him. His build alone marks him as an amazing fighter. In the old story, when Sujin took the throne and faced a possible purge, he tried to strengthen the army by gathering Jurchens from Hamel province, but the tale says his own subordinate generals killed him, so the rebellion failed. Even then, he's remembered as the strongest man in history. That makes the protagonist uneasy about Yusduk look, and wonder if the young man came to say something important. Everything feels strange, but Choi can understand it. If events follow the old story, he'll die by this man's hands. Yu says word of the prince's amazing strength has spread all the way to the north, which he finds a little embarrassing. Even so, he says he has many questions about the bodybuilding secretary, and asks if he may visit later. MC figures a public contest of strength would make people uneasy, so the request makes sense, and he agrees. He starts thinking the warrior may be better than he first assumed, and the next morning, the man arrives asking if this is the prince's residence. His presence alone is enough to make Choi's two disciples tense up. He says he's already read the bodybuilding secretary, and asks if the object in Susan's hand is a small dumbbell. Susan confirms it. The warrior asks to hold it, and since it's dense cast iron, the boy warns him to be careful. The moment he lifts it, he can tell it weighs far more than it looks. Susan is shocked. He can barely row that 10-kilogram dumbbell, yet this man curls it on his first try. Getting right to it, yet brings up the prince's 375-kilogram total in the 3 big lifts. Then he asks how much he himself could lift if he tried them too. Instead of waiting for an answer, he decides to find out firsthand. He begins with the deadlift and quickly shows that it takes serious strength. That leaves Susan terrified, because the gap between them is obvious. Soon the warrior sets the weight back down, and Choi praises him for reaching a 260-kilogram total across the 3 big lifts. To him in this era, a soldier like that really could be called someone with divine strength. Still, he notices something in the warrior's face. Something about the bodybuilding secretary bothers him. Ye denies it and says he learned a lot, but the protagonist tells him to be honest, since even he found flaws after creating the method. Ye then recalls that King said the great prince made this training to perfect the body for military use. So Choi asks if he thinks the method would be hard to apply in the army. Ye explains that bodybuilding focuses on adding muscle, and that's not the same thing as using weapons. Well, a fighter needs a different kind of body, and hearing that, MC feels like he's heard this argument before. The idea that muscles are just for show is a fair opinion, and Yemin adds that the method also calls for eating meat every day. Regular soldiers obviously can't do that, so if military texts and scholarly texts go separate ways, this method only fits the academic side. After saying the bodybuilding secretary isn't practical, the warrior leaves, and Choi is left irritated, thinking the man knows nothing about military training. The great prince may not be a soldier, but he once served in the Korean military as a reserve sergeant before coming to this world. Since the military was his first field, he vows to create a new method for soldiers within 3 years. Elsewhere in the palace, King studies a scroll carefully. The crown prince asks his father if something is wrong. King says it's a letter from the Ming Empire. They want to buy about 100 bars of soap. That's great news, making the effort to grow ulidia trees for the soap worth it. But they also want to meet Suying, the prince who made it, and King can't understand why, since he has no ties to the empire. The crown prince, though, says everything is going well, and that among the royals, his brother is known for seeing farther than anyone else. So he suggests sending him to the Ming Empire as the nation's representative. After another round of bench presses, Suying is worn out, and Choi is pleased with his progress. In just about a year, the boy has reached a 190-kilogram total in the 3 big lifts, so he may become an assistant instructor next year. That makes him happy, though he still doubts he'll ever catch up to the crown prince by then. Then Suying changes the subject, and asks if the protagonist remembers when he almost took a concubine. The protagonist does. He gave up back then to focus on other things. But now Sui says he's accepted one after all, because people around him kept worrying that he still had no children. In the end, he took the daughter of the young family from Himyang, and Choi remembers that's normal for someone over 20 with no child. In this era, most people have children before 20, and even King Sejong the Great had been deeply worried before his older brother finally had one at 23. Sui Sejong asks if something is wrong, and MC worries he'd never believe the truth that his own father might go after his wife. So he makes something up. He says he read a sign in the Book of Changes, and warns that after taking a second wife, a disaster caused by people will happen. That only confuses Sui more, since this isn't about floods or storms, it's a human threat. Choi then asks if he knows how to stop that kind of disaster. The answer is simple: meet force with force. Sui nods, saying that makes sense. If it's a person causing harm like a thief, you fight back. Still, He doesn't know how a woman is supposed to build that kind of strength. The protagonist tells him there is a way. Then he says to watch closely and asks Suing to grab him by the collar. Choi explains that before someone hits you, they often grab your collar first. Suing agrees, admitting he's done that plenty of times before and he's not proud of it. Once Suing grabs his shirt hard, MC starts the demonstration. With one quick strike to the joints, he shuts the attack down. Suing is confused for a second, then cries out pain drops him to the floor. When he asks what happened, Choi explains that hitting the joints made his body give out. Now that Sutang has felt how well it works, he tells him to bring his concubine to the training yard so his wife can teach her too. A few days later, the protagonist's wife begins training Suing's concubine. At first, the girl takes it easy because she still hasn't found the rhythm. Afterward, they ask if Lady Yoon had trouble learning, but she says she understood it all just fine. She still wonders why she's being taught this. Suing doesn't tell her the full reason, only that it will help her someday. Time passes, and by June 1442, urgent news reaches the second prince. A servant rushes in, saying something terrible has happened to Great Prince Susan. Choi realizes the day has finally come. The servant says he was attacked by a family member and ended up with an injured arm and broken teeth. That shocks MC, because even after learning basic self-defense, his brother was still hurt this badly. Then the story jumps back to show how it happened. In his room, the prince's father lay drunk, mocking his son for studying so hard. Bored, he demanded tea, and it was brought to him right away. The girl personally served her father-in-law the tea, but he slapped it from her hands. As she fell, he complained that she only cared about her husband and that he'd been kept waiting too long. He kept cursing her over what he saw as disrespect, then suddenly noticed something else. Seeing her soaked with tea and helpless on the floor stirred ugly thoughts in him. With that twisted look in his eyes, he said his son had brought home a pretty girl with tastes much like his own. Then he grabbed her clothes, and while she begged him to stop, she used what she had learned and struck back with a headbutt that knocked out some of his teeth. She also used an arm lock to pin him down, but with adrenaline rushing, she went too far by accident. Since the victim is a royal of high rank, the case is taken to the king's court. King asks the chief inquisitor to present the findings from the Royal Investigative Agency. The report says Great Prince Yang Myun was attacked by a concubine and badly injured. Before anything else, King says he wants to know how Yoon managed to beat a man trained in martial arts. The inquisitor explains that Choi and his student trained her in techniques meant to disable an attacker. He adds that the prince survived only because he knew martial arts. An ordinary man might have died. At that, the abuser begs King to punish not just the girl but also the people who taught her those skills. Hearing that, he remembers this man once called him his favorite nephew. Now he's being blamed too. When King questions him, he says he only taught her self-defense, and King accepts that at first. So King says this was not a killing art, but a way to protect oneself. Then he asks the court who they believe is truly at fault. Chief State Counselor Twang Hue says that, given the prince's usual behavior, he likely tried to do something vile. But Minister of Justice Yu Gamin argues that no matter the reason, the concubine still committed a grave offense by injuring her father-in-law. That leaves King troubled, because even if he knows his brother's character, the law still stands. In Choseon, that kind of offense is treated almost like treason and can be punished by death. King hates the situation, but he still has to give a sentence. In the end, concubine Yun is sentenced to 20 lashes. Effective immediately, she is laid down to receive the punishment. The girl panics. Soon the whip swings toward her back, and she squeezes her eyes shut, waiting for it. But before the blow lands, the soldier hesitates. Then he strikes, and she groans in pain. But from nearby, the prince demands to know what the soldier is doing. It's obvious he held back, so the prince orders him to hit her properly. Then the prince shoves the servant aside and says he'll do it himself. He snatches up the rod from the ground and lifts it, ready to bring it down in rage. At the last second, King steps in and stops him, ordering his brother to calm down. That stuns the prince. When they were young, his brother could never overpower him. Yet now he's stopped cold. Angry and confused, he asks what this means. When the woman who wronged her father-in-law is being spared, that only makes King angrier. Losing patience, he tells his brother to shut up and asks if he wants to be sent into exile. Then King lets go of the rod, and his brother drops to the ground. King reminds him that their father, King Taejin, had forbidden him from entering the capital. Even so, he showed mercy and let him stay nearby. He adds that even after all the trouble his brother caused in Agent, he was the one who kept others from pushing for harsher exile. So this is the last mercy that abusive prince will ever get. With that, King orders his soldiers to place Great Prince Yangyang under house arrest. The prince struggles and begs for mercy, even calling King by his personal name, but his brother ignores him. Then the same soldier returns and says he will carry out the girl's sentence, but King cancels it and orders them to untie her. Overwhelmed by that mercy, Yang thanks him with complete sincerity. Seeing how awful this whole event was, King quickly arranges a new home for the prince's household. Noticing how much Suing must have suffered, he tells him to stop worrying and simply rest, which Suing accepts gratefully. Not long after Great Prince Yang Yang is put under house arrest, Choi's second child is born healthy. One peaceful day, a visitor comes to the protagonist's house for the first time. After greeting the prince properly, the boy introduces himself as Weiji Sumanem Damte of the Jinjuha line. MC remembers seeing him often on the road to the Hall of Merit, though he'd heard the boy was studying at a temple. He asks why he came, and also notices the boy's body has changed so much he almost didn't recognize him. Dan explains that he was weak when he began studying at the temple, so he started following the bodybuilding manual. At first it nearly made him pass out, but he got used to it. After seeing the results, he came to thank the creator in person. Choi says there's no need to be so formal since he doesn't think he's really teaching much. Smiling, Dan asks if he can join his training routine. That makes the protagonist pause. He'd say yes to almost anyone else, but not so easily to Dan, one of the future 6 martyred ministers. Dan is too talented, and if he joins MC's plans, the country could lose a lot later. So the protagonist says he's worried the boy is already heading down a hard road. But Dan tells him not to worry. In Dan's eyes, his talent is nothing special compared to others. Choi points out that maybe the real problem is who he keeps comparing himself to. Then he asks if he truly wants to become a trainer, and Dan answers right away that he does. With a smile, the boy adds that he already told his superior he'd be leaving the Noble Hall group. Since he won't back down, the protagonist finally takes him to the gym. Introducing himself as the new student, Dan says he's happy to meet all his seniors. Sai tells him that even if he started working as an official, he's still a beginner in bodybuilding, so he should watch and learn first. Dan agrees at once. Feeling a little shy, Dan decides to show what he can do on his own first. He walks to the equipment and says he'll begin with pull-ups. Sai quickly tells him not to push too hard, since real pull-ups are tough for beginners. He adds that even after half a year of training, he can only do 3 or 4. Then he looks up and realizes Dan is doing more than twice that. Trying to save face, Seuss argues that Dan isn't fully extending his arms and says proper form matters most. Watching from afar, Choi smiles, thinking this new student will push the others to train harder. Later, MC stands on a veranda with Dan. Dan admires the Euonia trees and says that if they press all their oil, they could get about 7,500 liters. He adds that turning it into soap and selling it to the Ming Empire could bring in a lot of silver. But he says he wants something worth even more, leaving Dan confused. What Choi really wants, he says, is a better future for his country. Another morning, King says he heard the protagonist helped cure a man named W's back through the training method. Since the protagonist had already helped his father-in-law, the king is even prouder, so he decides to reward MC, who accepts with thanks. Because the method has worked so well, he is asked to visit Huang Hui, the chief of the state council, before leaving for the Ming Empire. Even if nothing can fully fix him, they still want the prince to check on him in person. When the protagonist arrives, the staff are shocked and scramble to greet the great prince. Right away, Choi feels something is off in the house. In Huang's room, a servant apologizes that his master must remain lying down before such an honored guest. He speaks in a quiet, shaky voice while relaying Huang's words. Huang says he still wants to serve the king, but after turning 70, his back bent and his limbs grew weak. Choi replies that the king ordered him to care for Huang's body, though with things this bad, he isn't sure how much he can do. Still, an order is an order, and if a man doesn't understand his own body, he won't even be able to enjoy a simple board game comfortably. Then MC casually suggests that maybe Lord Mengcheng's eldest son should keep this fine Go board, but he notices something odd. Even with Huang supposedly bedridden, the board is still warm, like someone was just using it. In the end, the protagonist says he can't reverse the effects of old age with what he knows, but he can teach a way to manage the body, even if he can't fully cure it. Later, Huang says he's grateful the prince is trying so hard for an old man like him, and ashamed that his body has failed him. Through the servant, he adds that though he's embarrassed by his condition, he's willing to use the exercise method to stay as fit as he can. Choi says he also hopes the chief can recover as much strength as possible. He advises the servant to keep the room warm enough to protect the body but not too warm, since too much heat can do harm. MC had already been wondering why the room felt so hot that even the Go board was warm, and that remark makes the servant nervous. The board still felt like a game had just ended. Even so, he smiles and takes his leave for now. Afterward, he reports that the chief isn't in critical condition, but because of his age, the method won't do much. King sadly says it would have been better if they had stepped in 10 years earlier. If that had happened, the chief might have served in government another decade. Back then he was 69, and the king regrets not speaking with him more while he still had strength. Lost in thought, the king realizes this is what people mean by preparing for old age while you're still young. Then he changes the subject and asks his son how the disciples are doing. Choi says he gathered some solid students and they're slowly showing promise. The king also remembers the recent meeting with Kim in the north and says this is a good time to think about strengthening the northern soldiers too. The protagonist agrees. Then the king asks about the Ming trip, wondering if he'll head to Hainan after passing through Beijing. MC says yes, and the king notes that from what he's heard, his son plans to cross nearly half the empire. Part of that route through Nanjing and Hangzhou is because of livestock. Choi explains that the pigs here are so small they're almost like toys, so bringing better pigs from Ming could help everyone get protein, no matter their status. In China, he says, meat mostly means pork, and the pigs there are easy to raise and fatten fast. The king gives him a suspicious look and says there has to be more to it. Livestock alone can't be the whole reason. He knows that from his father's side, letting his son be gone for a year won't be easy to accept. So he explains that the Ming Empire's huge land and population also make him curious about many kinds of grains and vegetables. He adds that he wants to stop in Nanjing to collect books as well. That catches the king's interest, and he says Nanjing has long been a capital and should have many books. Then he asks whether the chief eunuch of the Ministry of Rites will help on the journey, and Choi says he believes he will. Wang Zhen already loves power so much that ministers call him father. If a proposal hurts the country, he'll reject it, but if it helps him, he'll gladly aid the protagonist. The king says he's never met the man, but his bad reputation alone is reason to stay careful. Then he brings up MC's newborn daughter and asks if he's spoken with his family. Of course he has. After some time, the day of departure finally arrives. Choi prepares to leave and says his farewells to his wife and close companions. His wife, who is especially close to him, breaks down crying while his son stays cheerful, not fully understanding what's happening. Still upset, she asks how he can miss their daughter's first birthday, and he can only say others will be there for it. Since it's a matter of state, his wife keeps crying that his majesty is too strict and the protagonist gets embarrassed with everyone watching. To ease things, the crown prince steps in and tells MC not to worry. He'll look after the family as his disciple. Choi thanks him and says he'll be eager to hear all about it when he returns. The prince jokes that his brother is trying to use him the same way he used the second commander, and he laughs it off. Then the protagonist mentions hearing that the inventor is taking his first break in 15 years. Zhang smiles and says it's all thanks to his highness bringing it up to the king. At last, MC's son hands him a dumbbell to show how much stronger he's gotten. Choi pulls the boy onto his lap, delighted, and congratulates him, promising they'll do bench presses together when he comes back. For a moment, everything feels warm and happy, but he remembers what the king told him, that all these plans still seem mysterious, and he wanted to know what was truly in his son's mind. That makes the protagonist think again about his one true wish to make this land rich and strong so no one can ever look down on its people. Later on the ship, one of the men sneezes after coming down with a common sickness from the voyage. Another remarks that it's odd since people with stronger bodies usually don't catch colds so easily. The young man says he took in too much cold sea wind and apologizes for being weak. Choi worries a little because his interpreter isn't doing well. He also sees it as a chance to train him properly and improve his health. The interpreter is the assistant scribe and deputy, Shin Sok-ju. As the trip goes on, the wind shifts and turns the sail, and MC spots land from the edge of the boat. Seeing that, he asks whether the soap they're carrying has gone moldy or been damaged. Yae Guy and Pack Gang from the Noble Hall say they just checked, everything is still in good shape, and the dry weather has helped. The group also has the escort warrior Nam Bin with them. Hearing all that, Choi feels the journey is going smoothly. Excited, he says people call the Ming Empire the center of the world, and now they'll finally see it for themselves. After a while, they disembark and are struck by the empire's scale. Compared to Hanyoj, which was moved less than 50 years ago, the difference is enormous. Many can hardly believe people built all this, saying it feels like looking at endless mountains. But while the others stare in awe, the eunuch Chan Sheng mocks them as country bumpkins. Yigai then asks when they will be granted an audience with the... They ask when they can meet the emperor, but hear that not just anyone gets that chance. Only the great prince will be allowed an audience. As for the schedule, they're told the meeting won't happen for about 40 days, and the scribe is crushed. Then they ask about the gifts the prince brought, and confirm the servants are carrying them. After that, Chenshin says he tried the soap himself, and it worked amazingly well for his condition. Even though it's still just a test version, Choi is glad to hear such good feedback. He goes on to say the older soap didn't smell good enough, so this time they brought a better version. Hearing that, Chanshin wonders if they brought enough. He tells him they prepared 750 kilograms, plus a little extra for him to sample. The eunuch takes a sniff and notices a soft flower scent. Once he hears they have 750 kilograms, he says it's impressive for a not very wealthy country to bring so much. He also says he's heard the king of Zijen's second son looks like a warrior. Looking Choi over, he adds that the boy's wide shoulders and strong arms make him look like one of the 4 heavenly kings. But right then, he gets cut off. When he asks why, he realizes he'd already gone too far. Later on, the long-awaited day finally comes. Representing Zijen, Choi bows before the emperor and offers his greeting. He praises the emperor's endless grace, saying peace fills the world because of him. And by the end of it, the protagonist is worn out from all the ceremony. Emperor Yingzong remarks that the king truly has several remarkable sons. He says Chan Sheng recently brought him the soap, and it washed away all the dirt on his body. What surprised him most was learning such a young boy made it. Then he notes that bringing 750 kilograms all this way couldn't have been easy, so future trade should be discussed somewhere else. That decision annoys 2 of the counselors right away. Then the emperor tells Choi to withdraw, leaving him confused by the tense mood. Later, as they move through the empire, people keep staring at them. The locals whisper insults, calling the people of Zijen bumpkins from the countryside. At first, MC and the others still don't know why everyone is acting so hostile. Soon enough, someone comes to find him. It is Chan Sheng, who arrives with his men and says he's been waiting for the prince. Choi bows and says it's an honor. Thanks to Chan Sheng's help, he got to see the emperor in only 10 days. Then Chan Sheng asks if they know who the man beside him is. He says the rumors speak of a generous lord from the Ministry of Rights, a man the people call the Elder. The silver-haired man replies that he's also heard stories about Zijen's second prince, and says the protagonist seems both strong and clever. He adds that the soap from their land makes him feel clean and refreshed every day, and the new version especially impressed him. Then he asks the price to buy the soap, and Choi says it depends on what ingredients are used. A ginseng bar costs 10 sacks of rice, while the scented bars are cheaper at 6 sacks each. That comes out to about 1 tael of silver per bar, and MC confirms it. The man then asks what the manufacturing method would cost, and the scribe is shocked that he wants both the soap and the recipe. But he calmly explains that the soap is made from seaweed, from Hamble. The man is surprised he gave up the method so easily and asks if this isn't their key export. Choi says that as a subject of a vassal state, he's only trying to show respect. Still, since it's made with seaweed, production must stay in Jojen, especially with the capital banning use of marine resources. Even so, the noble asks whether they can raise production. He wants as much scented soap as possible. The protagonist asks how much he means, and the man answers 3,750 kilograms. That leaves Choi speechless. He continues saying new batches should keep coming, and the amount can grow little by little as conditions allow. After that, the man says it's only fair to reveal himself to his future business partner. MC introduces himself as the second son of the king of Zijen. Then the chief eunuch of the Ministry of Rights gives his own name, Wang Zhen. Pleased that the deal went so smoothly, Wang asks whether he wants anything else as long as it's within his power. The protagonist apologizes and says he'd like to travel through the Ming Empire and find useful goods to take back home. Wang answers that if the boy wants money, he could simply give him 50,000 yangs of silver on the spot. For a moment, Choi is tempted, but he quickly remembers that seeds and livestock could be worth much more in the future. So he thanks Wang for the offer and promises his homeland will work hard to send even more soap. MC also thinks this is a good chance to repay the favor. Wang says he'll make the prince's first trip through Ming feel as easy as a cruise. The scribe finally says he understands why eunuchs are so drawn to the scented soap, and that makes Choi curious. He explains that in Jujian, eunuchs keep their genitals, but in this empire, everything is removed. He figures that without testicles, building muscle must be hard. But the bigger problem, he's told, is constant urination. Over time, their bodies start to smell like urine, and pouches or lotions can't cover it. That's exactly why they wanted the soap so badly. The next day, another development follows. After the group rides in a fine carriage, they get out, and a man asks if they are the envoys from Zhojian. He says the chief eunuch ordered him to make sure their trip went smoothly. Still, the carriage draws attention because it's almost as fancy as a prince's. So Choi asks if they can really accept it, and the man reassures him by saying the prince's own carriage is nearly twice this size. Once they get moving, the carriage reaches 60 kilometers an hour, which shocks one of the passengers. Then someone coughs and politely asks for the window to be shut for a bit. Yuga grumbles about all the dust, saying it's just like back home, and Choi has to admit he's right. Since paved roads were rare outside ancient Rome until much later, they close the windows. The scribe then asks His Highness why he's leaning against the wall when there's a proper seat open. The protagonist says that in a foreign land, people often miss their parents, and this is his way of honoring them with his body. A body given by one's parents shouldn't be neglected even for a moment, so he keeps training. That leads into his real goal. Choi points out that the boy's stomach is already hanging over his belt. Even though he's still young, he already has 3 folds under his chin. He also coughed constantly on the ship, then started complaining about knee pain on land and got winded just from walking. So MC says he needs to get in shape if he wants to handle what's ahead. The boy is clearly hurt after hearing all his weak points listed out. Then Choi steps closer and says he has something prepared for him. In a serious tone, he reminds him they still have many miles to go before reaching Chang'an. He declares that a body can change in 12 days, and if the chubby boy trains under him, success is guaranteed. Of course, being the kind of person who hates exercise, the boy resists until the very end, but he has no real choice. At last, 12 days later, they reach Chang'an. By then, the chubby boy has slimmed down completely, and the protagonist thanks the group for all their help, saying he doesn't know how to repay them. The carriage leader says it's nothing. He was only obeying the chief eunuch's strict orders. Then someone arrives and asks if they are the envoys from Jojin, saying the chief eunuch sent word ahead about them. He says they traveled far and should eat first. This man is the governor general of Chang'an. A huge meal is prepared for them. He gestures to the fine noodles and invites them to eat. They've never had food like this before, and the noodles are especially amazing. The dish is called sliced noodles, a food that began in the Yuan dynasty. Next, another carefully prepared dish is brought out. It's boiled meat, and they begin tasting it. Choi says the pork is excellent, but the beef is another story. He says it tastes like it came from a cow that starved after being badly fed its whole life. He can't hide how disappointed he is that meat like that was cooked so poorly. In the back, the cook can barely stop himself from grabbing his cleaver. Someone quickly says there may have been a misunderstanding, but at least everyone agrees the pork is delicious. The praise continues. They say if it were this pork, they could eat it every day for life, which delights the cook listening nearby. That night, under the full moon, they arrive in Beijing, the capital of the Ming Empire. Then they receive a message from the governor general of Chang'an. He says he devoted himself to escorting them and hopes good news about him reaches the Son of Heaven. He also wants to know why he's helping provincials from such a small country. The young man says that when he first became a eunuch, he had only 1 yang of silver, but now he has risen so far that he could hand over 50,000 yangs if he wanted. Then he hurls the item in his hand out the window. It rolls across the palace roof tiles, but there was still something he badly wanted. He asks what 50,000 yangs mean to the second son of the Jojin king. Someone stares at the animal and asks if it's really a pig. It was so huge it looked more like a wild boar without tusks. The farmer says his pigs reach 110 kilos in a year. That impresses the young man, and he asks them to cut off a piece so they can check the meat quality, to the pig's misery. Even 1 pig would feed a whole banquet. A servant asks why they need so many animals, and warns them to be careful taking these pigs to Jojin. Before deciding, he says they should look at other livestock too. Still, bringing too many kinds could mix the breeds and cause a disaster. They move through the busy city center. This place is Luoyang, and it's just as crowded as Beijing. Spotting the street stalls, he says you don't really see this kind of thing in the capital. Then he adds that he expected that from this city. The vendor's way of speaking sounds strange, and though he's heard rumors about Jojin, he can't quite tell what they're saying. The seller claims his pills can give you a body like Prince Dronzer. That makes him furious. The man is using the prince's name to sell pills and even says he bought the ingredients from him. Showing off his build, he can't believe the rumors reached this far in less than a month. The servant warns his highness that it would be bad if the envoys caused trouble in the city. He ignores that and says he's only showing off his muscles, which leaves the servant miserable. Meanwhile, the vendor keeps talking, claiming anyone who eats 100 pills will become the strongest man alive. Then he points at a huge man beside him and says that guy already ate 100. No, several of them. In the crowd, that citizen shows off his body, and people start wondering if he's even human. The vendor says even 50 pills would work, but he doesn't need them because he came to test his strength against the strongest man in the world. It doesn't take long for him to realize he's in trouble. The prince scolds him for claiming he bought ingredients from the prince, while not even recognizing him. Even then, the vendor still doesn't understand and asks who's causing a scene. As muscles bulge, he declares that he is the great prince of Jojin. The vendor practically wets himself on the spot. Then he orders the chubby strongman to deal with that loudmouth right away. The two crash together in front of the crowd. The prince's strength is overwhelming. He crushes the big man's hands, and despite his size, the guy is far weaker than he looks. Choi takes a deep breath and says he'll answer the question himself. As he slams the man to the ground, he says the answer is simple. He has way more muscle. When it's over, the big guy is writhing on the ground while MC stands tall. After that, he starts looking around. The fake vendor can't believe his tough guy lost that fast. Realizing they picked the wrong target, they run for it. The prince just watches them flee. Then he flexes his thick, veiny arm. After that, he strikes more poses and proudly says these are the true muscles of Jojin. An amazed old man asks for paper and ink, and people nearby assume he's some kind of weirdo. But he's actually an artist. He wants to use that body as a model for a Buddha statue. Other servants finally catch up after searching for the prince and ask if he found anything useful. Still posing, he says it's too early to choose a pig breed, and asks what they found instead. They collected old books to send home along with many seeds, though they aren't sure the climate back home will suit them. The prince praises them and says the writings of Baksha are a great find. One young man thinks the prince is a total bookworm. He also mentions they found a copy of the life of Han Xin, a general from the Zhou dynasty. Hearing that, the other young man gets interested too. A few more days pass, and they keep making good finds in the city. Now they're at a port on Hangzhi Lake. The ship before them makes turtle ships look tiny. Its size stuns them, and the prince says that if they're going to Nanjing, they have to visit the shipyard that built it. One of them says it's already been 3 months since they arrived by ship, which surprises the prince and makes him miss his family. Back in Zhejiang, life goes on. King asks about the cannon's progress. To him, it's too small. Good for scaring enemies, maybe, but not much else. The prince argues that small means mobile. If each soldier carried one, they could fire freely in battle. King still isn't convinced. He brings up a northern story about someone hit by a similar weapon, who woke up fine the next day, and even outlived the shooter. The prince explains that man wore leather, and the shot was just a small arrow. If it had been wax-coated, it would have pierced him and killed him. Even so, he's still working on solutions for the counterweight pole they gave him. He turns it over in his hands, and checks it carefully for flaws. An old man quietly takes a drink. After a sigh, he stays seated, lost in thought. He's finally on vacation, but he still can't stop thinking about his highness. He wonders how to satisfy the royal family, and a passing woman thinks he's talking to himself. Looking at the doll in front of him, he says the joke has gone far enough. Then he tells it to stop talking, and says he should drink too. A passerby recognizes him as an official, and asks what he's doing in a place like this. Jang tells him to drop the formalities and asks for fried fish, and the man says he'll make it. Soon the dish is served. One bite tells Jang it's awful. The owner says he'll bring seasoned vegetables, since the fish was salted afterward and must have gone bad. Jang asks if salting it later is really what ruined it. That reminds him of what the prince said about alcohol cleaning fresh wounds. He asks how old the fish was and learns it sat for about 2 days before being cooked. Then he remembers, if fish are cleaned right away and salted, the meat can last almost a month. Out at sea, the men use a crane to pull in the net. In no time it comes up packed with fresh fish. Jang orders the rowers to keep moving, and tells the men on deck to clean and salt the fish right away. They'll use the same pulling motion he learned from training. The fish are cleaned and salted at once. One worker asks if that can really preserve them that long, and Jang says yes. In fact, after 30 years of fishing, it's the first time they've caught this many at once. 100 fish would already be more than enough. But they have around 1,000. If they store them the right way, the growing supply could soon let everyone in Zhejiang eat fresh fish. He says it would be even better if they had a strong boat for deeper waters. He needs to send the prince a letter. Inside the house, someone announces that a royal order has arrived. It says Ilium, the prince's disciple, must carry it out. He's going to build a training hall, and he must gather 20 young men who failed the magistrate exam. After that, he's to teach them proper conduct and how to train their own bodies. A month passes after the order. A servant says it's been a while since he trained with the prince, and the younger brother says the older one worked hard to make that happen. The students' eyes shine whenever Choi teaches them, but when the servant takes over, they barely pay attention. He warns that anyone who fails the exam will be sent to Hangul province. That makes the servant pause. The prince notices. He knows Hangul is freezing cold, and even thinking about it makes him shiver. Then he says both of them should do a quick warm-up, much to the servant's horror. Just imagining it hardens the servant's resolve, and he says he can't let the disciples get sent there. For those who lack education, weightlifting might be the answer, so they train hard. Someone asks the disciples what they've learned so far, and if they can't answer, he says it's still not enough, and orders them to add another weight plate. Then one young man says he knows how to answer. Walking up to him, he says the boy handles more weight well, so they should add even more. So they do. Another plate goes on. He tells them to endure, because they won't lose at weightlifting. Barely holding on, the young man says he can't be the only one suffering. Everyone should answer with weightlifting too. And that rumor spreads across the provinces of Zhejiang. They speak of the Ming Empire's capital, and even if this isn't the capital, it feels like one. They even found cucumbers out of season, and rice should be grown beside them. Planting crops besides rice must bring good profit. The prince thinks Zhejiang focuses too much on rice because survival comes first. The country had been invaded so many times that they had no choice but to build a food system that could handle emergencies. Even so, it was time to move forward. Since they were in Jiangnan, they decided to try the local food. He put down some silver and asked for a proper feast with the best service. The owners were stunned by the amount and exchanged quick looks. The first dish was carp fried while still fresh and lively. Next came a crispy suckling pig with the bones removed, followed by turtle soup. They kept eating until they were completely stuffed. In the end, they sprawled on the floor, amazed by how good everything tasted. Everyone was fully satisfied. After that, the prince said he wanted them to meet someone. At Nanjing port, the dock workers were busy. The prince walked up to one of them to ask a question. The man mistook him for a new laborer and figured someone built like that would be useful. Then the prince revealed who he really was, shocking the people around him. Relieved he hadn't offended him, the man listened as the prince asked if he had built the ship for eunuch Zheng's voyage. Fang said yes, and proudly called that ocean-going ship magnificent. It had earned him a fortune, but once the expedition stopped, those ships eventually wore out. Since then, he had survived by making ordinary merchant ships. Still, building huge vessels was what came naturally to him, and he missed it. The prince, who had grown obsessed with ships during his travels, asked if he had built other kinds too. The builder said he had made ships for many provinces. Then the prince asked whether he wanted to build something new again, saying it would be a shame for that talent to go to waste. Fang turned serious and asked if this meant moving to Zhejiang. He thanked him for the offer, but said his dream was to build something massive, not small ships in Zhejiang. The prince realized engineers were the same everywhere. They all dreamed big, so he showed Fang a sketch of a boat with oars, an open deck, and one sail. One feature caught Fang's eye right away, the windlass. The prince explained that this boat could carry 4 times more cargo than a normal fishing boat, which shocked Fang. With the windlass, the work got easier, so one mast was enough. Fang praised him, saying that even if he wasn't a shipbuilder, he knew how to invent. For an engineer, making a small ship beat a bigger one would be something to brag about. The prince told Fang to think it over. If he wanted to come, he should visit his lodging within 10 days. Later, they visited a farm outside Nanjing. The cabbages were huge and tasty, and they looked perfect for storing through winter. The prince realized they were like the early form of modern cabbage. He gave the owner a coin and asked her to pick out the best seeds, and she agreed at once. During another stop, he asked how long it took a pig to grow, and the owner said just 1 year. The biggest reached 140 kilos, while pigs in Zhejiang barely got past 30. Hearing that, the prince asked to buy 100. The farmer said he didn't have that many, but more money solved that problem, and before long, the breeder agreed to the prince's request. As evening came, the prince said their time in the Ming Empire was almost over. The coins they had borrowed from the units were already spent, though paying them back would be easy. The hard part was dealing with someone whose real thoughts were unknown. Still, for Zhejiang's future, it had to be done. A servant came in to say Fang had arrived to see him. That made him happy. It seemed more talented people were gathering in Zhejiang. He asked whether the servants had finished packing everything, especially the many books they brought. With more luggage than people, the trip back would be tough. Still, the winds were good, so they might get home in only 6 days. One servant wondered how they would be received with so many gifts, but the prince told him not to worry. Back at the palace, someone rushed in looking for His Highness. When he reached him, he said something huge was happening. A disturbance had broken out in Mornje. King was just about to beat his deadlift record and warned that if this wasn't important, someone would pay for it. The returning diplomatic group had arrived, and that pleased King, until the pigs got loose and threw everything into chaos. At first he brushed it off, saying they were probably just little pigs, but the servant said these ones weighed over 40 kilos. That was enough for King to understand how serious it was. The pigs were charging through the city while people tried to catch them. They were so big and tough that people compared them to boars. One soldier called for help, but the other admitted he was scared of pigs. Another man grabbed one, only to realize an enraged TSO was charging at him. He froze in fear, knowing her anger was about to explode. She was furious and ready to beat him down. Then the prince showed up and grabbed one of the pigs by the tail. He had only been gone a year, and if this kept up, his reputation would be ruined. After all the chaos, the piglets were finally locked up safely. They even looked surprised by their short taste of freedom. King liked what he saw. These were sturdy animals built almost like boars. When he moved closer, one of them flinched, so he offered it a little food, thinking it must be worn out from the trip. He kept feeding it gently and carefully. The pig quickly relaxed and started eating without fear. It must have been starving. Seeing their size and strength, King felt better about the future, and the pigs seemed to like this kind person. Not long after, he ordered the fattest one to be roasted. Since many books had been lost, the prince made sure to replace them. King said his ministers would have plenty of work ahead. Then, after all that effort, he asked the prince what he wanted. The prince did have a request. He had learned a lot on the trip and knew that if those new farming methods were used in Zhujian, everyone's diet could improve a lot, maybe even cutting down malnutrition. Soon after, Fang was brought in to meet King. King said that because of the long journey ahead, he would make sure each of them had a place to stay in that faraway land. They thanked him for it. The disciples then presented themselves to Sume, who praised their hard work. He also said Zhenwu had done a great job training those young men. Zhenwu thanked him, but admitted teaching was harder than being a student. The prince understood the struggles children of concubines faced, but he believed he could deal with it. Naomi told him he would be showing the young men a new path. He called it CrossFit, because doing the same movement over and over was boring. Instead, they would mix different exercises so their minds wouldn't get tired. He told them to watch, then showed them a burpee, which he had come up with during his travels. The young men were thrilled, thinking this meant no more lifting weights. Just as excited, he told them to do 20, then showed another move jumping over a log 20 times. After that came 20 kettlebell swings and then 20 bodyweight squats. They would do the whole set twice, rest a little, then repeat it 2 more times, and one of the boys happily thought it sounded easier. But the prince warned that this was just the calm before the storm, and the students immediately regretted their excitement. A bird flew overhead in peace, while below, the students were in total misery from the brutal training. Before long, one of them started feeling sick. He insisted he was about to throw up. The prince hadn't expected that and looked surprised. Still, he told him to vomit and keep going, saying the same thing had happened to him. People don't die that easily. The disciples were so worn out it looked like their souls were leaving their bodies. Standing before them, he said that even after 6 months, they still didn't know enough. Now it was time to open their books and study, because once their strength was gone, so were their distractions. One complained that he couldn't read in that condition, but the prince said it had to be done. Jumbo and Susan had managed it, and now both were scholars. The study room fell silent. The younger prince then asked if that was a copy of the famous calligrapher Chu Sui Liang. But that was only one of many interesting books there. The room held copies of many valuable works, to the delight of anyone who loved learning. Seeing that excitement, the older brother said the next trip would be a good chance for his younger brother to come too. That made him happy, since he wanted to visit the province where Confucius's descendants lived. Their father, already pleased with the expedition's results, had even suggested the same thing. When he saw his brother's surprise, he asked if something was wrong. The answer was simple. Had he seen the assistant scribe's sculpted body? The trip was hard, and his brother's weak frame was worrying, since long journeys needed real strength. He tried to defend himself, saying his delicate body just wasn't made for carrying heavy loads. But that excuse didn't work. Even while lifting weights, the older brother's calligraphy had stayed just as perfect, which only made the younger one despair. Then he pointed out that his brother had never cared much about building his body, and quickly added that he would train him himself to strengthen their bond. Next, they looked at the newest firearm one of them had made. He picked it up and aimed at the target ahead. Then he fired the new weapon. At close range, it could punch through armor, and from farther out even leather. The power was huge, so he asked how it could be improved. While they talked, someone watched from hiding. A spy had been sent to Zhujian. The prince of Zhujian was known for making all kinds of things, even soap. He was also said to pay in silver whenever someone reported a new product, not yet on the market. The eunuch understood that right now, nothing was worth more than silver, and he had plenty of it. To break through leather, the shot had to stay within 180 meters. At first, it was meant to be fired from the shoulder or under the chin, but the recoil was too strong for that, so he created a stance that fired it from the waist. The prince could tell this weapon was something revolutionary. It could matter a lot in both attacking a city and defending one. Still, his brother didn't get the idea, since the weapon was made for infantry to carry. But in real combat, it was hard to aim, and he decided to show that himself. The sudden noise sent the birds flying. To his surprise, the shot went through both wood and an armor plate. Still, some shots missed, so the weapon needed better accuracy, and the aiming method was awkward. A weaker soldier could even get hurt by the recoil, so he planned to make it smaller. He quickly asked his brother for ideas. After thinking it over, his brother said he had a solution. Then they realized someone was nearby. At first he thought he imagined it, but then he heard a sound close by. The prince moved to another spot and called out for Pak Gang, who answered that he was there. Pak Gang had experience building crossbows, so the prince asked if he could make the frame. Pak Gang said yes, and he was already improving the design. He said he'd fired himself to show the problem. Then he raised the crossbow to eye level to aim. A moment later, he took the first shot. Even so, it hit the target dead on. His brother instantly understood what he was trying to show. For good accuracy, your eyes and the weapon have to line up. Another issue was that one hand had to hold the flame while the other held the weapon. That split focus could let enemy soldiers rush in. So the answer was to combine a crossbow-style frame with the power of the new gun. He then told Pak Gang to drop everything else and build the first prototype of what they had just imagined. Leaning over the table, they worked through how the new weapon would function. Setting aside practical limits for the moment, from that day on, 3 months of hard work passed. The bike got everything ready and even called in army officers to watch. Even though the makers were skilled, firearms still had a reputation for being unreliable. The prince ordered them to get the weapons ready to fire. They poured gunpowder into the barrels and packed it tightly down to the bottom. Right after that, the projectile was loaded into the barrel. The officers watched with clear doubt. They said what these men lacked was real battlefield experience, especially with all that noise. Once the weapon was ready, the prince gave the order to fire. The soldier pulled the musket's trigger. A loud blast rang out from the barrel. Some of the officers smiled, then someone was sent to inspect the target and check the shot. It had not only struck the target, it hit the exact center. They hadn't expected something that loud to be that accurate. One officer asked what exactly they were looking at. An older officer pointed out that it fired only one shot at a time. If the enemy was still far away, several shots would be possible. The officers also saw that it was a heavy weapon, so the user had to be strong enough. He fired at the target, and 2 shots landed in the center. The weapon was useful, but its long reload time held it back. One of them thought it might work for hit-and-run attacks, though even that wasn't a great tactic. King watched the whole test in silence. After it ended, he called the prince down. The first weapon wasn't strong enough, and the second was too slow. He asked how either one could really help in battle. He pointed out that the hand cannon wouldn't replace the bow, and an archer needs 10 years to master his skill. But the men in this test had needed only 15 days to learn, which shocked King. Compared to archery, that was incredibly fast. In that same time, a man would barely learn how to hold a bow. These were only soldiers with 15 days of training, but he still had one more thing to show them. Then a platoon trained in this new method stepped forward. He ordered the soldiers to ready their shots. The moment they took position, he gave the order to fire. A wave of shots struck the targets. Out of 60 shots, 19 hit the center. For that distance, the accuracy was solid, and the reload speed had improved a lot. King was surprised. Results like that don't come quickly. The prince said a soldier with 2 months of training could match an archer who spent years mastering the bow. Now he wanted to show what the 2-inch cannon could do. The cannon was rolled into place. Its size alone shocked the officers. They asked what kind of ammo it used, and they were about to find out. Then the cannon fired right in front of them. The target was struck and quickly burst into flames from the blast. Every officer there was stunned. Now King was convinced their enemies would be helpless against that kind of power. The prince accepted the praise and added that Yu had helped him a lot too. In Zhen's residence inside the Ming Empire, incense burned quietly. The unit realized they were developing weapons, and his servant suggested having the spy send copies of the plans. But he knew drawings from someone who didn't understand the project wouldn't help much. What they really needed was an actual sample. King later spoke with one of his sons about the weapons they had shown. There was a problem with making them in large numbers. They had just received a message from the Ming Empire. Ming had learned about their new weapons, and the emperor was asking for them as tribute because he was interested in them. He was clearly talking about the new weapons, which caught the prince off guard. He had no idea how Ming found out. Still, the letter was vague, so maybe it wasn't about the weapons. That was possible, but King worried about something else. If they sent something different, it could create trouble between the two sides. Thinking it over, the prince realized Zhen was probably behind this. If so, he asked his father to send 2,000 units as tribute. King thought that was too many, and considered sending 500 a year instead. But his son firmly stood by his advice. Inside Ming's secret palace, something was Zhen was pleased that they would receive 2,000 units, and that the third prince would personally bring 500 of them. A small province had no chance against Ming. Someone asked why he had written objects in the letter. The eunuch explained that if Zhen sent something else, it meant they had another plan. In that case, Ming could pressure them for even more tribute. But because King was smart, that likely wouldn't be the case. He would probably turn the situation around and demand something even more valuable. They could even ask for the second prince as a hostage if there was resistance. And if needed, they could use military force. Back in a quiet village, life seemed normal. Outside, someone was chopping wood. A young man asked Xiaoling if he had read the new proclamation, but Xiaoling couldn't read. It said the government was recruiting for a new unit called the Military Training Command. That sounded strange, and if anything went wrong, they might be sent north. Since recruitment was happening in the capital, the training was probably there too, and it seemed Prince Shang had come up with the idea. The woodcutter guessed they were forming a cavalry unit, but brushed that off right away since he didn't own a horse. Still, the notice said nothing about horses or even bows, which made him stop and think. He quickly asked if the young man was telling the truth. All they wanted were names and strong, willing men. They didn't even care about a person's past. Somewhere else, in falling snow, a man asked whether those who finished the training would become commoners. He was told that if he ran away, his family would be punished instead. Lying prostrate, he thanked his lord for the chance. No matter his rank, he would pray for his family's safety. And young men from all 8 provinces began gathering at the meeting place, hoping they might become army officers. So far, only a little over 1,000 volunteers had arrived. That was fewer than the prince expected, and it was clearly going to be difficult. These men didn't even know what the new division was for. Even with the benefits that came with military service, the number was still much lower than expected. The prince grew annoyed as the man kept hiding behind him, wanting him to speak instead. But that man was the Minister of War, the one in charge of the army, even if he had only handled paperwork until now. The prince reassured him, saying King hadn't chosen him for no reason. Then the prince stepped forward and addressed the recruits. He praised them for enduring winter to get there. He told them he would command this division under King's orders. Since they would train with new weapons, not everyone would get to use them. Only those who passed the tests would qualify. The first test, he said, would be simple, a race. Since they had already come there on foot, they should be able to handle it, because a soldier's life depends on how well he can move. Without strong legs, he said, they couldn't be called men. Now they had to run from there to the training center behind them. Their goal was set, so they needed to get ready fast. The march began, and they were told to imagine the enemy was chasing them. They took off running, and he told anyone falling behind to move aside for the faster men. The trial was brutal, and only 403 made it through. Next, he introduced a training method he created, saying they already knew the body had to be forged. The second test would measure self-discipline through conditioning, an incline bench press at 80% of their body weight, squats with their full body weight, and a deadlift slightly heavier than that. He chose the man in front to go first, and the recruit agreed at once. The recruit grabbed the bar. Falling didn't matter. What mattered was giving everything he had. He strained hard to finish the lift, but still lost control and dropped. Luckily, the prince's disciples were there to catch him and keep the recruits from getting badly hurt. When the test ended, only 221 were left. They headed to the last training site, marching through the freezing night by torchlight. One recruit said his legs were still shaking, and another feared the cold might make them drop dead. Someone then asked Choi what he thought of the tests, and he flatly said they were too easy. Even with more weight, he said he'd be fine, and the next test would probably be easy too. At last, they reached the fortress of Mahanzan. The prince told them this was where they'd be shaped into real soldiers. First, they were to wash with soap and get ready to eat. One recruit hesitated, asking if they were really allowed to use soap when it was so expensive. The prince answered that soldiers here could use soap every day. That news sent a wave of excitement through the whole group. He then said he'd interview them himself the next day so they should clean up and rest. In 7 months, they would finish as junior officers. Morning came at the fortress, and the interviews were already underway. By then, only a few recruits were left. The man before the prince had once been a slave. Asked why he enlisted, the young man said his master told him this could raise his parents' status too. He was small and thin, below average in build, but ever since childhood he believed it was his job to lift his parents out of that life. So he worked hard. The prince was interested to see how far someone like him could go. Seeing that determination, he told the young man he could leave. The recruit thanked him and stepped out. Then the prince checked the next file. The name shocked him right away. It was the butcher Yansheng. The young man introduced himself, saying he was in great shape, though he'd never learned to ride because his family never had a horse. He enlisted to make something of himself. The prince wondered if this young man who dreamed of leading the infantry could really change. He told him a leader has to understand his men, not rule through cruelty, and asked if Yansheng could do that. The young man fired back that if a soldier couldn't be hard on subordinates, then what was the point of soldiers at all? That answer made the prince pause. He said he hoped the young man would find his answer by the end of training. With that, the interview was over. The young man left the room. Still, the prince believed he could change. After all, even King had changed. Out on the field, the platoon was already drilling their march. An officer shut down their side chatter. The method was unusual, so someone asked Choi what he thought. He explained it was made to keep the platoon moving as one and obeying orders in battle, because that was where living men became dead flesh. At a board, the prince taught them command signals. Anyone who would lead troops had to master them, so they sat there studying and refining what they knew. One supervisor noticed a recruit struggling. He asked whether the recruit could use the command after reading it. The recruit said he was still learning, but taking his time. The prince thought he might dismiss him if he stayed too wild, yet the recruit was obeying well. If that continued, he might become the first leader of this new division. Elsewhere, a young man groaned after losing the game again. When the other player got up, he said it was his turn. The reply came that he'd never played before and wanted to go for a walk instead. The other recruit warned him that rest mattered too. Still, he slipped out of the tent at dusk. Thoughts of home came rushing back. His father had handed over the only valuable thing he owned so it could be sold to pay for the journey. He had also told his son never to come back and not to worry about them. That harsh memory kept circling in his head. Then something ahead caught his eye. Only one tent still had a light outside. He stepped in to see what was there and found a man doing a strange kind of training. The man said if he was just curious, he should leave. The young recruit quickly apologized, then looked around and noticed several training tools like the others, except these were much bigger. So he asked what the giant club was for, and the man answered with a cruel grin. He told the recruit to try holding it, and he'd show him. Then he explained its purpose. It was meant to build grip strength and control for close-range weapons, and it had to be moved slowly. The recruit couldn't imagine that because it was insanely heavy. When he tried it himself, the weight beat him almost at once. Worn out, he asked who came up with such a brutal method. The man said Prince Sun invented it. These drills matched the weapons they might use, so since the recruit didn't know his role yet, he should try all of them. He picked the shield thinking he probably wouldn't have to use something like that. Then the supervisor brought over a huge 24-kilo shield to his horror. He apologized and admitted he couldn't picture himself training with it. For a second, he wanted to run out of the tent, but the supervisor stopped him and asked where he thought he was going. Since he was already there, he might as well keep training with the rest of the equipment. By now, the recruit deeply regretted being curious. After an hour, he was finally dismissed and told to return the next day. He was completely drained and had no idea how he'd survive this training. Then he looked up and noticed someone ahead. Another recruit was standing there. It was Younghead, who asked where he'd been. Since recruits weren't allowed to leave the camp, Younghead said he was sick of training with weaklings, so he'd gone out to work out alone. Then the young man noticed Younghead's arm was smeared with blood, and he guessed he'd been hurt during training. The cruel recruit stayed silent for a moment, then said this witness was the only one who had seen him, and that he knew he'd snuck out too. He told him to forget everything he saw, because he felt like the prince was already watching him. Then he said to get back inside and stop worrying. The blood wasn't his. Morning came at the palace. Before everyone, the youngest son wanted to show how much he had improved physically. He asked them to watch, saying he never would have come this far without his parents' support. They were clearly thrilled. He took hold of the bar firmly and unracked it with ease, lifting nearly 90 kilos. His father swelled with pride and said no one could call his son a penlicker anymore. Next, he wanted to show his deadlift. The weighted bar rose off the floor, and he finished the lift without even changing his expression. After setting the bar back, everyone could see how impressive that was for someone who hadn't trained for very long. He said his progress in such a short time was all thanks to his brother's help, and now he could travel with a healthy body. But King warned him not to settle for this. He still had a long way to go, and couldn't stop now. The middle brother pointed out that even after all that, their father still wasn't easy to impress. Then he asked to see the next brother's progress, since he'd heard he had improved too. In truth, most of his time had gone into training the recruits, so he only trained 6 days a week. When he stepped forward, his body showed the results of all that hard work. His parents were always stunned by his size and shape. He said he trained constantly and would squat a modest 260 kilos. The bar dropped like it weighed nothing. He drove upward with the force of a beast and stood up as if the load were far lighter than it was. After showing that strength, he thought back to the start. His goals had been huge, and now his body had truly changed. He normally wouldn't even lift that much. It was amazing. King told him he could rest, admitting the weight looked frightening, and had even made him worry. But the young man said he didn't need much rest, which surprised his father, and then moved on to the deadlift. He gripped the bar hard, veins standing out. Even his brothers stared, shocked by what was coming. The soldiers watching looked the same. Then the bar came off the ground like it was nothing. King was completely amazed that his son could lift so much. He said his son's physique should be painted before he left on his journey, and the panel would hang in the training hall to inspire everyone. The son could already imagine the academy filling up with body paintings and felt embarrassed, but his father said feats like this deserved to be remembered because they were extraordinary. He even declared that the total of those 3 lifts would be named after him. Back on the training field, they were about to split the recruits into groups for different weapons. The shooters would handle the new provincial weapon, and now it was time for everyone to choose a specialty. The platoon answered together. At the order, a servant stepped forward and reported the totals for each group. There were 41 shield bearers, 51 spearmen, 63 swordsmen, and 66 shooters. The number of shooters was lower than expected, mostly because the weapon was still new to them. Choi also had to create the right training for them, and that weighed on his mind. One recruit asked if those huge plates were really for the shield unit, and he was told yes. The shields were so thick and heavy they looked impossible to break. An officer cut them off and told them to stop wasting time, grab their gear, and take position. Their first drill was simple: move the shield in every direction. But the weight scared the recruits, so the order came fast: stop talking and train. Heavy or not, they had to use them. The size mattered because the shields were meant to block attacks and stop the enemy from pushing through. No one knew how the tribute cannons from Ming might be used later, so they had to be ready. Only the toughest men could serve as shield bearers. To keep enemy shots from piercing through, they had to be rock solid. Some recruits noticed one of the others had gotten much stronger and asked what he had been doing. Another joked that San could probably stop already. He'd likely lost count of his reps. That talk caught the prince's attention. The man really did look different, much stronger than before. Then they were shown another weapon, a sword shaped almost like a scythe. It was a brow blade, and it could be over 2 meters long. The weapon weighed around 9 kilograms. Still, the young man handled it well after a week of focused training. As the drills got harder, some recruits started dropping out. The ones who stayed kept pushing forward. After a month and a half, the recruits were clearly different, stronger, sharper, and full of resolve. Later, some of them sat down to eat. One said the training was brutal, but at least the meals were great. They ate so much it looked like they might make themselves sick, but they were fine, and even while eating they had to keep their shields strapped on. One young man said he had barely eaten pork before coming here. Now he loved it, and for them having pork instead of the usual meat felt like a real treat. The second he finished, he got up for another serving. The young man had changed a lot thanks to the hard training and good food. At last the recruits were starting to look like real soldiers, and Choi reminded them that the legs mattered most. They'd get new socks and shoes, since a march was coming in 2 days. One recruit asked what kind of march it would be. To everyone's shock, the answer was a 40-kilometer walk. That night, rain started falling. The recruits marched through it in hats and rain gear, carrying all their equipment, and one muttered that he'd run if he could. His friend shot back that he'd just end up as tiger food. After a while, Choi called for a short halt so they could rest. One recruit had already finished his provisions, so another offered to share. Then the protagonist told everyone to take a little salt whenever they drank water. Those who had run out were told not to panic. They'd get more at the next stop. The recruits quietly said how lucky they were to serve under someone like Choi. Once the break ended, he ordered them back into line and on with the march. Only 1 month of training remained. MC glanced aside and noticed someone had been watching from the start. Shang had stood out the whole time, and Hong San, who first arrived weak, was now like a different person. It wasn't just those two. Everyone there had changed a lot. Seeing that progress made Choi truly proud, and he wanted to show this division to King as soon as he could. At the palace in Ming, the emperor was waiting. He was meeting Yao Yang, the 3rd prince of Zhoujian. The emperor had heard the young man liked calligraphy, so he asked him to write a phrase. After seeing his skill, the emperor was pleased. Then he asked about the tribute they had brought. The hand cannons interested him, and he wanted to know why they had not been used in battle yet. The prince answered that such weapons couldn't be used carelessly. As civilized people, they had a duty to think about the lives affected by them. The emperor pressed further. Had he really sent equipment that still hadn't been tested in war? The prince explained that the firepower could pierce armor, and with just a month and a half of training, a soldier could learn to use it well. Confident in the answer, the emperor decided he wanted to see the weapon's power himself. When the test day came, a soldier stepped into place with the hand cannon. He fired at the armor, and 3 of 8 shots hit. Any man inside would have died for sure. It used less gunpowder, fired faster, and outclassed the cannons they already had. The emperor smiled, impressed that another prince of Zhoujian was this capable. He asked if they could deliver 1,000 of them each year. The young man said no. Their own defenses still needed strengthening, and that amount was too much. They had come ready to offer 2,000 in total, and hoped their honesty would be rewarded. Back at the military camp, the recruits were fighting. Choi had just dropped one man with a clean punch. Another recruit froze, clearly nervous. The one on the ground pulled himself together, still feeling how hard that hit was. He was angry. Because of Sheng Hong's actions, he had been removed from his post. At Longman Grotto's park, Gai Yum was looking over the many Buddha statues there. He pointed out a newly made one for Prince Ampeyong to inspect. It showed a very muscular man, and they wondered what it was supposed to be. Maybe another form of Buddha. As they walked on, they found more statues just like it. The strange part was the face. It looked exactly like Prince Sheng Hong. Spotting a sculptor nearby, they asked who had made them. The man explained that years ago swindlers had been cheating the people, and a god came down from heaven to punish them himself. Since then, Buddha had started being shown a little differently. Ge Yao Yam smiled, realizing it really was Song Hang's image, something he would probably love to hear. But the prince was furious, because his brother's muscles were far better defined than what the statue showed. Ge Yao Yam begged his highness to calm down before people started rumors, but the prince couldn't accept such soft-looking muscles. Ge Yao Yam could already tell their return would be delayed, and the prince declared he would fix this himself. Soon they found the perfect place, worthy of both his brother's brains and his body. Months later, the new statue was carved into the rock. Unlike the others, it looked like a dragon rising to the sky. And that was how the Ming Empire gained a Buddha statue, modeled after Shonghang. Back on the training ground, an officer called for attention. The troops were to salute King, who had come to inspect them. In perfect order, they saluted together. Seeing how organized they were, King praised them. Their hard work had paid off, and future officers would look to them as an example. The troops answered with a vow to fight for King until their final breath. Looking at his son, King said it was time to see how skilled they were in war. He ordered the troops to form up at once. In moments, they were all in battle position. Then they arranged themselves into lines of 4. At the top of a hill, one man released a set of logs. Below, the shield bearers braced to stop the oncoming force as if it were the enemy. Their shields held, stopping the logs in place. One soldier then shouted for the others to push forward and advance right after. With sharp axe strikes, they chopped through the wood. The spearmen gave their demonstration next. Then it was the swordsman's turn. One of them stepped forward, focused and ready. He rushed the target and carved the training dummy into pieces with fast, exact cuts. After that, the shooters took position and fired their cannons. They also brought out a weapon that could launch several arrows at once. It had been specially made for them, an upgraded version of an older design. They fired it straight at the target. On impact, the target burst into flames. King clapped, clearly pleased by the excellent display. With strength like that, no enemy would stand against them. This new unit's power was crushing. By King's command, men from lower classes were raised in status, and Hong Sam was given a new name, Jung Byung-soo. Elsewhere, someone reading a report asked if the soldiers had truly done all that. His servant replied that King himself had confirmed every feat. If so, this division was far better prepared than normal troops. But there was still one big problem. They were all beginners with no real combat experience, and some might break under the pressure of battle. They also had never trained through winter, so they had no idea what it meant to camp in snow. Since this unit was likely meant to lead the front lines in the next war, he wanted them to gain real field experience too. But his servant warned that winter made everything dangerous. Still, they could send 30 men. Their training was done. What they needed now was actual experience. A veteran soldier would go with them so they wouldn't die from the cold. If even one soldier was lost, they would have no way to answer to King. That was the whole point of the military training command. Yi Ching-gak, a general of Dosun, said they could not trust the northern border to these men yet. The general then introduced himself to the troops. They saluted him in their unusual modern style. He welcomed them to the far north and admitted they were well trained. Then he warned them that the region was dangerous and crawling with bandits. The soldiers spoke about the wounds they had taken and the hardships they had already survived. He asked if they could endure even more and whether they were ready for the brutal cold. For now, they had a first mission. They were to climb to the top of Bagdaluong Mountain and leave their mark there. They chose 30 men for the trip, and he assigned 2 guides to lead them. They had just 8 days to finish it and prove what the military training command could do. One of the guides stepped forward and introduced himself. Once they arrived, they had to figure out how to move ahead. A bad plan could get them all in trouble, and soldiers still had to obey orders even with bandits nearby. This cold was nothing like training. Even veterans could lose fingers in weather like this. That comment annoyed one of the soldiers. He told the guide to come along if he wanted, but if he was just going to complain, he should stay behind. Baim-su said one instructor came from this region and had taught them a lot about climbing, so the guide could still help. But the other soldier got even more upset. He said there was no time to waste and anyone ready should get moving. Some muttered that even prepared men might lose fingers, and more than half probably didn't even know real combat. They were also curious about the metal bar strapped to their backs. The guide thought their weapons and shields were already too heavy, but Baim-su told him not to worry about that. He also said the chains on their shoes weren't gripping the ice that well, and asked who told them to wear them. That made Baim-su think back to the tension between the prince and his fellow soldier. The prince had punched him without hesitation, and he was the one who ordered them to use the chains, so Baim-su told the guide to stop asking questions. After marching all day, they made camp for the night and started putting up the tents. By the fire, the guide asked how they handled the cold so well. Baim-su said it was thanks to the prince. They trained in the mountains before. When dinner was ready, the guide said it smelled great. Baim-su told him it was just camp rations, not very tasty but full of energy for the march. The guide took a bite of the stew. He liked it a lot and asked how it was made. Baim-su said the special taste came from smoked meat and the apples he'd added. Then a soldier came over to report that the tents were done. Next they would guard the camp in shifts, 6 men at a time. Baim-su told them to split into pairs, stay along the edge of the camp and carry whistles. Before long, most of the soldiers were asleep in their tents. One man stayed by the fire, another asked if something was wrong with it, but his fellow soldier said it wasn't even his watch yet. That was true, but he wanted to talk and told him he should be less harsh with people. The reply came fast. Even if they were comrades, he was still the leader, and people liked taking advantage when they could. If the real problem was that they shared the same rank, he should just say it. But that wasn't what Baim-su meant. Instead, the other man accused him of telling the prince about his late-night trips. Baim-su tried to explain, but he was cut off. Then it was time to switch the guard teams. Before leaving, he warned his friend to be careful, because next time, he might be the one betrayed. Days later, the platoon finally reached the mountain's top. Some could hardly believe it, and even the guide said he'd never climbed it this easily before. As they stood by the flag, someone asked what was wrong. Storm clouds were gathering in the northwest, and nearby, a starving tiger was watching them. The leader ordered everyone down at once and told them to make torches, even if they had to tear up the tents. Staying stranded on the mountain was too dangerous. Then a tiger sprang at Yonghae from behind, and his comrades barely shouted a warning in time. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze as he turned toward the danger rushing at him. Yonghae started drawing his sword. An officer struck first, slashing the tiger and knocking it back. But the cut wasn't deep enough to stop another attack. Byeonsu rushed in with his shield up. The tiger was huge. One paw nearly covered the whole shield. The impact knocked Byeonsu off balance. His comrades could only watch in horror. Both of them went over the cliff. At that same time, the prince was leading drills, making the recruits go through another round of reps. They were already worn out from the brutal training, but he kept pressing them and refused to let anyone quit. They kept doing sit-ups, counting with the prince. Baiansu was struggling, and the count only moved when each rep was done right. His legs were giving out, and he could barely keep them in the air while the prince watched every move. The recruits cried out as their bodies neared the limit. When it finally stopped, a heavy silence fell. Every soldier felt like his whole body was broken. But the prince said the count wasn't over, and demanded to know why they had stopped and what number they were on. The recruits sank into despair. Training still wasn't done. He asked again, "Where was the count?" They answered, 62. That memory flashed through Baiansu's mind, but now he was far from his unit, lying in the snow. He was still alive and his companion was beside him, unconscious. He tried to wake Yonghae, and slowly he began to move. Yonghae soon opened his eyes, and asked where they were. They were stuck halfway down the cliff, saved by snow and trees. Baiansu asked if he could move. He said yes, and hoped they hadn't been out long. Since they were both awake, they needed to get out fast as possible. But Yonghae noticed something. Baiansu was hurt, and blood was seeping from the wound. The snow kept falling without a break. They pushed on, and Baiansu used a branch like a cane to keep moving. Still, his strength was fading. He told Yonghae to go on and make the 8-day deadline. He would rest for a while. Yonghae stared at him in disbelief. Fresh tracks in the snow showed the tiger was still nearby, yet Baiansu wanted to stay alone. Baiansu kept insisting he was fine and told him to keep going. Deep down, Baiansu thought that in his condition, he'd only slow his friend down. So Yonghae moved on, just as Baiansu asked. Baiansu stayed behind alone in the snow, still sure he had made the right choice. The tracks were fresh, so waiting had been smart. What he didn't expect was for the tiger to find him so quickly. It hadn't eaten in days, and once it finished with Baiansu, it would go after Yonghae next. There was no way back, and a beast that big might not even feel a normal shot. But one of its eyes was hurt, maybe that was his chance. So he waited for it to come closer, knowing one perfect shot was all he had. He fired, but the shot went over the tiger's head. The tiger lunged at him, its jaws opened wide for one killing bite. Baiansu saw death rushing at him. From the start, facing it alone had been hopeless, and blood splashed across the snow. The tiger roared in pain because a blade had pierced it. Yongxi's sword. Yongxi looked at him and said, "Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come back for you. If anyone failed to return, it would stain the unit's name." Hearing that excuse, Baiansu smiled. He asked Yonghae if he was still mad at the prince. He remembered the talk they had after Yonghae slipped away from camp. Someone had seen that incident. A supervisor noticed one of them was covered in blood and said Song should be thrown out for leaving camp, pretending to be an officer in town and picking fights with troublemakers. That kind of behavior would ruin their name. He wasn't expelled, but the prince still punched him. The look on his face and his answer were anything but friendly. One supervisor asked if that was really necessary since the whole camp had been shocked. The prince said he did it to stop the gossip around Song, and maybe it would force him to think. The supervisor felt a warning would have been enough, but Song was too proud, and that might have backfired. You can't change someone's nature in 7 months, but training could still shape him. Song then asked why they were even talking about this, saying he barely remembered it and had let that grudge go a long time ago. Baiansu understood. Meanwhile, the battalion kept searching for the 2 missing men. Before long, the guide spotted something in the distance. It was the 2 officers, and beside them lay the dead tiger. Inside the fort, an order went out to get the soldiers ready. If the storm reached them first, it would be a disaster. The barracks rushed to prepare for a rescue. From the weather alone, the snow was likely already waist deep, and even leaving now might be too late. But the general knew that if he did nothing, their sacrifice would mean nothing under his command, and he couldn't just sit there. So he got on his horse and ordered the fastest riders to prepare. They had to bring back all 30 men alive. The moment the fort gates opened, he saw something he never expected. The platoon had already returned. When they spotted the general at the gate, they saluted by the book. He could hardly believe it. A junior officer reported that they had planted flags along the route as ordered. Then he added they also had a surprise. They had run into a mountain tiger and had no choice but to kill it. He apologized, saying that was why their return took a little longer. The general said that even with 30 men, bringing down one tiger was no simple task. But a soldier spoke up only 2 officers had taken it down. Yonghae added that was only possible because Choi drove the tiger back with his shield, though it left him badly hurt. A nearby soldier heard that and had a hard time believing it. The general was amazed these rookies pulled it off, and they got promoted unusually fast because of it. Back in the barracks, some soldiers mocked King and the others. Sure, the story was fake. They called them smooth liars and said no 2 men could take down a tiger. Finally, Choi snapped. He said he stood against it with only his shield, and they should be grateful everyone made it back alive. One of the loudmouths instantly went pale. Then the protagonist said training was about to begin, and it wouldn't be hard. Even so, a few kept saying he was lying and that the tiger must have already been starving. After all that pushing, MC finally ran out of patience. He pulled off his clothes and showed a body hardened by brutal training, shocking everyone who had mocked him. Then he showed the scar from the tiger. If the wound had gone any deeper, his guts would have spilled out. Seeing how bad it was, left them speechless. Choi then started boasting, saying he took one of the tiger's eyes as his reward and chewed it on the way back like a snack. He called it a real treat and said it was a shame they'd never know the taste. Just hearing that made the Joker tremble. When he was done, he told them to grab their sticks and they thought he was about to beat them with them. He took a breath, then asked if they really wanted to know. Once outside, Choi said he'd show them how weak they were and told them to come at him. If he fell or let go of his shield, he promised each of them a big pile of money, making the offer to all the soldiers there. One man stepped up, thinking he had nothing to lose. He rushed in to strike the officer, but got wrecked so badly that only the fact this was a friendly spar kept him from being completely destroyed. Before long, they were all sprawled on the ground after a brutal beating. The soldiers apologized for doubting him, and Choi asked if they were ready to train under him now. They didn't expect training to start right away, but the protagonist didn't wait for an answer and put them straight into sit-ups. Soon the valley was filled with their screams as they struggled through the exercise. At the same time, things were moving in Henyang. The prince had finally returned from Ming. Because of that trip and the Han cannons they delivered, the yearly horse tribute was reduced. After getting home, he ran into one of his brothers. Suong praised how fit he looked and asked how the trip went. The prince said he had talked with descendants of Confucius about physical training, which surprised his brother. He also said he brought Suang a gift from the journey. When Suang opened it, he found a drawing of the grottos. It showed a sculpture based on him, and the prince said Suang should see it himself if he ever visited Ming. He added that the statues of him there didn't look right, so he had a more accurate one made. Suang could only sigh at the story, then hugged his younger brother, proud and happy for him. Just then, someone at the palace announced a visitor, and Suang wondered who it could be. He soon went to check. Since the king had gone to the hot springs with the crown prince, Suang didn't understand why the king's grandson was there. The boy wanted to hear about his uncle's trip to Ming. He even asked if the ships crossed mountains, but his uncle explained they traveled by river instead. The child was fascinated and wanted to know how that worked. So Suang started explaining how the canal was built, including how cruelly the emperor used the people, so badly that some hurt themselves just to escape the forced labor. Then a servant came over and said it was time for the boy's lessons. The boy glanced at the teacher who had arrived, and then back at his uncle, clearly not wanting to study. Since it was lesson time, he asked if his uncle could teach him instead. Suang agreed, as long as it lasted, no more than an hour. He told the boy to wait while he went to get something. The child almost cried, afraid his uncle wouldn't come back. But Suang returned holding a racket and introduced him to badminton. He explained that his sharp mind also needs physical exercise, and harsh training wasn't right for children whose bodies were still growing. That's why he made this game. It was exercise, but also a kind of learning. Then Suyo smashed the shuttlecock with huge force. It shot past the boy so fast he barely saw it. The shuttlecock even pierced the wall. The boy thought he'd never be able to do that, and Suyo realized he had hit it way too hard. He'd gotten used to using too much strength while practicing with adults. So this time he hit the shuttlecock gently, and the boy managed to return it with his racket. Now the two were playing together, and the boy was having a great time. The teacher watched from the side, wondering how this counted as teaching instead of studying. He knew the boy's father would ask whether his son had learned anything, so Suang explained that building coordination was also education and would help later in life. It was different, but it still counted as learning, and the teacher had to admit that made sense. Then Suang told the boy to copy his movements. Skipping that, he said, would be like trying to learn from books before you even know how to read. Another boy who had been watching was invited to join too. The shuttlecock flew back and forth as they played, and the boy stayed excited the whole time, just like his cousin. But even in a friendly game, the crown prince's son was clearly worse than his cousin, which irritated the teacher, so he suggested ending the game and going inside to study. Suang told the teacher to play with them too, but he refused. Annoyed, the teacher said the prince was abusing his authority. Still, it didn't take long before even he gave in and started enjoying badminton. After everyone got worn out, they finally stopped and headed inside. Then Suang's wife called him saying it was late and time to eat, but before long she got pulled into badminton too. The game was spreading fast. The crown prince soon heard that his son had been visiting Suang and skipping his late afternoon lessons, which normally would have earned a scolding. But he also ended up getting hooked on badminton. The eldest prince said people should tell him anytime his brother came up with another fun new exercise. The sport spread even more after that. Soon commoners were crazy about it too. Before long, Zhu Jian had a new favorite traditional game. Meanwhile in Ming, the emperor asked how many hand cannons they had. His minister said they received 3,000 from Zhou Jian, bringing the total to about 8,000. When asked about their own production, the minister said their versions were similar but heavier and wore the soldiers out faster. The emperor ordered those cannons given to stronger troops, saying this weapon should be used to crush the northern invaders. The eunuch bowed and said he would carry out the order and increase production. The minister asked if he heard right and ordered to strike the northern invaders. The emperor confirmed it. They would use this chance to attack their enemies in the north. In the military resources department, the king praises how the infantry has finally improved. But the grateful man says it was all thanks to the prince's inventions. When the axle on that spinning machine had to be patched up, the king thought about stripping the barrel too. So now he shows off a new spinning machine that's way more nimble. At first, the apprentices would spin a device in the middle using their forearm strength, but it always slipped. So as compensation for letting them leave an hour early, they made them use the device. Everyone was excited, and the blacksmith warned that he didn't use soft iron folds because they couldn't handle many runs without breaking. Actually, Prince Jimsong had a lot of ideas, so the sheet steel rolling cannons were going to disappear. While the cloud cannon has longer range and more power, it's very expensive. The other one, though, you can make more of without worrying. The hero in turn asks why make so many weapons, so he explains that the Empire sent a message. They punished the northern people and wanted cooperation. They went further into Yuan because they were against the Great Ming and asked for reinforcements from their country. They wanted 20,000 cavalry and 80,000 regular troops in Yuan to attack Yuan from the rear. With that many people, the country will be emptied out, but even the protagonists will have to go. Later they find out they're going to gather 500,000 people, but they're still annoyed about having to provide 20,000 cavalry, and the regular troops, they have to move everyone except the ones from the Samnam area. Because of the situation, Kim Jong-seo is appointed Minister of Border Affairs, so he gives thanks but cries a lot on the inside. The king then asks his opinion, and it's said that recently Yuan Muchang and Yuan sent their rulers away. At least with Yuan Jing, Hami province didn't have any problems, but the condemned area has barbarians, and half of them are thieves, like Li Manzu's gang from the Pajio River. It's impossible to reject all the demands, so Jong-seo says they can send 70,000 troops total, but it'll still be a loss. If the north collapses now, the barbarian forces could reach 100,000, and if they take advantage of the lack of men to invade Yuan-ji, Pyongyang will turn into a wasteland. In that case, the protagonist says he has an idea. In the Ming Empire, they read a letter about Joseon having suffered losses but still wanting to punish the north. They were told about the 70,000 they could send, and the Minister of War thought it was good. Because of the barbarians, there were dangerous places, and they needed to secure the rear for the great emperor. Li Manzu was the Jurchen chief, who when he came there received the post of Deputy General Commissioner. But even with an official post, he was a rotten thief. Kwang Ye, for his part, warned that if the king did something, other people could rise up against Ming, like in a civil war. Wang Zhen meanwhile comments that the Ministry of War is busy, and that there's reason to allow Joseon to subjugate them. Back with the hero, he said their contribution depended on getting rid of Li Manzu, so besides ending the conflict in the north, it would give them a chance to test themselves. And Wang Zhen wanted exactly the same thing. let them act on their own to see what they were capable of. Even after the emperor defeated the northern people, driving out the nomads was impossible. That's why a network of horse markets was created. Ming bought a bunch of horses to reduce the North's power, but problems happened. One day while trading a horse for 40 silver coins, a seller offered wool to take it along. But the man shouted that it was a bribe, even though he always accepted it. The reason became clear when guards surrounded the merchant. Taishi wasn't going to let it slide, but the noble squeezed the kid with an impossible price for the raw materials he bought to work with. The Oirat chief named Arlak heard that Shozan was buying a lot of iron. He ignored it and went to Taishi to report the violation the empire committed against the merchants. And since the excuse was Shozan, the northern leader yelled that it made no sense. Anyway, Taishi thinks it's a good idea to send a messenger, because if they treat him badly it'll be bad, but if they don't, it'll be a sign of an alliance. Days later, the messenger arrives, recognizing Shozan as Goryo's successor, and asking for friendship. Since the Yuan dynasty had been kicked out years earlier, the hero gets furious. Every year, hundreds of princesses became slaves, and they sent men off to war. So proposing a deal with a filthy country like that was an insult. Continuing, the messenger talks about how the empire doesn't want to sell anymore, and wants to cut them off from iron. Basically, they want a new market route with Joseon. But hearing that, knowing all their daughters were kidnapped by those bandits, drives a minister crazy. He didn't step in because he trusted the king, but his majesty agreed to give 1,000 rolls of wool and 50 iron pots. The minister couldn't hold himself back, but there was no way to undo it anymore. Later, the main character asks why, and his father warns that if they hadn't helped, they would have found out about the alliance with the empire. Anyway, before they found out, they needed to finish off Li Manzu. In northern Joseon, two old colleagues meet again after 30 years, one of them being the military minister Kim Hyo-sung. His colleague, magistrate Yi Jing-sok, says they need to pay attention to this war, because the barbarians are migrating like beggars. It was normal for them to finish one raid and immediately start another. As for Yi Jing's disgusting brother, even his own relative says he doesn't want him anywhere near. But he also admits the guy has strong military power, even though they're rivals. The plan was to move the troops on the first day of the 6th month, kill barbarians, but maybe the leader would escape with even higher morale. In that case, they thought of an ambush with a left side unit that would catch Li Manzu from the east. Right now, his gang had already crossed the Pajeo River and hidden in eastern Kaiyuan, so if they didn't catch them all at once, they'd just hide even deeper. The problem wasn't the troops on the right, but the ones on the left, who would have to travel 300 kilometers. One Bong then comes up with the idea of pulling several troops from the east because he already separated the people they needed. They were already used to high altitudes and would arrive in time, so all that was left was to start moving right away. Kim Hyo-sung is the commander of the central front line, with 8,000 soldiers and 3,000 auxiliaries. Jing-sok leads the right with 5,000 and 2,500. Finally, Yi Jing is put in charge of the left with 4,000 and 1,400. At the end of the day, someone reports that Jo-song's soldiers crossed the river, but the news was from 4 days ago. One cavalry unit was heading to Shenyang, another to Iju, and the last one to the north. Never in history had Jo-song dared to strike back, so the chief thinks the empire abandoned them. Normally they'd run, but if they did that over some small fry like this, they'd be finished. Besides, even if they ran, they couldn't leave without fighting a little, and the chief thinks even a small win will boost his military power. A subordinate warns they could get surrounded, but there was nothing they could do in this mountainous terrain, and they didn't even need to worry about soldiers coming in from there, except for the few who might show up on horseback. Back in Joseon, the soldiers have already been marching for 8 days, so one of them takes all his anger out on Li Manzu. But when the main character says something similar, it sounds way more evil. All of a sudden, everyone can hear a lot of enemies arriving over the ridge. The Joseon soldiers hide in the crops, then Yi Jing just tells them not to kill everyone, but to shoot most of them. Right then the bandits try to run, but Yi Jing yells that their cannons can hit from 500 meters away. One of the bandits doesn't believe it, and charges in, but one of his buddies gets hit with the karma from those words right in front of him. In the end, the man surrendered and became a little obedient puppy. They said it would take 3 days to reach the mountains, but the best ones could do it in 2. Even though the road was rough, the bandit of course trusted Joseon, so they agreed they'd have 2 days to get there. Meanwhile, on the right front line, a soldier reports that another horse broke its leg. He thinks there's no reason to rush, and that the east can't be doing any better. But Yi Jing-sok doesn't want to fall behind his brother. 2 days later in the mountains of Jifeng, everything almost worked out. Since they arrived early, each person was going to get 90 kg of rice. Now they're just waiting for the right flank to arrive, but someone shows up saying the barbarian puppy led them to the wrong place. On top of that, he ran off to the chief, so the leader understands the only option is to get ready to fight. That bandit leader from before ordered them to feed the horses, grab their stuff, and throw out whatever they didn't need. At that moment, the little puppy showed up, warning them about Hosean's attack. At first, the chief didn't believe it, but a second later, a whole bunch of shield bearers showed up. So the bandit yells for everyone to get on their horses. He thinks the enemies must be tired after the climb, but there was another line of soldiers behind them. The bandit figures they're archers, and doesn't even worry, but that's when his companions start getting picked off, and it becomes clear they weren't bows, but firearms. Hosean starts reloading the muskets, and the bandit sees a weakness in that. The problem is that really fast the shooters were already ready for a second round of fire, and it was even worse. At least the distance between them had gotten shorter, so the bandits grabbed whatever they could to protect themselves. The leader also sends troops to the west and starts taking down some swordsmen. He tells his men to charge in with the horses, but Yi Jing-sok thinks that's a terrible move because they can shoot before the enemies even get there. While most of them drop, they fire a second round, but they finally get close enough. The problem is that when they try to break through the defense, they can't get past the shields and they get wiped out. Finally, it's the bandit leader's cavalry's turn. A sub-commander was about to order them to shoot, but the hero takes responsibility and decides to stop the charge by himself. Right then the horse slams into the hero's shield hard, but the bandit falls to the ground and then gets finished off with a strike. Yi Jing-sok tells the soldiers to focus their shots on the men. They still haven't found Li Manzu, and since he's good at hiding, he must have run off. Since the horses ran out of steam, the bandits ran from the battle on foot, but someone was already waiting for the cowardly leader right on the escape route. Because of that, the bandit draws his sword, but the guy isn't worried at all about fighting. Somewhere else, Yi Jing-sok runs to reach Lee Man-zu before the left flank does, but suddenly the hero shows up, recognizing the man as the right side commander. They were acting as messengers on the right side, so they brought allies to see what had happened to Lee Man-zu. Because the bandits split up the troops, they managed to sneak in. Yi Jing-sok asks about the horses, but since the left side doesn't use cavalry, they figured it was better to eat them. As for the captives, most were handed over to the villages, which made the commander furious. The brother even asks if the older one has a problem with that, but since he's the one who completed the objective, Yi Jing-sok can only accept it in silence. In July of 1448, when the army returned, the king was told about Lee Man-zu's defeat and how their wealth was distributed across the lands. Yeon Sang-gun became a noble, Kim Hyo-sung got money, and Yi Jing-sok was promoted to second minister of the council. And Yi Jing-ok made the biggest contribution and became the junior first chancellor, which the protagonist thinks is great. Now the soldiers were a powerful army, and because of that, someone who heard the hero had trained them wanted the same thing for the armored warriors. Even though they were the elite, if they didn't earn it, the battalion would be disbanded. So the protagonist agreed, since they got more horses. In history, a lot of them were used in Europe and in the Ming dynasty too. In the Forbidden City, His Majesty is happy about Chozian's victory. Wang Zhen is too, because of the report about the weapons, since they found out what they could do. The loud sound also scares the horses, so there are a lot of benefits. And with the Tartars, even if they didn't respond by shooting at them, hunger would have already crushed the place. Yu Chan thinks the soldiers need to be trained with these weapons. If one got captured, they could use them against them, but Wang Zhen agrees with the Vice Minister of War. The problem is, he says 10 shots are enough for them to learn. Up north in Yuan, the bandits go crazy over the result. Taishi sent a messenger to trick Chozian, but he got fooled by this fake alliance. And the subordinate Bayan asked for calm, so the king agreed to punish Arlak later, but said next time he'd die. Either way, it's clear the king of Chozian is smart and that they're the target. So Taishi warns that he's going to see the Khan to join forces with Kublai's Golden Horde. Later, a man reports that the Khan hasn't gotten any other news and wants Taishi to defeat Ming, but Taishi doesn't even try because of the metal rods. He was talking about Chozian's weird weapons, so Arlak had to draw them to show what he meant. These weapons had a cord to light the fire, but it was attached to the iron at the top of the weapon. So the man thinks it's a firearm like the one that was used to massacre the Jin dynasty. Taishi has never heard of a portable hand cannon that makes a sound like that, and he warned it was so loud that scared horses would knock soldiers over. The warrior thinks it's because of how many shots go off at the same time. As for the weather, he also believes they won't attack on bad days, and for the explosive sound, he suggests plugging the horse's ears. Somewhere else, warriors who made it out alive were complaining about it, until an explosion happened. A bandit immediately ran over to say that wet coal in the fire pit explodes, but that was exactly what Taishi needed to know. Khan's soldiers blew up the bamboo to wipe out the mountain animals. Then the boy came up with an idea for his friend and told Arlak to grab as much bamboo as he could, so Khan asked if they were going to attack Ming together, but Taishi told him to deal with Joseon. The enemy tribes of Lee Man-zu come to thank Joseon, and Kim Hyo-song says they don't need to worry about looking weak, because barbarians like the Uriankai faction don't even come close. Commander Kong San thinks it's cool they get to watch the cavalry training, but he doesn't even like Joseon. By the way, they praise the general by comparing him to King Yi Song-gye who founded Joseon, so they get curious to see the training. Prince Im-yong personally runs the lesson, saying that if they can't keep up, they should give up on being mounted soldiers. Right away, he jumps his horse over an obstacle and hits 3 arrows on a target. Then he says again that it's a super easy test. The problem is, obviously, all of them did terribly. They did even worse than the prince did as a kid, so the hero said that's what happens when you stop training. And to motivate them, he showed off his physique and everyone was shocked, which is kind of over the line, but at least it gets people fired up. In the end, the barbarians compared the hero's body to the soldiers and couldn't even believe it. At night, they keep talking about the hero, saying if he becomes a general, it'll be scary, and that they think he might be able to draw the bow. Yi Song-gye used, but Kung Zan asks about Gabielcho. Warriors commanded by the king like Meng Temu fought together, so if soldiers like that showed up again in Joseon, they'd be screwed. Anyway, all of a sudden Keshig Yuan, who's Khan's bodyguard, shows up, and he tells Kung Zan right away that the reason he's there is because they're going to attack Joseon soon. By backing Ming, the barbarians gathered 40,000 soldiers. With the Uriankai faction, it'll be 45,000, and Kung Zan needs to tell them everything about Joseon. The bald guy says Joseon sent 20,000 troops to Lee Man-ju, but they didn't get the results they expected, and that's why the king called them back. In Kung Zan's view, their ally only lost because he had a fever. But as for the 5,000 troops, the bald guy says that won't work. He could gather that number easily, but he had issues with his uncle. His uncle is Fan Khan, Meng Temu's younger brother, who died without leaving an inheritance. Kung Zan wanted to attack now, but since they couldn't, Keshig told him to handle the troop supplies, saying to forget about rewards. So the bald guy asks if this war is a distraction, and he nails it. The 40,000 soldiers under Taichi's command and Khan's 40,000 were going to attack Joseon and Ming at the same time. So after Keshig leaves, Kung Zan tells them to ride to Joseon immediately. The bald guy goes straight to the king to snitch about everything that happened, and apologizes for the deal he made just to survive. But the hero only thinks that an attack like that could wipe out Joseon like Western Zhao. If the barbarians ended up in charge of northern Yuan, even the Ming general wouldn't be able to restore order. And the reason the bald guy snitches is because he wants Hozan's help so he can be protected. Just like the king rules the country, Kung Zan wants what's best for the tribe, so they decide to keep up the act. Meanwhile, the crown prince Su Yang and minister Kim Jong-so are talking. Jong-so warns that the war won't be easy, and that the barbarians must have prepared something against the artillery. The prince thinks they might also be planning to attack during the storm, but a strong army always matters more. So the hero takes charge of training the armored border troops, while the minister sends the regular soldiers to Shenyang. On the bandit side, Taichi acts sympathetic to the people, saying he wants to kill the emperor just as much as they do. He reminds them they're being treated like servants, but their ancestors brought down Liu Jin and took the Central Plains. The first target will be the Datong Gate, and Taichi will lead the front line. On top of that, Khan's eastern army is already ready too. and the tribes joined up fast because they suffered a lot because of the horse market. In the empire, a minister gets curious about what Yuan wants to do with the bamboo. Wang Zhen thinks they want to use it like kindling for a fire. Anyway, in front of the king, he greets him and says they've already caused plenty of chaos in Yuan. His Majesty remembers that Shozhen wants to defend Shenyang, but instead of not being worried about him, Wang Zhen understands they're protecting themselves. Even so, the king thinks that if they saw his royal dignity in person, they'd drop that. About the main character, Wang Zhen suggests he take part in the war, but a colleague yells that they can't force a prince to fight in another country. The problem is the king thinks it's better if he decides what he can or can't do. After that, Shozhen received a letter from Ming with the summons, something totally against the rules. The hero's position was as an envoy, not a general, so his father tells him to stay hidden in the huts and be careful so he comes back alive. At Namhansan Fortress, at the military training command headquarters, the general humiliates everyone, but praises the climbing device they built. Off to the side, the hero talks about going to the battlefield in person, so the general warns him it won't be easy out there. So he tells the kid not to stall, because he wants to fight the prince. Even though it's scary, the main character can't refuse, and everyone thinks he's going to get wrecked. Some believe the general will go easy on him, but he says the kingdom's situation is getting more and more dangerous, so he warns he won't hold back at all in the fight. The general rushes in with the first strike, and the two start trading a bunch of attacks. In one of them, the main character ducks and then uses the push from his feet to jump high and almost break the opponent's sword. Deep down, nobody knows who's holding back until suddenly both swords snap. The minister was worried because the hero didn't train with a sword, but it all turned out fine. Then the general says a commander can't kill an entire army by himself, so he tells the boy to stay away from the battlefield. But the hero can only think that to react that well, the body's previous owner must have been amazing at martial arts. After the fight, the general thinks the prince is more valuable than he is. If the hero got hurt in a fight, it'd be impossible to ask him to go to war, but even though he went all out, it wasn't possible to carry out the king's request. On July 14th, at the Ming military base, someone says Wu Kejong died, and Datong fell, so the chief Guojing and commander Zhu Yang are shocked. The man says that even though the enemy forces have 40,000, he only saw half of them on the front line. Guojing thinks it's good to lure the enemy there, but Zhu Yang says they're way too tired to have to worry, so they just need to hold out until the emperor arrives. When the enemy attacks, the soldiers start getting the hand cannons ready, but they fumble when it's time to load the gunpowder, so Zhu Yang gives them a serious scolding. On the bandits' side, the plan is to fire arrows to force Ming to waste their ammo. The first volley comes in, so they start shooting without even checking if they loaded the powder right. So even though Bayan gets hit, he doesn't die and starts thinking it's ridiculous. The projectile got stuck in the leather armor and stopped, so the bandits keep pushing forward. The gunners get nervous, and they make a mistake that makes the weapon blow up when it fires. Since they work with a fuse, the explosion also lights other weapons, which explode too. That way the bandits manage to get in close and cause trouble. Bayan ordered them not to spare anyone, but he noticed Zhu Yang giving orders, and pointed at him saying he's the leader. On August 8, 1449, Ming had gone 2 weeks without any messages. Only that day did someone report signs of an enemy camp 8 kilometers away, and the king unfortunately saw why it had taken so long when he arrived at the battlefield. Another day, an old man looks at himself in the mirror, thinking about how he became a eunuch for 1 yang of silver. Sadly, he was born the son of a poor man, but climbed to the highest position, and through today's war, he hopes to rise even beyond the emperor. On the trip, the Duke of Ying named Zhang Fu asks how a gunner can beat 5 archers. Then Wang Zhen says 1 shot can punch through armor instantly. Zhang Fu thinks that comparison is nonsense, but the eunuch says the old man is nobody to judge. In that horror scene, they try to get the king away, because the signs point to a recent fight. According to the defeated, they invaded Yu County 3 days ago, which was supposed to be the rear, so His Majesty orders everyone to go stop the invasion at Juyang Pass. The problem was the soldiers were already tired, so the retreat was slower than a march. Taichi already knew the Ming people would take about 15 days to get back. According to the captives, they had 20,000 soldiers and could kill 8,000 a day, or force the emperor to open Beijing's gates. So Taichi tells the tribal chiefs to repeat the night attacks. Near the attack spot, archers aim at the embers the enemies use to light their muskets. When a soldier gets hit, everyone starts firing into the forest. But they don't get why the horses don't even flinch at the sound of gunshots. Going back to the bamboo tactic, the barbarians used explosions to get the horses used to it. Boyan had already tested it in Datong, and the sound didn't scare them anymore. The same training had been done with Khan's mounts, so today they shouted for anyone who wanted to live to surrender. So the soldiers got scared of dying, and even started blaming the eunuchs for this streak of bad luck. At the Tumu fortress, the barbarians killed half the enemy army, while losing only 4,000, so they get ready to go all out tomorrow, since only the troops guarding the emperor are left. On the imperial side, things are so bad that Wang Zhen offers 100 yangs of silver for a cup of water, but it doesn't help at all. Suddenly they're told the enemies are running away, so the king gets excited, thinking reinforcements are coming. But a general disagrees, and Wang Zhen argues with him and tells His Majesty to go see. To another soldier, it's obvious it's a trap, but Wang Zhen uses his position to shut him up. And since the king is arrogant, he'd rather believe the optimistic version. It's only 4 kilometers to the Juyong Pass. Unfortunately, the group runs into the barbarians. Wang Zhen orders the soldiers to push forward, but the general blows up in rage because if it weren't for him, they could have survived. The eunuch even has the nerve to throw money at the soldiers, asking to be escorted. So Fan Zhong answers by landing a solid punch on him, since that isn't worth their lives. In the end, Wang Zhen still said he was following the emperor's will, so maybe if he hadn't been so arrogant, his face under the makeup wouldn't have been exposed and he wouldn't have died either. A day later in Shenyang, the Liaodong regional commander named Cao Yi is furious. The vice minister of war Yu Chan gave a tough order. So they told the hero that even though the empire said it won, they needed more soldiers. Cao Yi went to try to get some reinforcements from Joseon, but the protagonist realizes the regional commander is hiding something. The hero asks if something happened that made the Liaodong soldiers run, and swears he'll keep it secret. So Cao Yi reveals that 200,000 Ming soldiers were crushed by the barbarians along with all the officers, and that the king was captured. Still, 100,000 soldiers from central southern China were heading to defend Beijing. Zhongso thinks if the enemy uses the same tactic, it'll be a problem. But he doesn't say he'll defend Shenyang because they're in Liaodong, and really they're supposed to wipe out the barbarians. These enemies had wiped out the emperor's army, but Zhongso still wanted to attack them head-on. Thinking about the future, historically Joseon didn't suffer in the Tumu crisis because it stayed in Liaodong, but now it looked like things were worse. On the way back from the talk, Zhongso can't understand how 200,000 soldiers got wiped out. But then the hero suddenly notices something on a soldier's hand cannon, asks to see it, and finds it really weird because everything is different. The soldier doesn't get it, and to make it worse he says it's their first day training with real gunpowder because it was too expensive. From what the hero saw, they sent soldiers with no training into war with crappy weapons. So Northern Yuan still hasn't felt the power of these little beauties. At the barbarians' camp in the city of Kaiyun in Liaodong, a messenger reports that 30,000 soldiers will be enough to deal with Joseon. Khan asks what'll happen if they pull back, but Mayona Hai's younger brother, Essen Taishi, thinks a few will be left over. Suddenly someone arrives saying Joseon's troops are advancing, basically leaving the city for the open field. Their plan is to stop the march to Kwangshun, so the battlefield will be around the city of Tiling. And about what Essen thinks, he says he got an awesome horse from his brother, and that they'll win with one hand tied behind their back. The next day the barbarians see the enemies camped on the hill, but forming up with the sunlight in mind means they've got experience. Essen for his part isn't worried and reminds them they'll be enemies again after crushing Ming, which worries Khan. Since they've never fought together, Essen says he'll cover his buddy's rear, so he tells the archers to ready their arrows. On the protagonist's side, a soldier says he brought the bow and arrows he asked for, but he asks if he can shoot, and the protagonist says yes and waits at the top of the mountain. The first volley of arrows gets blocked by Hossein, leaving Khan and the soldiers impressed by how fast they are. The problem is that out of nowhere one soldier gets hit in the chest and another in the head. Nobody understands how the weapons are doing that much damage, but the casualties are already huge. Several commanders were killed, so Khan figured it was better to pull back to keep formation. But Essen thinks they still have a chance, and tells his soldiers to shoot. That was their biggest mistake, because at that exact moment Hossein opened fire faster than arrows. The shield bearers tank it all, so Khan tells them to fall back again using the smoke, and finally the kid agrees, letting Khan push forward with the iron cavalry. In the warrior's mind, after they fired twice it would be time to attack, but flaming arrows came down from the sky, so they used their shields, making Khan think Hossein trusts their weapons way too much, and knowing they can change the game in close combat, he keeps going. From the top of a tree someone passes the message for the swordsmen to get into formation. He also tells the shooters to fall back to the trench, and warns that they're going to fight 5,000 cavalry. There are so many that the ground shakes, and it looks like they're going to roll through and wipe everything out. But the soldiers trust that the prince has something in mind, because if he didn't, he wouldn't be leading. Anyway, another wave of shots goes into the barbarians, and the ones still standing keep coming. But Khan suddenly realizes everyone fell into the mud. Someone warned them, but it was already too late, and to make it worse the shooters had another round ready. Khan does his best not to let the team panic. They start covering the mud with anything they can, but even so he can't hide how nervous he is. That same messenger tells the general about the plan, saying they'll be caught in a day, but the warrior warns that they'll also hit the flanks. On top of that, he tells them to get ready to fire from where they are and be ready for hand-to-hand combat. With all their strength, the barbarians throw themselves against the shields. Josian's people just need to hold on a little longer, but some aren't lucky enough to keep defending, and one of the thugs makes fun of it. He says it's their turn to die, but at the last second, a teammate saves the one who is about to be killed. That's the officer who's still pumping the warriors up to hold the line. He says they need to resist, but the moment he got distracted, unfortunately, he took a hit from behind. Sometime later, Officer Young wakes up. In the meantime, the chaos had gotten worse, and they were about to come kill them again. But the kid with the spear takes the enemy down, telling his friend to get up. Young needs to stay ready because they'll only survive if they kill the intruders. The order to fire could come at any moment, so a soldier tells the prince to stay back, but he says that's not how a leader acts. On top of that, he wants to finish these bastards himself. The barbarians had already started singing victory, but right then a buddy got turned into a kebab by a spear, and the one who threw it was up on the mountain, so 3 riders start climbing it with Essen in command, saying whoever brings him the kid's head will be rewarded. The problem is one of the 3 also gets skewered, and Essen sees it's arrows, not spears. The second tries to come in for revenge but gets slapped by the protagonist, so that leaves only Essen, who gets close enough for a 1v1. Meanwhile, Joseon focuses on holding position while the weapons reload. The shield bearers all jump into the trenches, so the general says he'll give the signal. From the barbarians' point of view, the enemies are hiding out of fear, but Essen knows it's a planned move, so he orders the soldiers to advance to the trenches, which leaves no choice but to shoot. That way, when the smoke clears, the shot comes, but this time from improvised cannons, and obviously the damage is so bad that Essen doesn't even know where to put his face. After the dust settled, almost everyone was on the ground, and the general figured the rest would be left for the hero. Seeing all that and not being able to do anything, Essen got furious and went to try to kill the archer at least. But the protagonist said the one who was going to die was him, and fired an arrow that got there faster than the barbarian could dodge, ending the fight and letting all the soldiers celebrate. Khan angrily orders them to finish off the cavalry, because Joseon can't shoot with their people in the middle, but a soldier shows up and kills the messenger, so Khan changes the plan to retreat. If they ran, the Jurchens would laugh at them, but there was no other option. And even with the smartest decision, the fire arrows sent a bunch of them up to the sky, so Khan panics trying to get out of there and go look for Khan-san's help. Thanks to Prince Joseon's plan, they didn't lose many people, but the hero still has a problem to deal with, Essen's horse, which wanted revenge for its owner. And on top of that, the hero realizes it's stronger than normal horses. The protagonist almost gets a hoof right in the middle of his face, but he refuses to lose, plants his shoulders against the front legs, tenses up, and flips the animal up. In the end, they kept brawling with the prince for a bit longer, making it clear that Essen died. Looks like he had the horse in a necklock, but the protagonist didn't want to kill it, so the animal could tell, and accepted being tamed, now getting the name Soregrief. In the end, the Battle of Teeling killed 1,400 of Joseon's 28,000 men, and 20,000 of Yuan's 30,000. While the Battle of Teeling was coming to an end, the Jurchen troops were deciding what they were going to do. In the Joseon army, they wanted to chase Khan, and the protagonist got an idea. According to history, Khan Taisun was killed by Essen, but now it would be different. While fleeing, Khan asks if the only soldiers who survived are the ones there, and a guy says yes. On top of that, the horses are tired and there aren't any others, because the Jurchen pushed in on them. In that situation, even Moona Hai would have been killed, so Khan thinks Taichi might have sent them there to die. At first, Khan wanted to link up with Essen, who he didn't know had died and attack Ming, but it didn't matter to the Jurchen anymore, because there was another Joseon battalion there. Going back a bit, the hero's idea was to leave Khan alive as the leader, because Essen, who was from the Golden Horde, wouldn't be recognized. Right then, a report came in saying they'd cornered Khan in the forest, but before leaving, the general asked if the hero wanted to show his strength by capturing the bandit, because even the barbarians recognized the king's bow that he used. They were comparing the kid to Taisho because what matters isn't what you are, it's what you look like, so beating Khan one-on-one would make the rest surrender. Back to the bandits, the plan was to clear a path if they weren't shooting into the forest. And they also noticed Hosieon is acting kind of weird. Then all of a sudden they hear a shout saying he wants to see which pieces of trash had the nerve to invade Hosieon. The provocation works because they bring up the bandit's ancestor, and the hero introduces himself as a descendant of the one who killed Malona High. So he says he'll give them 1 hour to come out and fight like men. But he keeps provoking them, even saying he'll fight without weapons in their own Mongol style. So sick of it, Khan asks what the prince will give them if he wins. The hero answers that each of them will get a horse to return safely to Guangxun. And about whether it's true, Suyang needles him, saying a man who hasn't been castrated like Khan wouldn't lie. But he also said the leader had to come alone. The general thinks he'll accept, but asks if the hero has thought the fight through. While coming up with workout techniques, Suyang trained with Malo Suriam, which is a traditional Korean wrestling style. Finally, the bandit shows up, face to face with the hero. He gets ready, furious about what Suyang said about his ancestor. But Chozan said Yeke Mongyo Ulis would be ashamed of them for losing like this. In the end, the bandits were confident, but the moment the protagonist showed his physique, they went quiet. Khan charges in without fear, but the protagonist mocks his strength, grabs him from behind, and slams the enemy to the ground with the storm throw. Then he tells his opponent to get up again, but the moment he's on his feet, he grabs him by the neck and drops him even harder. This time Khan only managed to gather enough strength to punch the hero, but that was against the rules. Anyway, after a solid punishment, Suyang asks if he wants to fight again, but Khan trembles just looking at those muscles and accepts defeat. So the hero takes the chance to give the credit to his father and strike the black dragon pose, which scares even his allies. Together with Khan Zan, the allies won by splitting the Jurchens and the Yuans, so Suyang went to sign a treaty. In prison, the hero asks if the barbarian wants to live. Khan understands that if he's spared, he'll be taken away to suffer all kinds of misery, but Suyang says that actually they're going to let him go. The deal for that is to recognize Joseon's victory and pay a ransom of 5 horses per prisoner. Also accept trade with Joseon, report any invasion attempt, and treat the king there as your king. Khan thinks they're crazy. The first terms make sense, since they lost, but he thinks this new king thing is an insult. There were already rumors they called Joseon the successor of Goryeo, but Khan doesn't want to approve any of that in the next election. So the hero explains the whole disaster of 200,000 deaths that Taichi caused in Beijing. If Khan had started the battle 3 days later, all the Jurchens would be on his side. Still, the hero says Taichi is going to fail too. He gave Ming too much time, and they've already reinforced Nanjing with soldiers, and right now he probably wants his buddy dead. Understanding that, Khan asks to put into the agreement that he can send troops to help deal with the Oryats. But even though he agrees, the hero warns he'll only let him out of here in 15 days, because he says dealing with Taichi is their business, and that Khan should stop complaining. On September 14, the news of his companion's death would arrive, but now he'd be back on September 30, so Taichi would find out about the agreement, and wouldn't let it slide without a Mongol civil war. On September 17, 1449, Taichi spent the last 15 days fighting at Juxiang and Zaijing. They killed 250,000 Ming soldiers just in Beijing, and 550,000 total, but reinforcements kept showing up. One soldier even mocked them, saying they were never going to invade the Forbidden City. After he was killed, an informant reported that another 100,000 troops had arrived. So what they heard at Zijing was true. They said Ming had 80 million against 100,000 barbarians. 1 out of every 5 men was a soldier, so that would be 16 million enemies they'd need to beat to win. Later, the barbarians get a message that the Khoit tribe is going to pull back. Using the emperor as a last resort wasn't working either, especially because the younger brother Jing Tai took over Yingzong's position without any trouble. Arlak thinks they need to make up an excuse to retreat and says there are rumors going around, like Joseon having beaten Khan and marching on Karakoram. So Taichi yells that they need to avenge him and defend the place first. If they declared revenge, all the tribes would unite, and not even Ming could handle 300,000 soldiers. Somewhere else, they tell Ming's Minister of War Yu Chain what happened in Joseon, and they say they can still help with some reinforcements. Since the general is Zhang So, the minister turns down the help if it's not from the prince, but the soldier insists Joseon is strong. On November 4, 1449, in Hanyang more than 10,000 captured horses arrive. The king is happy to see everyone came back safe with the victory, and the soldiers salute. Now it's time for rewards, where Kim Jong-so gets the noble title Duke Cheonggui. Commander Hyosung is promoted to junior minister of the first rank, while Jing Ok keeps his position because he took the blame for losing sight of Khan. Also, for the hero's contribution, he gives him a large amount of land. And even though the protagonist keeps it formal, the king praises him like a normal father would. Later during training, they say the real prince is pushing himself too hard, but he knows he needs to make up for lost time. He already lifts more than most officers on the bench press, but he still doesn't reach his buddy's level. Anyway, the king heard everything from far away and was satisfied with his desire to improve. So after that, he understood he couldn't keep up with his sons and left Hosung's future in their hands. All of a sudden, the protagonist goes to a dark place and starts stepping on a bunch of bodies. He doesn't understand what all of it is until he finds a skeleton that pierces his belly. Then he screamed and woke up from that nightmare right in front of his wife. Suyang understands it as post-traumatic stress. He refuses medicine and says he must have some kind of mental illness. Either way, there was an order for him to return to the palace. There they called the protagonist because they were going to send one to the new Ming emperor and wanted opinions. The letter said the king of Shozhen was worried about the border, and that Ming influence was being seen by the Tatar, Uriankai, and Virchin. So the advice was to stay in Liaodong with 100,000 soldiers, and drive out the Dagze. That way Shozhen would wipe out the Dagze to hold on to its gains. At first the heir understands it, sounds like advice from a servant, but even the hero thinks about those 100,000 soldiers. He warns that forcing people to go to Liaodong will be bad for Ming. Over there you could only plant grain and raise horses, but the empire would have to support those people. If millions of people migrated, they'd have to grow at least 4 million sok of grain, which is Shozhen's yearly budget. Also, leaving such a huge force there could lead to more yuan attacks. And lastly, if they help and Ming loses something there, they'll definitely call on Shozhen, figuring they have to contribute too. After the son's sensible opinions, the king accepts everything, saying he's going to retire, and that on March 30 the crown prince will take over. Even though it's a shock, he wants to create new laws for the country. The prince says his father is healthy enough for 20 more years, but the king just thanks the protagonist and asks a favor. He asks Suying to do Buddhist services at the temples for a year for the fallen soldiers, and he orders Uncle Hyryong to go along too, all of it to heal the hero's war shock. So the two sons thanked him. In the empire, the emperor saw that Chosean wanted rewards for the fight. The issue of sending 100,000 soldiers didn't sit well. They'd have to expand the wall with limited resources. So the emperor asks if Chosean can handle the Jurchen, and the advisor answers that they can't. Then it becomes clear the intention is to fortify Liaodong. So Jingtai orders all the land east of Tiling to be handed over to Yu. The advisor thinks it's madness, but Jingtai believes this will wear Hosian down and create an opportunity. On March 1, 1450, the fourth king of Hosian, called Munjong, was crowned. But in the middle of the celebration, there was someone who wasn't happy. Old Huang Hui, 88 years old, still couldn't manage to retire even with the change of king. Up in the forested mountains, the protagonist uses his uncle as extra weight while doing push-ups. Horyong says if the kid keeps going, he'll start thinking he can take stabbings, but he explains there are people who train by hitting themselves. But to his uncle, hitting yourself just sounds like another mental illness. Suyang stopped by some nice temples, put in new stone mills, and made dumbbells out of the old ones. If the Buddha statues looked bad, his uncle would immediately complain. So the hero called someone in to make a fancy statue, using himself as the model. And to look like him, it had to be one of the 4 heavenly kings. Then April came, along with a letter saying Horyong's older brother was sick. The problem is, he was a healthy person until he broke 2 teeth and fell into heavy drinking. Since his uncle is scared his teeth will rot too, the hero comforts him, saying he'll have good luck until he dies. But then he notices something in his ears that makes him change his mind. So he jokes that his life expectancy will be about 88 years. But his uncle tries to believe that if he takes care of his body, he'll last longer. And when it comes to taking care of the body, the protagonist knows that well, so the two of them go out for a run. Suyang only taught him simple exercises, but it should be enough. Changing the subject, Horyong remembers someone at Sangwonsa Temple who's good at reading people's fortunes, because that's where Hamheo's apprentice and monk Jacho are. As they get close to the place, the hero asks if the person is really skilled, but his uncle doesn't even consider saying no. Suyang goes in, curious, and the monk welcomes the kid, saying he shouldn't have come now. The hero asks if he should have come 15 years later, but the monk says the kid shouldn't. Back then, the original Suyang was sick, so it seems the man knows something. Anyway, since fortune reading is tied to life, the monk says the hero will become king by sacrificing his family. Suyang gets furious, but the man adds that having a guest could change things. Usually fate can't be changed, so it'll be hard to avoid the bloodbath. Even so, even if it's hard, the protagonist says he has to fix the situation. Since he's already changed a lot up to now, he thinks he just needs to keep going. And the answer is so good that the monk stops worrying and trusts the kid. Then the protagonist welcomes him shirtless, apologizing for not having built the gate yet. Higuchi kneels right away, but like some divine general, the protagonist tells him to stand. After checking out his physique, the young man asks if the hero has disciples. So he explains he already has more than 200, which makes Higuchi want to be like that too. In the north, strength is really important, so Higuchi at least wanted his son as a disciple, which the hero accepts. The young man even cries, but the protagonist had already talked about this with his brother. Since the people weren't very educated, the older one said raising the kids from birth would be worth it. A 10-year-old would learn all the basics, spend 4 years training their bodies, and then they could take an imperial exam made for foreigners. Changing the subject, Higuchi asks about the fight with Khan, so the hero says he completely wrecked him, but the tribal chief still wanted to see it. So the two of them went to a ring, and the protagonist didn't hold back, grabbing him by the neck or holding him upside down, so he leaves satisfied. After that, the border chiefs of Liaodong came, and once again the protagonist showed off his muscles and got to teach their kids. The hero even did squats with a horse, bringing in 30,000 Jurchen taxpayers. Then back at the palace, Suyang's time for calming his mind was already over. Meanwhile, his brother reviewed the records of the battles in the north and noticed problems in the army. A minister advises not to interfere anymore, but the problem is the musketeers. None of the officials who aren't military know how to use them. So the king warns that muskets should be used together with cannons. He says it's only 7 steps to shoot, and thinks it'd be cool to create a firearms department with 500 people. Munjong gets really excited, but the hero butts in with another idea. Later during training, Suyang says the number of military horses will increase, but he focuses on his brother's 3 lifts, which are already at 510 kilos. The truth is the king changed his diet to train heavier and wants to be addressed informally, but Suyang refuses, so Munjong says he'll only accept when he hits 8-10 kilos on the 3 lifts. The problem was the protagonist was already doing that weight. Anyway, the concern is whether they'll have enough teachers to teach the Jurchen. But the protagonist already recommended someone from Gangso Heian, so on the spot, a student tells him about a request from His Majesty and asks if his teacher isn't even going to want to see what it is. Some time later, the protagonist uses the barbarian's kids to do squats, and then says that when they take a bath he'll play with them. The maids bathe the children, who are surprised because they've never seen soap, and when they're done, they go off to play without even finishing getting dressed. This game is basically tossing babies, and then they have to be caught so they don't hit the ground. But since everything works out, they think it's really fun, except for one girl who sees the hero as a monster. At one point, a child asks if he can be like the hero, so the protagonist says he'll train him when his bones are formed, at 16 years old. Sometime later, the people ate food with no seasoning and really thick, but one of them knew it was the food they needed for their bodies and called everyone to run over before it was all gone. The routine was tough because they'd finish running and then they had to read. The weird thing is they realized the Confucianism book only has 40 pages, so a classmate says they split it into 4 volumes so they could focus. Anyway, it's time for martial arts training, and again it's before they even finish reading. The boys also practice badminton, and the kids do well at it. But that boy who kept complaining was doing badly at everything. So at night they wanted to test what he learned today, focusing more on fixing his mistakes. The physical training was split into chest, triceps and abs, and back and biceps, plus shoulders and legs, all with 40 G in per set. Then in another corner, everyone gathered to recite the books. The students had memorized it, and the most shocking thing was that the awkward guy had too. The next day, old Huang Hui went back to the palace to ask to retire. Manzhang really was worried about his health, so he accepts the man's son in his place. 11 years ago, Huang Hui was summoned in public because they were looking for gold and his son was suspected of stealing it. They said he stole the palace treasures, so the man only confessed along with his brother. Then the old man lost it and completely disowned his son. Back to today at the palace, Huang Hui admitted that Zhou Jingsang was his legitimate son, so he should be punished for deceiving the king. A few days ago at the Confucian palace, Yi said the hero came to ask which law was the most unfair, and what the king thought was that the loyalty of an illegitimate child or a legitimate one was the same. On top of that, Munzhang's younger brother, Ma Iliong, was talented but illegitimate. It'd be worrying if the heirs complained about competing on equal terms, but Yi said the old man would help. Huang Hui's last request after confessing his lies is to end discrimination, so the king agrees, making the old man think he's retiring. But as a condition, Munzhang ordered him to apologize to his father. At least he agrees not to punish the man, which the ministers talk a lot of trash about. The king answers by asking how legitimate children are even born. The minister says it's just about having humble descendants, but there are demands there. A father couldn't stop an illegitimate son from succeeding if he was capable. Also, for one of them to take civil service posts, they'd need 3 years in the north, or 5 if they were born from a concubine. But after that, they could also learn the body strengthening training. Munzhang wants to add that to the civil service exam to open up new doors of opportunity. Today, when a slave has a child, the child is born with the mother's status, but there was no reason it couldn't come with the father's. That would completely end the Selkoljiam Gobup law and the Nobijongbup, and that way the unfair laws would start to disappear. Returning to Sugonggung Palace, the old man begged the king for forgiveness, but now he wanted Huang Hui helping with the new laws. After the morning assembly, the protagonist says that today will be the announcement for the Hall of Talents, so he goes along with the ministers until they meet students who greet them. They all look tired and Sisirp is down to give them a little smack to wake them up. But it ended up like that because after leaving the hall they still had physical training. At night they bring some sinners to the jury. They apologize but it doesn't matter because they cheated on the soldier exam. And so there wouldn't be any arguing. They called in a huge man as a witness. The graduate student from Yungjuk told everything that happened. One day, a noble agent from the Choi family of Yungjuk paid a visit. A chubby guy saw that he knew the hero's method and asked him to teach a servant from the same family named Chongguk. The problem is that later he found out the man wasn't Chongguk. He was actually a farmer from a neighboring area. The imposter insists he didn't do anything. But that just makes everyone mad. He wasn't even capable or hardworking. Sometimes he'd even fall asleep on the equipment. So it didn't make any sense that he got first place on the regional exam. The boy says he got first because the others were bad. But the king can't take those lies, because out of all 1,000 recruits from the general headquarters, he was the only one with no strength. And among them there was also another guy who conspired with the nobles to get the boy into the training. So the king totally loses it. A month later at the River Palace, everyone was thinking the investigators' pay got raised because of the incident. But it was Munzhang's way of preventing misconduct. And since not even the protagonist knew, it was clear he pulled off the deception well. In Taejong's kingdom, servant women had kids with any free man and tried to send the children to households that didn't need slaves. The problem was that nobles used their servants to attack free women and create more slaves. So they asked the king to step in, and he had to tighten the Nobijong Mup law. When you have good slave records, any abuse can be punished. And for anyone who breaks the law, Munzhang wants to punish them with exile. Send those people to live up north with help from illegitimate children. And when things stabilize, Munzhang wants to be able to track citizens. That's why the protagonist thinks people from that era are way too smart. But before Suyang can humble himself, he thinks he can focus on what he's good at by teaching the disciples. Outside the residence, horses get out of control. And on top of that horse, there are 2 barbarian kids messing around. At one point, an innocent man almost gets crushed. But luckily the protagonist shows up, grabbing the legs and forcing the animal to the ground. So he makes the kids get down, until someone arrives to report another problem. Recently the kids asked for physical training and rebelled, so they stole horses and hurt some people. The Lord thinks it's impossible to handle them. Suyang remembers he can only teach training once their bones are ready. But the tantrum is so bad that the protagonist thinks of a solution. What the hero came up with was simply locking the kids in a hall. But everyone understands they need something to burn off their energy. Naserin was the technique the protagonist used to defeat Khan. Originally that fighting style was just for showing off your body, like a performance. So the protagonist thinks of something, but when he says the idea, it shocks everyone. At the Chuseok festival at Bodadang, it was announced that the prince and the king had arrived. Yig greets those kids, but they don't even pay attention. Even so, the former king understands kids that age are like that. Anyway, he heard Suyang was going to present Nicerin today, but not even the king knows what it is. Unfortunately, Yig's older brother won't come because of his health. But suddenly the conversation gets cut off because the protagonist shows up dressed like Buddha, carrying a load. Suyang yells that he's Buddha himself, and asks how many were waiting for Maitreya to arrive. The theme of this performance is the fall of Gungye. Years ago, the hero got hooked on a drama about King Taejo, so he not only memorized it, he added scenes too. When a guy coughs, the hero angrily asks who it was, and the man tries to play it off. But Suyang attacks. The hero loses it because they interrupted his clairvoyance, and he goes after the kids, but 2 guards show up telling him to stop and not call himself Maitreya. Because of that, Suyang takes off his shirt and starts posing to prove he's the messiah. But even though the kids are impressed, the guards also show they're ripped. With the 2 of them up on a ring, someone named Park Kyungwi arrives. An old man from the distant land of Sorabael, who came to be the judge of the fight. With everything ready, a signal is given to start the match. The first guard comes at the protagonist, mocking his clairvoyance, but the hero grabs him by the neck and hits a real suplex. The kids cry, telling their master not to give up. Meanwhile, the protagonist charges in at high speed to finish the fight, but the man dodges, grabs his arm, and manages to slam Su-Yang to the ground. Before, they practiced that on blankets, so now it hurts a lot more. Anyway, the guard climbs up onto the ring post, saying the tyranny of the fake Buddha ends now. And that sight makes you remember someone named Yuya. Then the guy jumps from up there like in WWE shows. But the problem is, taking that hit wasn't in the script. Unfortunately, he takes it, and it hurts like hell even while blocking. In the tense moment, Yi stands up from his chair, along with the kids. But when it looked like it was already over, Su-Yang gets up into a bridge position. So the second soldier tells General Wang it's his turn. The guys switch places, and the protagonist takes a solid kick right in the ass. Su-Yang complains to the old man that that move isn't allowed. But Park doesn't care and approves the substitution. The kids scream, unable to believe it. Then Su-Yang keeps acting, saying, General Nongsan of the Black Army, you betrayed me together with Wang Geon. The guy doesn't pay attention, but the king notices something in the middle of it. Anyway, the two go back to fighting, going back to a strength contest. But the protagonist whispers for them to end the show, so his enemy ducks his head down and sends Su-Yang flying with a headbutt. Nongsan shouts that Gungi has been defeated, but the protagonist gets back on his feet again with that talk about being Maitreya. Park needs to step in, but this time the main guy even goes at the judge. According to the script, Gungi turns super tyrannical and then gets defeated. So knowing that, the two boys jumped on the main guy without holding back. In the end, the kids watched properly. Nabi Saroyan was used to teach stories in a way the barbarians could understand. The topic was Gungi's final moments. A kid asks if he was that crazy monk, so the hero says if they read the books they'll get it. They hate studying, but the hero reminds them they'll be able to train after that. Even so, the kids want to learn fast, so Su-Yang tells them to just hang in there for 5 more years. A few minutes later, the hero apologizes for making his father worry. But the one who got the most embarrassed was old Shimidasa, who's an actual monk. Anyway, Yi asks where the hero heard the story of Gungi, so he comes up with an excuse. He found a copy of the Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms, and mixed it with other tales. The problem is his father didn't like that exaggeration, and neither did his uncle, because there were other good stories too, like Hwangsan Beol. And to make it worse, the next morning a letter reporting what he did arrived at the assembly. That's why Munjung told Su-Yang to explain himself. Su-Yang admits his mistake right away, expecting to be punished. After that whole show, the kids kept messing around, doing violent jokes where they imitated Gungi. So the king tries to think about what can be done now. Instead of punishing him, Munjung tells the main guy to tell the story properly. That story had already been revised twice, but the third time the work didn't get finished. So he tells the hero to grab whoever's willing, but the hero doesn't get why nobody wants to make eye contact. When he gets to the library, it all makes sense because the story is huge. Karen Ram and Kim Woo-jung explain that Goryeo has 139 volumes of content, but for someone who studied history in college, that was an opportunity. So the main guy says he can do it in 2 years or less. The manuscripts aren't incomplete, they just need the secondary sources reviewed. First, Su-Yang tells them to organize it all in order, but just from touching them he realizes they haven't been training much. So he says he'll help by making them do a few moves. Meanwhile, out in the East Sea, someone throws up over the side of a boat. A colleague asks why they're being sent when the 5th Division is available, so he explains they can't send rookies to the north. Back then they fought at Makjiang and captured the Mountain Lords, but the kid from before still can't travel by boat without getting sick. In Horyang up north, Aguchi receives the 6th rank as a military training officer. Then the messenger tells him he needs to say he'll honor His Majesty's command. On top of that, they also gave a lot of resources, and the messenger said they'd send even more 2 months later. So he told Aguchi to organize everything, leaving the guy not understanding why there was so much help. They receive about 300 iron pots, which makes 0 sense. On top of that, the quality is so good it looks like it could last a decade without breaking. The main ones would break in 2 years, and they also got other stuff like soap, which, not knowing what it was, made a guy taste it and feel how awful it was. All of a sudden someone shows up wanting a group to build a house. But things get awkward when Aguchi introduces himself, because they don't think he deserves a military title. Anyway, the men say they need manpower, so Aguchi tells his buddy to go get strong workers. The job is cutting and hauling wood, and finally the bald guy realizes his title isn't just for show. A few weeks later, with everyone building, the man said everything was going well, but then someone suddenly yelled because a tiger had just shown up, what they called a mountain lord. Nobody gets how one of those is even there. Plus it's already been hit by arrows even though it's still dangerous. Even so, the earlier group doesn't worry about it at all. Basically, they hunted it and made it dinner. While eating, the man asks if Aguchi doesn't have some soap so he can bathe. So the man remembers what it might be and sees with his own eyes that it's something for cleaning yourself. And he also finds out each one is worth 3 sacks of rice. A few days later, after a long day of work, the guy went to wash up. But when he got there, the water was dark colored because the barbarians had learned to bathe. 2 months later, a letter arrives from the talent cultivation hall. A letter from a son telling his parents that everything's fine. Since he still wasn't 16, the teenager hadn't learned body training yet. But he saw his teachers fighting a lot and wanted to become like them someday. Or rather, he wanted to become like the great Prince Suyang. The message took a while to arrive because of a logistics problem in the Gyeongwon Administrative District. This is a place you reach after following a mountain path for 3 days. Recently, soap use went up, so Aguchi figured it was better not to rely on Choseing and to look for a solution there. In the administrative district, the bald guy puts the tiger leftovers up for sale. Then a merchant shows up nitpicking the arrow marks, saying he'll only pay half. But the fact he's still offering 750 sok is a huge shock. Ming would usually offer only 150 sok for the same product. The buyer was already walking away, so Aguchi immediately said he'd take it. Even so, he was planning to make his money back by selling overpriced goods. The money shown is different. The buyer explains that you can trade it for rice or anything else in the kingdom. That money came from a royal decree, so Aguchi didn't refuse and kept going. On the way, he finds the number of soldiers weird because it feels more like intimidation than protection. In fact, there'd been a big horse theft recently, and right in front of them, a drunk bandit gets caught by a soldier. Meanwhile, in a corner of the bald guy's village, his people try to hunt a deer. The problem is the old man who's with a young guy can't keep up. Since he gets left behind, he thinks about going through some terrain, because it feels really familiar. And when he gets there, he's absolutely sure he's where the Uleonghap tribe used to live. Going to Oguchi, the man warns him that Uleonghap is his hometown, and that it's now controlled by Olgeokap. He believes a group called Monteomu also lived there, but because they were friendly with Joseon, they were killed by the Olgeokap. Oguchi is related to Monteomu, and the fact he also has ties with Joseon makes the old man think another war could be coming. Still in the administrative district, the regional commander named Manjon says the same thing, but if they went farther north, the Olgeokap would come looking for trouble. Oguchi doesn't think Joseon will protect them, so Ming reminds him that Manjon gave them the job of wiping out those barbarian peoples. But if they came back for revenge later, they could show up with more than 6,000, and Oguchi was sent to Hoyong on purpose. Monteomu's son didn't avenge his father, but now his relative could. Ming warns that Joseon won't step in directly, but it can help in legitimate self-defense, which is exactly why they gave Oguchi a military post and supplies. The king also ordered thousands of people to relocate. Now they'll fight against Daejonghan's army. But even the first-ranked soldiers from the training program are included, so Oguchi understood that allying with Joseon was the best decision. In the Hall of Truths in Joseon, the group is still compiling the data because some things can't be left out. What's weird is that the protagonist seems way too focused on it. To the hero, it doesn't make sense that Murchong is so empathetic, and even though the man is a Buddhist, Suyang thinks he needs to set him straight. Later, the protagonist talks to the king about changing the Buddhist stance. Moonjong doesn't even trust that the hero can read these difficult documents. But continuing, the protagonist says that linking Monteomu with Joseon was already a big breakthrough. Recently, the seed harvest increased, along with iron production and the number of horses, so Moonjong thinks he can change his title to Moonjong, which means the one who holds achievements. But at least in Gyeongsang-do they need to expand the road to improve iron distribution. But the protagonist knows who came up with that idea, and that person must be taking measurements in Gyeongsang. In the city, a young guy complains that his coworker is measuring everything all over again instead of using the government's data. Most people gave up after a few days, but this one was holding out pretty well. Anyway, all of a sudden a man with a club shows up, telling them to get out of Gyeongsang. So the two coworkers square up, and the complainer goes at him, sending the chubby guy flying so high he gets launched off the bridge into the lake. So having learned the hero's technique, this was a good chance to tell the guy doing the measuring to be more polite. Again, the man tries to hand over the Ming Empire's data, but now the other guy yells that he knows how to do his job and that the other one has muscles but no brains. Later in another library, people were managing to get things lined up. The protagonist said records should be based on the 6 principles: how, what, when, where, why, and who. It had been a while since they'd seen the prince, but they were pushing through without him, and they'd also think it'd be cool if he came to visit Gaesong and teach physical training. Back at the administrative district, Hong Yun-song introduced himself to Oguchi with an aura as imposing as a gray wolf. Since the winds were strong, they had to wait a few days in Wonsan. Anyway, during a snack, Oguchi reports 3 victories against Jurchen villages. Since they were small groups, they never joined up, but the village also didn't exploit much. That said, Yun-song thinks it's a problem not having experienced horse riders. Oguchi knows that for them, shooting while riding will be very difficult, but at least the king handed over a kind of telescope that can help. Because it's portable, each unit will have one, and after the soldier looks through it, he's impressed. They usually call the object the Mirror of 1,000 Leagues. Anyway, a map with everything Oguchi and the other chiefs discovered is opened. The mountainous areas are dangerous, so it makes more sense to go through the northeast first. Since the cold will be a problem, Oguchi suggests handing out wolf blankets, but he doesn't even know if his men will endure it. 15 days later, a storage house is finished, but suddenly the bald guy's assistant comes in shouting, because the recon team came back. So the moment they meet again, Oguchi is sure Yun-song wasn't a wolf, but a tiger. They managed to get information from Goyang-song but lost 2 men. The thing is, walking 30 kilometers fighting and losing 2 men just doesn't seem like much. The cold that season was brutal even with heated stones. But you could see that Olgeokap was pulling strings to advance even though they still weren't united. Yun-song wrote down everything he thought would be useful, and Oguchi thinks it's great they're back before the cold gets worse. Anyway, he has all the tribes informed and gives them a month to attack the north. On the day, Oguchi gives a speech about how his Gyeongjui ancestors lived where Olgeokap is. They were sent to Liaodong, forced by Ming, but Joseon took them in. The ones who also gave iron and grain were the people of Joseon, so he reminds them that only Olgeokap was cowardly enough to attack Monteomu, which even though few remember, Chungsan's son lived miserably because of Ming. So unlike the others, Oguchi said he never forgot an injustice, and always repaid favors. Everyone shows they want revenge, so it's ordered that the 6th officer Yi Hyogang appear. His grandfather was Yi Jiran, who was Monteomu's cousin, but he was killed during the Olgeokap Jurchen rebellion. Yi Jiran was a hero of the northeast border, so showing they were working with Joseon made the soldiers' motivation grow. At one point, one of the allies hits an enemy with a metal arrow. Then they start wanting to know where they got that, and obviously they surrender. Oguchi asks if they'll submit to Joseon, but that causes problems, since they're both Jurchens. The bald guy warns that they were part of Gyeongjui, and that they're going to wipe out the Olgeokap tribe, so one of the enemy leaders agrees to submit to Joseon. A colleague thinks it's absurd because they're relatives of Olgeokap, but that leader yells that relatives are the ones with more money, and seeing Joseon, he didn't think twice. In Namnul, the same question came up, so in Arahap's name, the Namnul tribe agreed to serve Joseon with all their strength. In Golgan too, but it didn't make sense for everyone to be so passive. Going to Namachak, that was the first real battle they had. Then an opposing leader showed up not understanding anything. He saw there was no way out and started to run. But he got hit by a shot in the back which made everyone stop fighting and surrender. In the village they took, it looks like the population had to eat moldy oats. In the summer, their stockpile disappeared, so they had nowhere to look for food for the winter. Seeing that Yun-song warned that Ming wiped out all the stockpiles, the chief Yadangi of Olminio, which is near Goyangsong, was refusing to hand out food. That's why the loyal soldiers were eating double like they were starving to death. Because of that, everyone agreed to surrender so easily. In Olminio, the chief receives a message that Oguchi is marching to avenge Monteomu. so Yadangi gets furious because they'll have to face this with winter coming. He also thinks Shozan will suffer and asks his subordinate to buy time in Goyangsong. So 3 days later, cannons explode, sending soldiers flying into the air. The fortress makes some openings when it breaks, and the soldiers take advantage to throw bombs in there. Again, they're given the chance to surrender. Aguchi claims Monteomu wants revenge against Yadangi, but the old man says he was betrayed first. On top of that, the son was alive, but Aguchi doesn't listen to any of those twists, and tells the people to look at the army he has. They're strong enough to do squats with another man on their back. They've got 6 packs the others don't have, and they can lift a person with their hands. All of this kept humiliating the enemy soldiers to the point that they accepted defeat and were about to turn on their leader. So Yadangi surrendered, giving Shozan the victory. In January 1452, the hero says he hasn't even finished 30% of the volumes, but it was still impressive. Up north with only 8,000 troops, they got 2,000 Jurchens to surrender, and blew up 1,500 Oljokop horse-breeding ranches. Pretty much half of the Jurchens wanted to surrender. On the day of the victory ceremony, everyone gathers near the palace in front of the king. In his speech, Munjong says he's proud they managed to get revenge. After that, Aguchi hands over Yadangi, tied up to be judged for killing Monteomu and invading Joseon lands, which are serious crimes. Yadangi thought he was going to die right there, but luckily he was only exiled to live in Tamra. Nobody understood why he wasn't executed, but Suyang did, because it was more like a warning to the other chiefs. Anyway, Aguchi says he has a request for the king, to receive a Joseon name. So since this was a declaration of absolute loyalty, Munjong gave him the name Zhongchongreil, along with the position of commander of Gyeongwon Prefecture. As for the other Jurchens, they would be exiled to build houses in the southern provinces. Meanwhile, Yeomugyeon was promoted to senior military commander, and obviously the soldiers didn't leave without a promotion either. Later, the officials comment that treating the new Jurchens like Chungreil's tribe will be a problem, but it's a fact that if they discriminate, that'll be a problem too. Originally, Ming set up bases to stop people from expanding territory and helping, so sending forces to Gyeong along with merchants could help them support themselves. But besides the bases, it's suggested to send those who lost their homes, and soldiers too. When the population grows, having a military force there will be important. So Yeomugyeon recommends Hong Yun-song for being capable and having intimidating muscles, and Moonjong agrees to send the guy, even though the hero thinks that last part is weird. In Gyeongwon Prefecture, the soldiers almost freeze to death. Hong Yun-song was barely hoping he could go south, get married, and live peacefully. Meanwhile, in the Pei Hall, Chung-girl finally reunites with his son. He'd grown a lot even though he still hadn't trained yet, but the bald guy was already proud and happy they'd taken care of him. Just knowing they were going to train their bodies made the kids study filial piety, but Sidif doesn't think it makes sense to study that anymore. The problem though isn't his opinion, but the sickly look that Suyang recognizes. The hero thinks his buddy isn't following the meal plan properly, so he plans to help his mindset later. Today is a really cold day, even more because of the wind, but Suyang doesn't stop training. Instead of focusing on rewriting the texts, the hero was encouraging everyone to lift weights. Anyway, Munjong asks the hero for an opinion, because they need a strategy in the north. He wanted to bring back a feeling from the past based on records from the Jin dynasty. So according to what Choi Sungro left behind, Balhae was destroyed by the Kitaeans. The last prince, Dae Gwanghyan, went south to Gaegyong with 10,000 refugees and took on the name Goryeo. Back then, seeking refuge was more urgent than keeping records. So Munjong says he's going to send someone to help the hero with this search. And in the meantime, Suyang thinks about trying to help Sezap's mental state. First of all, everyone takes advantage of a not very tasty meal so they won't lose muscle mass. Seeing that, Suyang comes in yelling at everyone. People don't understand why they're eating little fat, so the hero explains that what they need right now is to stuff themselves and not stay that skinny. Adding rich foods to the diet once in a while helps with progress, and since the meal of the day is provided by Suyang himself, everyone thanks him. They don't forget the fiber, and Choi Baekjong brings fatty meats like pork too. 9 years ago, these different peoples avoided each other like criminals, but now things were different. Besides the different foods, the hero brings spices they've never seen before, so he tells everyone to enjoy it because the next day they're going back to training. Before heading back, the hero calls Sissy up to Gaesong for a month. The guy thinks he can learn enough by staying there, so Suyang has to explain that it's an order. Later at the Tumen River, soldiers arrive freezing to death. Unfortunately, Hong Hyung got sick during the season. Thanks to the Jurchens, they learned things like putting hot stones on the ice to fish. They also discovered fertile soil on Cheongdeok Mountain, so the administrative officer Lee Gyeongchang asks why they were called. The chief of Hongchun named Hoshune says they found something in that soil. Everything should have been frozen, but they dug and found a reworked stone. Finding carved things like that there suggested there were buildings in the region, and maybe they could also find treasures. But Lee Gyeongchang isn't so sure. And finally he said he was going to report it to Hong Hyung. A few days later at the Hall of Talents, the assistant who would help with the review showed up, and he introduced himself as Seong Sa-mun, one of the 6 great ministers. Anyway, the two complement each other, but knowing how politics works and that historically they'd be rivals, the hero stays serious. Actually, Sa-mun starts the conversation by saying he read the manual Suyang wrote and was so amazed he had to read it again. Luckily, the hero worried for nothing. Other people say they came to pick up books before heading to Gyeongsang. Suyang heard they were coming back from Gaoxiong, going to the training centers in Gyeongsang, and he tells them about the helper the king sent. In Gaoxiong, there were already a lot of people practicing the body technique. Even so, there were still descendants of the native peoples causing trouble. One of the men says he has a friend who's a gatekeeper named Young-ho in Gaoxiong. Sasip also remembered him, because of how small and weak his body is. Now Suyang understands why he wasn't mentioned in the official records. Because he was born prematurely, Young-ho was probably discriminated against in the body arts. So Suyang leaves the work to the assistant and says he's heading out now. In March of 1452, Sasip says the hero is going to be recognized for his body, and worries the Wang family might want revenge. As expected, the kids play around with the story about the Buddhist the protagonist went through, so the caretakers scold them, since the king doesn't like that. Tosha wasn't even there, but when the child saw an image of Suyang passing by, he ran off thinking it was Maitreya. It's clear the place is different from Honyang, but the focus now is to look for Gwanghyun's descendants. At the Gaeshong magistrate's office, the governor named Gikyeon meets with the hero. He didn't want to cause a scene, but since everyone wanted to see Suyang, he willingly took off his shirt to pose. According to the records, Dae Gwanghyun became Taesho's subordinate and took the surname Wang, but finding his descendants wouldn't be easy. To wipe out that bloodline, Yi Suyang ordered everything about Goryeo kings and queens burned. But recently a man named Jae Wooji was arrested, because he might be from that line. Later he became an official at Sungguijeon, so Suyang could go meet him. Going to Sungguijeon, the man says he doesn't know anything about Wang genealogy, but he gets really angry because it's a term that makes them sound like animals. Anyway, the man wasn't going to cooperate, so that afternoon at Gyeongdo Palace, the hero comments that things are going to get tough. Before going to sleep he gets ready to work out, but he also doesn't let the companion who's with him slip away. So things go on like that until suddenly someone yells, saying he can't carry everything by himself. Some soldiers joke because it's just weight plates, but the joke goes past what's okay. The man even starts crying, so Suyang angrily asks if they learned his technique just to treat people like crap. The moment they realize they're in front of the prince, they all apologize. But the victim's small body makes the hero realize he accidentally found Myung-ho. In their first conversation, Myung-ho basically says he tried the body technique but didn't see any difference. So the hero tells him progress will come if he doesn't give up. But in a way that's just like the line the guy would say in the future, like he was hearing himself. Anyway, the bully soldier says again that Myung-ho can only last 3 days. That's why he still hasn't passed the civil service exam, so Suyang understands he needs more attention. The next day he thanks everyone for joining the training session. Yan is introduced as someone who will help, and the hero says he's going to add a new concept to the manual, about how everyone is different and how everything they do affects muscle mass. Sustainable muscles come from a bunch of factors that have to be part of your lifestyle. In the past, Myung-ho heard from Taoists that drinking mercury was good for you. So to keep the guy from looking for the answer in medicine, Suyang said he only trained and ate well. Since the protagonist is clearly focused on 2 people, it makes sense for Sispyu, but not for Myung-ho. Anyway, when Sispyu does the deadlift, the conversation even stops because the perfect movement grabs attention. On the other hand, Myung-ho has to struggle a lot just to do it badly. The trainers say the movement needs to be light, but he feels completely drained. According to the records, even though he was premature, Myung-ho drank and rode horses. He wasn't fragile, and training for 7 months didn't make sense based on his build. Myung-ho explains that when he gets hurt, he waits for the pain to go away, before trying again, but Suyang yells that it's normal. In the end, he decides to guide the movement to keep Myung-ho's posture, and after several reps the guy collapses, exhausted. Suyang still calls him to train chest and motivates his buddy, saying that if he can last 3 days, they'll drink together. Anyway, those 3 days went by and left Myung-ho like a walking corpse. Changing the subject, the hero asks why the guy still hasn't taken the lower exam. He'd already passed the school level, but recently the lower and up exams were packed with elite people. Suyang explains those are his students who managed to balance physical training with mental training, and with that he tells Myung-ho to follow him to the pay hall too. Even though he's already 40, the protagonist doesn't care at all, and is happy the guy has the ambition to keep up with him. So later at the governor's hall, there was a meeting because they weren't finding anything from the Wang family, and the idea now was to mess with their tombs. During the search, some descendants say they burned everything, and others say they don't know anything. One person admits he threw a document into the river, so Suyang thinks they should dig up the statue that was buried 24 years ago. And the excuse he decides to use is just that he's weeding the plot full of weeds. Suyang also heard that a noble buried a lot of gold and silver in the Hyung tomb, so someone with bad intentions or big ambition could cause an accident. So the hero thinks it's best to start by sending a letter to the king. Somewhere else, someone complains that his whole body is hurting. A masseuse says his body grew this month, but Myung-ho complains because every time he improves, the weights go up. Even so, this was his chance, but the pain was real, so she recommended a rehab techniques clinic. Apparently it's a treatment developed by one of the hero's students, and it works really well. A student creating a whole new area of medicine is impressive, but what's even more impressive is when the woman talks about a treasure buried in the tombs, at Haeyeonyeong, at King Taejo's tomb. The hero feels sad about the state of the place, so he asked everyone to help, and Myung-ho was in the middle of it, with other intentions. Conveniently, he ended up getting recruited there with a chance to change his life. Since Myung-ho looks really excited, people catch on to what he's after. But the kid doesn't care and thinks it's a good idea to search the northern peak. He tells 3 guys to come with him, determined, starts digging for that so-called treasure, and doesn't care about being tired. So 4 days later, things still weren't ready. But when the helpers went out to eat, Myung-ho felt a different texture in the dirt. The others on his team came to see, with the promise they'd split it evenly. So they dug for the guy, but all they found was the head of some random statue. Even so, they kept going, trying to pull that thing out. Then some people found them at night, and among them was that Wang descendant who got mad at the hero. In the middle of the night, the protagonist gets woken up because there was a thief at Haeyeongdo. But that makes Suyang happy because the trap worked. Anyway, he rides there on horseback, and when he arrives he finds the little guy pissed off and causing a scene. They were biting Myung-ho's ear, so the protagonist yells, condemning the guy's actions. He tries to apologize, but Jo Woo-ji has a personal beef since they messed with his statue. Jo Woo-ji cries, and another guy says they're just servants of the Yi family, but Suyang is part of it too, so he's put in a tight spot. The little guy explains, based on his grandpa's stories, that when the statue was at Bungunsa temple, only Taejo had a gold crown. Anyway, Suyang scolds Myung-ho, but since it was all part of his plan, he whispers that he'll handle it. But for now, they need to take the 2 of them to the governor's office. On the way, people judge them for messing with the king's statue and suggest they won't make it out alive. So the big guy asks the prince for exile, meaning he'd go to Gyeongwon, so he said he understood. All because being stuck in the cold was better than dying. A few days later, a guy hands over his belongings to repair King Taejo's statue. Since it's more gold than they need, he also asks if they can use the statue as a symbol again, so Suyang says he'll leave Wooji in charge of that. Anyway, the prince also says he has a request, and the guy immediately understands it has to do with the Wang. So he hands over books with records of Balhae, Jeongan that can help a lot. But what impresses the hero the most is one titled Genealogy of the Wang Family. Luckily it escaped being burned, or maybe it just floated on top of the river. 10 days later, Youngwon still thinks that because of what he did he's going to get the biggest punishment of all. He thinks Suyang is disappointed, and since he got summoned to the palace he doesn't know what to expect. In Hanyang, a servant says the former king will arrive soon. But from far away, the first one to show up is the old man Huang Hui, arriving right on time. Anyway, he says that if the kid can get the distractions out of his head, that'll be great. Truth is, the old man already knows the young guy is going to follow in his footsteps. He heard Mi Young Ho committed a terrible crime, so he's going to be punished like this. All of a sudden, Yi arrives, so the two of them go together to greet the retired king. Anyway, Yi says he's already heard everything, so Mi Young Ho drops to his knees begging for mercy. No matter how he feels, since Munjong is trying to win Gaisong's heart, he thinks the boy should help. Mi Young Ho doesn't even think they'll let him leave there alive, so Yi suggests he change his body until he's unrecognizable. The former king agrees not to punish the boy as long as he trains for the next 3 years in the pay hall. But even though he accepts, Mi Young Ho also cries, knowing he's going to suffer. In the end, the hero went back to Hanyang with the texts and could train at home like he used to. It was also great for Munjong to work out with his brother. Anyway, the hero says they're short on volunteers from the north, but Munjong already got ahead of it. A bunch of illegitimate sons had sent letters asking to be freed from their status. So with things starting to happen in the north and the south, they could see a chance to rise up there. So Yang wasn't paying that much attention to the local demands, but Munjong let him rest after finishing the review. Actually, the king already found someone strong to send north. He isn't a second son, but he has an illegitimate brother he wants to save. So he was appointed magistrate of Gaiyang. This big guy is Hong Il-dong, and his younger brother is named Hong Dil-dong. The older one won't accept his youngest talking to him formally. Il-dong asks the commander who's in charge of Zhaojiang, then he explains that Hong Yun-song was appointed, and the big guy decides to make him his brother in arms. At Zhaojiang Fortress, Hong is eager to meet the new magistrate. Winter is already coming, and the kid has a history of not being able to handle the cold. What started as an intimidation strategy, because of his body, ended up as a prison. To avoid the cold, he needs to look feverish all the time. So this time, he really wants to withdraw to the south. Suddenly, the commander comes in, wanting to know if Hong is doing okay. So Hong comes out pretending he has a fever. Even so, he reads a letter that unfortunately assigns him the position of assistant secretary. That was a reward, but Hong wouldn't be able to leave anymore. Until the magistrate arrived, he'd have to take care of everything, and they even gave him medicine so he'd have no excuse. Anyway, the brothers start a trip to Jiuyang, already stocking up on some goods that are more expensive out there. Il-dong thinks that with the body he has, the cold won't be a problem, and he convinces his brother of the same thing. At Jiuyang Fortress, the magistrate finally arrives. When Il-dong gets there, he wonders where everyone is. All of a sudden people shout because a stone at the top of the fortress cracks. Everything collapses, but luckily the guy who was about to get crushed is saved by the big man. The guy who got saved kneels down thanking him, and Hong arrives apologizing for being late. Then they decide to go somewhere safer first. Hong starts the conversation explaining that this is a temporary office. He says he's handling things as assistant secretary. Anyway, the two of them have more than just walls to fix because they need to build houses and plant crops. The Jurchens were supposed to help, but they weren't cooperating, so Il-dong said physical conditioning would solve it. The next morning, Hong asks if everyone's ready, because he's going to teach everyone something new. They don't know what they're going to get out of it, but once Suyang said that even simple movements can teach you. So Il-dong tells Gildong to start by grabbing a pickaxe, and his brother does. So even though he complains in his head, the two of them work the holes really fast. Gildong says this really is a method to train the body, so he calls Gildong over again to show the rest of the routine. Hong thought the brute was just someone strong, but apparently he also dieted. Even so, he can see problems, and tells the magistrate about it. Hong says that like this, it'll be hard to keep leading the Jurchens, especially since it's not just on the farm that they need their help. Then Il-dong says he has a proposal. The next day, the boy gathers all the barbarians with a leather ball. He's going to use a keep-away ball game to decide the exiles. Then he asks who's going first, and someone agrees to start. So the youngest announces the start, and right then, Il-dong takes the kid down. The second one manages to run a bit, but the big guy goes over and slams him to the ground too. Even Hong realizes the game wasn't a dumb decision. He was actually using the chance to judge how strong each person was. Still, a game shouldn't be something used to decide who was going to help the government. So Hong thinks Il-dong isn't taking things all that seriously. The next candidate gets the idea to throw himself on the ground with the ball, but the big guy comes in with jujitsu, and in a few seconds manages to get him off the ground. So the last one who decides to try is assistant Hong himself. Since nobody objects, the two get ready, and Hong says he's not like the others, but that's exactly what Il-dong wants. At first, Hong turns his back and gets position as fast as expected. In that case, Il-dong tries to win on endurance, but when he comes in from underneath, Hong defends. The youngest already thought the assistant was impressive, but not to the point of matching the brother. This game was based on a very old Korean kind of soccer, and ever since forever nobody has done this well against Il-dong. All of a sudden, Hong feels a hard hit in the back. He gets pinned by the big guy's huge strength. The assistant can't break free, but luckily he slips his arm out. Even so, Il-dong manages to fall on top of the guy, making him give up. But since Hong is a military graduate, he won't accept losing, so he forces the big guy's arm up. Then, while holding that ball with everything he's got, Il-dong tries to break through the defense, until he gets tired and strains so hard he lifts Hong off the ground. That way he only needed a body feint to throw his opponent away, bringing the match to an end. That night, they're told the day's test results will be announced in private. To celebrate, there was plenty of meat and drink. Even the Jurchens were doing great today, thanks to the protagonist's technique. But for Il-dong, the most impressive one was Hong, even though the guy complained he lost because of the cold. One time he went out to pee and the liquid froze in midair, and the fortress wasn't good for winter. Il-dong suggests fixing it while they train, but the youngest shouts that he has experience with that, so they trust him with the job, sparing him the misery of having to carry stones like a convict. The next day, Hong thanks the youngest, but he won't even take the compliment. Il-dong talks about the bricks, which he thinks aren't fired clay. Actually, even without using that, you can get good results. But for example, the fireplace was all cracked. The wet clay dried, got hot, but the wall was cold. Il-dong's heated wall always cracked, and Hong would plug the holes with more mud without thinking it might be heating up fast and cooling down fast. He believed there was smoke only because it was leaking through the cracks. Seeing that, Il-dong thought about swapping the current clay wall for wall bricks. They say wall bricks hold heat longer, and you can use them on the floor too. With clay walls, one crack ruins everything, but with bricks it's easy to replace. Gildong still isn't sure, but he goes out to try, leaving a good impression on Hong. Seconds later, the guy says he already talked to the mason from Gaisong. When they make hapgak roofs, they put bricks on the sides, so they must know how to build with them. In that case, Hong asks them to bring bricks, and Gildong adds they'll need around 5,000. Bricks aren't used much in Joseon because there isn't enough firewood for the kilns, but this region has enough wood in the mountains. And with the excuse of physical training, the Jurchen are gathering a bunch of logs every day to build fences. 6 months later, on November 14, 1452, the soldiers are still suffering from the cold. At that moment, Uldong shows up missing warmth, saying the others are freezing. The big guy recommends a steam bath, but the problem is they're using it so much there's a line to get in. You could tell the Jurchen were packed in there, and it was all because of Gildong. Earlier, the guy had suggested a public bath and an office made of bricks. The problem was the price, but 5,000 only cost 180 kg of rice. In Gyeongwon province, an officer can't believe Gyeogyang lost fewer men than they did. Chungirl explains about the bath, the warm office, and the physical training. Then the officer asks how the black soil is going there, and unfortunately he's told they still haven't made progress. They've already processed 900 kg of iron, but it was all brittle and useless because of that so-called black earth. At a forge it became obvious, because with just one hammer strike the material broke. The blacksmith explains that this stuff ruins metal. It's sticky like tree resin, but the chance it might work the same makes the officer want a bit of it, especially since it could be useful, and even without knowing it, it was part of our modern asphalt. On the way to Sugang Palace, everyone is exhausted from working on the state documents. Meanwhile, the king was cursing a lot because people were refusing to work. If all the offenders were sent north, it'd be a huge mess. But the state's government code, which is like our constitution, didn't have a solution after all. It wasn't even finished yet. Sugang agreed, but he was dying inside. They'd already had a lot of problems, so they were still adjusting the punishments, and unfortunately old Huang had to stay. In his case, since exile or torture didn't seem fair, he was punished with work. Anyway, that makes the protagonist think forced labor could become a lighter punishment. After the talk, the protagonist helps his father, who'd been sitting for a long time, relax. Picking up what they were saying earlier, the current forced labor was beating the criminal, and then sending him north as a slave. But in the hero's view, building prisons and providing decent work inside could serve as rehabilitation like it almost is for Minister Huang. Yui says that working too much can hurt your health. But Xuyang makes his father remember the wheel they made. Walking on it was way easier than on muddy roads with weight on your back. So the old king really likes the idea. The name will be prison and officials will manage it. The problem was finding a volunteer to reform the prisoners in the jails. At least they had Hall Pei, who'd already managed to turn the young barbarians around, so they wouldn't refuse to work at the prison too. Even so, Yui worries about Suyang helping so much instead of focusing on his job and himself, like marrying Hyundong for example. The boy turned 16 this year. There had already been proposals, but Yui held off because of the war. Among the families that sought the match, the hero meets state councilor Han Huak. Suyang apologizes for the delay, but Han says the man's daughter also wanted some time. Since Han Huak belongs to the Ming Alliance, that attitude came because he'd lost political power. Because if it were like before, he would have forced the marriage without even asking. Anyway, Hyundong arrives, so the hero introduces him to his possible father-in-law. Han is surprised the boy is so strong at only 16. Changing the subject, Hyundong did a rubbing on paper over a stone and recognized a pattern from Master Muhak, the great King Jin Hyung. This could be one of the Sun Subi monuments that in Goryeo history is said to be 900 years old, so the son and father complement each other on the discovery. Since the boy is not only strong but also smart, Han is even more surprised. But the truth is, he used to be frail before Suyang trained him with kids games like hula hooping and jumping rope. Those games were good for kids and women, and to break the ice, Suyang invited the guy to play shuttlecock with their families. But a few days later, when the game happens, the counselor's daughter gets absolutely wrecked by the protagonist's tough wife. A few days earlier, Han told Sukdek they were going to talk about the marriage again. On top of that, the protagonist's wife wanted to meet her along with the second sister-in-law who serves Prince Haisheng. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, but Sukdek was intimidated by the couple's strong presence, since she was just a housewife. Later, she received an outfit made by Lady Daebuin called suspenders. It was something you tied at the waist, pulled up, and fastened underneath so the skirt wouldn't slip. On top of that, they also put knee and elbow protection on her, and tie up her hair. On the day they met, the wife asked if the girl had ever played badminton. Since she hadn't, she explained there was the serve, plus the lower shots, the high ones, and the smashes. And she also said it's normal not to be able to do everything right away. Sukdeok did so well that for the first time she got praised while exercising. But then it was time for them to face off. Maybe by luck, the girl scores the first point out of the 21 she needed to win. Sukdeok is happy, having fun, changing her idea of exercise from tiring to actually pretty cool. The problem is, she returns a high one to an opponent who was holding back just so she could smash. The hero's wife basically buries the shuttlecock into the ground and now says she's going to start playing for real. The game that was 5-3 suddenly turned into 5-12, leaving the girl completely frustrated. At least the wife hits a high one to give her a chance, so the girl can see a bit of hope. Suddenly she gets a pain in her ankle, but even so she jumps and hits the shuttlecock, scoring a great point. Only this time it's her wrist that hurts. Unfortunately the girl falls to the ground, but she falls while admiring the prince's wife's strength for putting up with that routine. Later the story reaches the protagonist, but the wife didn't believe Sukdeok was angry, and she even started wanting her in the family. Because of that, sometime later, Hyeondeong gets dressed up, and the protagonist gets ready to lead the Jagwon coming-of-age ceremony. It's formally arranged by Munjong, and the adult name is given by Yi Sejong. Now that the son has become an adult, his name would be Jang and his courtesy name Wonyoung, which made everyone really happy, so they picked a good day in April and held the wedding ceremony. Luckily, the lovebirds were into each other, and the parents were too, but Seo gave the credit to his wife. There was even a sad guy because his son wanted Sukdeok, but the couple was already a done deal. Originally, this daughter-in-law would become Queen Dowager Inso, but things changed. Anyway, Soo-young decides to reassure the girl, saying training should be good for you, not a sacrifice. Still, Sukai asks to read and learn the physical training manual, which makes the wife happy, but makes a hero admit he doesn't know much about training for women. Even what his wife did was basically his training, but Sukai really wanted something tailored to her. So Suyang gave the girl freedom to test things herself, and thought about creating something later. Going to the room, the first thing Sukai does is get guided through flexibility. She was really stiff, and from the screams Hindong got worried outside. Anyway, the king called the protagonist, even though he still had to finish the manual. The island of Tsushima was asking to increase the number of merchant ships. It had already been set at 50 in the Geikei Treaty, which set that limit because piracy was increasing at the port of Busan. Historically, that treaty was supposed to remain in place until King Jeongjong's era. They sold ginseng to Japan for double the price, so the price wouldn't crash during harvest season. The problem was that the request for 100 ships was an excuse to get ginseng onto the market. Tsushima Island is a middleman for Japan's interests, which probably has to do with the head of the Uchi clan. When King Jeongjong was on the throne, he asked for Jola because it had something to do with his ancestors. And unfortunately, they didn't even have a map of Japan. Originally, Shin-Suk-ju would have made one on a visit, but now he was in Ming. A colleague there yells that they should solve it with force, but everything they had was already up north. In that case, Suyang simply suggests giving them all the ginseng, even the seeds. In Japan, because of an official who sold ginseng for half price, the Uchi clan found out its market value. So the Lord of Tsushima had silver mined and contacted Joseon, because if they did nothing, they'd be ignored. Even so, if they acted recklessly, they'd be killed. So Tsushima sent the screw-up to Joseon to sort this situation out. In the eastern hills where Busan is today, the interpreter named Shin Suk-ju is already impressive because of how built he is. Earlier, the Minister of Rights Jong Chok explained there'd been a misunderstanding. Because the ginseng hadn't been sold cheap, it had been found for free up north. And to understand that, the screw-up went to Hanyang with Suk-ju. The mansion they arrive at looks really dangerous, so much so that the guy gets scared and blurts out a prejudiced term. Obviously, the Jurchen get annoyed, but before a fight breaks out, the protagonist shows up, restores order, and welcomes the guest. Suyang apologizes because he sent a gift that caused a problem. By gift, the hero meant the 18 xun of ginseng, and he said it was no big deal because the sulfur from the trade helped make gunpowder, and the copper helped make carts. Suyang tries hard to come off like a tough, clueless general, so the big guy buys the act. Keeping going, the hero says that because of the crisis after the war, he had to sell the ginseng. Since he sold it quickly, the royal court didn't know about it. In Japan, Mongols are called Mukuri, the same ones who brought down the Kamakura shogunate. So the hero explains that the conflict started after he captured Taisun Khan and let him escape. That's why Suyang said he should have killed him, which leaves the guest terrified. In that incident, Japan also suffered, because they were making so much money off ginseng that jealous people came to steal it. They want to sell to Shozian, so they'll either get killed in the war or in the crisis. So the man asks for help, just like Suyang wanted, and the hero suggests meeting the guy's shogun in person and giving him the ginseng seeds. That way they set up trade with Tsushima Island and save the kid. Of course, the guy asks how they're going to pay them back, but Suyang didn't lay out the plan right away. Back when Nanzen was in Kyoto, they asked a certain lord to help out with national affairs, because Ming and Shozian were losing to Mukuri. The deputy shogun Hosokawa Katsumoto explained that to get supplies, Shozian was sending over all the ginseng seedlings, all of that in exchange for copper and sulfur, and they say the prince himself is on this mission. That's why the former daimyo Yamana Mochitoyo says he needs to go to Akamagaseki to see this man. In October 1453 in Byokrando, some people use that black soil on the hulls of ships to keep worms from forming. So two young guys have to put it on the ships that are going to Japan. And since the first one has the same name as the famous Bangil Jew, the leader fires everyone up to do a good job. A month later, the protagonist is ready to leave together with Suk-ju. Besides him, the master monk shows up too, because they gave him the chance to meet Buddhists in Japan. That was also just another excuse for the embarrassment Suk-ju caused at that presentation. And for this mission, the protagonist is going to have his co-worker as vice chief, which already makes him pretty nervous. Even on a diplomatic mission, the protagonist insisted on carrying the heavy loads onto the ship. But when he hears shouting, he realizes he forgot something. The people of Liaodong had never been out on the open sea before. They'd heard they'd have to keep sailing even after reaching Japan, and they were scared. So Suyang guaranteed that Japan's officials would bring them back no matter what. A delegation of more than 600 is usually pointless, but in the context of him being a rough, dumb general, it fits perfectly. Anyway, they set off, and after half a month they arrived in Nagato in Japan. At that, the Buddhist already started thinking about sneaking around and watching how things were. When the drawbridge comes down, everyone's impressed by how big the men and the horses are. Either way, the hero introduces himself as Prince Suyang, who will be the head of this diplomatic mission. In response, Ochi Norihiro says he's the representative of the Ochi clan, until suddenly the Jurchen all jump down from the boat. Ochi says they prepared a banquet for the protagonist to relax and introduces the monks from the temples of Kyoto, but Mochi Toyo is among the pre-Sengoku figures. Suyang knows. Yamana always pulled the strings behind the scenes to pass power to his son, and it was exactly because he wanted to meddle that he brought his monk along. Right then, Suyang introduces his Buddhist master named Shinmi, and then he starts introducing himself in Sanskrit. The problem is Yamana doesn't understand, but his Japanese colleagues do. In the end, Suyang already knew that if he hadn't brought the master, they would have spied on him. Later, the Jurchen are served by a woman with her face covered in white powder. So the hero and his colleagues say they want to serve themselves. The woman even tries to insist, but every attempt just makes the two of them more scared. Anyway, the shogun prepared a mountain boar meat stew. Japanese hadn't eaten meat since the 600s, so that was a sign of respect. But since they didn't have experience with it, they didn't drain the blood properly. The innocent Ochi suggests adding pepper, but one loudmouth Jurchen is already getting up, shouting. They might be barbarians, but they didn't disrespect meat like that. Of course they got mad, so the hero figured it'd be better to go hunting, calls everyone so they can head to the mountain. Ochi didn't get it, and accepted punishment if he treated the hero badly, but Suyang just went out hunting with the barbarians. Seeing that, besides them, someone else rides out on horseback too. It's Yamana, who doesn't even think and already tells Ochi to follow him. In his head, the hunt was an excuse to spy on them, so the king must have sent his brother to lead an invasion. The Buddhist looks for the protagonist but only manages to find a crazed boar. And that's when, luckily for him, Suyang himself shows up, knocking the animal out with clean hands like an oni from mythology. First, the hero asks whether it's the monk who's there or the leader of the Ochi clan. Yamana said he came because he thought the people might suffer during the hunt, but the hero apologizes, explaining they're having fun. On top of that, he says he changed his mind about traveling and asks to pay for them to take his subordinates back. The hero knows it's a burden and says the monk will be perfect, especially since he'll send some gifts in return. So knowing the guy is wise, Suyang says he'll understand the meaning. Basically, the plan was to travel overland to Kyoto with all 600 using the monk's name, which makes Yamana think the hero is an idiot. 17 days later at Nanzen Temple in Kyoto, the master comes back completely exhausted. As soon as they arrive, the prince decided to go hunting boar and deer to make the dishes called Seonjikuk and Suyok. He threw a banquet before insisting on traveling by land, but he caused so many problems that Yamana can't even believe he's an official. One subordinate's take is that the protagonist is trying to get on their nerves, which kinda makes sense, but Yamana doesn't think it's that serious. 7 days ago, the old man went to spy on our hero. He saw the protagonist bench pressing, and he saw that the Japanese struggled even to help load a 40-ginge plate. So Yamana to stop working to help out. Right then, Yamana shouted, asking what that equipment was. So the protagonist explained his training manual and impressed them with his strength. But the monk doesn't think a warrior who cares that much about strength is smart. That sounds logical, but both of them know things could change in Kyoto. Several days later at the imperial residence, Hosokawa Katsumoto introduces himself as the Kanrei's servant and the shogun's advisor. Jose inside returns the greeting, and Suyang makes a point of greeting Yamana too, who's off to the side, but that almost makes him lose control. While the shogun hasn't arrived yet, everyone stays seated, and then finally the doors open, revealing Ashikaga Yoshimasa, a famously incompetent leader. After the two greet each other, Suyang thinks the kid must be 17. Anyway, Yoshimasa gets straight to what he wants to talk about, the protagonist's horse. He saw it from far away and wanted to paint a picture of it, but saying that on a first meeting isn't really a good look. Katsumoto gets a chill down his spine, but Yang keeps the conversation going, playing along with the kid. And by saying he also likes calligraphy and art, he kind of forces a friendship. Right then, Katsumoto suggests the two of them go talk about that, draw Huku, the horse, and leave the adults to discuss ginseng. On the table they set out the famous seedlings and the advisor's eyes basically light up. First they say you can't plant it just anywhere. First you remove the seed coat and let them dry, then plant them in a finger-deep hole. A Japanese man asks what the chances are of it sprouting well, but the old man says 1 in 10, which causes an uproar. If Suyang explained, his mask would slip, so he had Yigyukam speak instead. They say that one seedling like that usually takes 6 seeds to work out, because the plan is to teach them only the simplest techniques, and since everyone wants it to make money, they don't question it much. After all that, Katsumoto asked to wrap up the talk so they could decide things, but the hero was already counting on the shogun to do that. Since the boy was already friends with Anpyeong, it was only a matter of time before Yoshimasa sided with Shozian. 3 days later, the protagonist gets told about a festival in the middle of training. They say it'll be at the Ryoanji time because Yong talked about the hero's skills and got the shogun curious. But a festival is always a headache because it costs money and takes a lot of work. Anyway, on the day of the festival, Suwon shows up to cheers from the crowd since he defeated the northern people they don't like. People throw money at them, but obviously the coins hurt a lot. Either way, they arrive at the temple where the shogun is. Yoshimasa explains he's heard a lot about the hero, like the incident with the horse when they fought after the first owner died. In the stories, Suwon tamed it through sheer strength, and that fit perfectly with the hero's plan to look like a brute. All of a sudden, a group of people say that strength is everything. They're called Rikishi sumo masters trained by the daimyos. Suwon knows how strong those fighters are, and that they want to show it in a match, so he wonders if he can win. The hero says he doesn't really know the rules, so he changes the challenge to moving the palanquin using only each person's strength. And just by showing his physique, everyone agrees because they don't see anything else. The fighters try to budge the platform first, but none of them can do anything. It doesn't move an inch, but then it's the protagonist's turn to try. He already knew pulling from behind would be bad, so he tied a rope around his body to take the focus off his arms and put more of it into his lower body. After the protagonist gets set, he takes the stance for a squat. Then, with his whole body strength, he manages to get the thing to start moving. Obviously, people like him even more and start yelling. After the first step, it gets easier, but in the middle of the challenge, the shogun asks Suwon to stop so he doesn't get hurt. So the hero strikes a pose, so the citizens can take in his body, and with that, Yoshimasa announces that the festival has really started now. Later, after painting the city scenery, Yong said he was going to give it to the shogun. The two of them were pretty close, so the hero thought it was the perfect moment. About the Ochi clan, the hero warns that they descend from Prince Usong of Bakcha, and that they used to fight over territory with Shozan. Bakcha fell 800 years ago, but Suzan wanted to see the historical records to decide what to do. The records were kept in Shozan, but since they belonged to the Tenno, they were hard to access. It was a tough request, but surprisingly Yoshimasa agreed, only asking for another show of strength in return. This time Suzan is going to shoot with the bow. He pulls the string, focused, and lets it fly right into the middle of the target, exactly how Yoshimasa wanted. While they were celebrating, someone asked the advisor if they should report the expenses, but Katsumoto doesn't see why. The next day, the hero suggests trading 200 gen of ginseng for 100,000 in copper, and other things like workers. Even though it's a good deal, Katsumoto asks what kind of workers they'll be, so the hero sizes up 100 blacksmiths, 50 miners, and 200 fishermen, which makes Katsumoto say he'll think before answering. Several days later, because of the workers' yearly pay, the advisor decided to send only half. What makes Suyang even more irritated is how fake he is, acting friendly. The hero couldn't argue back, but then the shogun himself ordered those people to be handed over. Right then, Katsumoto asks the leader to reconsider, but Yoshimasa is serious enough to leave the advisor shaking with fear. Anyway, after the guests leave, Yoshimasa goes to get souvenirs, and doesn't even listen anymore to whiny Katsumoto. The shogun was worried someone might mess with the contents, so he told his servants to copy it as carefully as possible. Now he had the chronicles the protagonist asked for. In modern times, this would only show up in a war, but since Anpyeong won the people over, it was like a favor between friends. From what he saw in the stories, Ochi really was descended from Baekje, but changing the subject, Yoshimasa asks the hero to compare the texts when he gets back, which makes him thank him. So the mission in Japan ended with a great result. The Jurchens showed off their horseback skills at the festival, becoming more liked by the people, and Sozen, who tried to spy on the hero, was completely shut down by Master Shinmi, but soon Japan was going to see ships coming from the Onin War, so they wouldn't get much use out of the seeds. On January 15th, at the first full moon, the king asks if the hero liked the trip, and whether the country's leader is incompetent. Since the hero already knows about the war, he's impressed by his brother's instincts, about the man who went north to save his brother. Munjong heard that he trained the Jurchens, saving Gaoyang from the winter. The younger one built a bunch of places with bricks, and meanwhile in Dongnai, in Japan, they were bad with iron techniques, so it would be good to have strong leaders over there to ally with. Su Yang understood that a lot of people looked at what he did in Japan in a bad way. Zhou Gerqin, the new minister of war, thought they should have brought warriors from Japan to learn techniques, not workers. Their swords were different, and the craftsmen might have a hard time making them there. Even so, Munjong asked to bring one for him, and showed that even though Japan didn't have great metal, they had amazing techniques, like mixing different metals. So by combining their skills with quality materials, everyone agreed there was something to gain. The minister got it. Both the hero and Yang were rewarded, and Su Yang was free to go back to thinking about the girl's manual. But back in the present, Munjong heard it was the hero who led everything, and sent him to Harbin with no rest. In June 1454 on the Songhua River, Yi Jing-ok succeeded Kim Jong-seo in the north, and being there makes Su Yang think he should have dealt with Taisun earlier. The guy sent a whole bunch of letters. 5 years ago, after he came back alive from prison, he and his ally blamed each other for the defeat, but because of pressure from Ming, they had to stay really quiet. 5 years later, the wall between Ming and Oirat was completed. Ming needed to pull troops back from near the barbarians, because it was costing too much. Nobody wanted to go to Liaodong, but since they already knew Xiao Yuzheng was there, they weren't so greedy. It was natural for the Ojia to fight with the Mongols, and watching was fun, but it'd be even better to join in. After some time traveling, the protagonist arrives in Harbin. He's welcomed by both Li Mengzheng and Li Gai. Mengzheng was transferred because of his great performance in Gingwon, and Li Gai also did well, taking better care of the docks and the roads. Anyway, they arrive at the military camps. Since the Jurchen refused to live together, they were outside the fortress. Right away, all the soldiers greet the prince, which makes him see they trained them well. Mengzheng introduces the sharpshooter unit, who are already setting up the breech-loading cannons to use later. The latest weapon they developed became known as the breech-loading cannon, and even though it was still a hassle, it was better than muskets. They also made mounts for explosive mines, because some were soaking up moisture and blowing up on their own. Anyway, someone else shows up calling Su Yang to come talk already. Like he read in the letters, Yexian was going to marry her sister to Taishi to keep the Khan's airline going. Yexian obviously wanted to control the throne. Historically, Taishi never built a faction and was killed by Essen, but things had changed. At least his forces were half of the woman's, so sending troops against him would be a good move. If they didn't keep the Mongols in check, they'd lose to Yexian, and that would affect Hosian. Crossing the Songhua River, though, would cause problems with the gunpowder and would also tip off Ming, but they could try to arrange a marriage between Essen's sister and Taisun Khan. Whatever he chose would be bad, and they could have her attack Harbin, because if they fought in Mongolia without supplies, they'd have less of a chance than at home. That way, if they beat her, the girl's power would drop, and the Khans would rise. Out west of the fortress, they're told the Haishi Jurchens are helping with the construction, but mostly just watching. When he gets off the horse, the people see the prince has arrived and go talk about the construction. In the middle of it, someone found a small statue with a bunch of arms that the hero recognizes as a model of a Polakatsvara. The man is happy to hear it's something valuable, so everyone lines up to ask about what they've got. In the middle of that, the hero found several Buddhist artifacts, so there could have been a temple there. In the Jin dynasty at least, the nomadic tribes wouldn't do that, and they couldn't let those things go unnoticed by the Jurchens. Besides, most of them are Buddhist, so if they could use their faith, they could create motivation to beat the Haichi. At that same moment, they tell the Khan about a letter asking him to go to Harbin to talk with Su Yang. So of course the guy shakes with rage and agrees to go. The relics that belonged to Buddha had to go back to him, and the hero gave a speech about it, saying they should build a temple there. Right then the officer asked about it, so Su Yang explained. Those relics were from an ancient temple. If they built a temple there, they'd gain morale with the Hulun tribes. Those items were enough for a small temple, and there wouldn't be any better gift for Buddhist Jurchens. In that case, the officer says he'll organize the construction, and about the name of the place, Su Yang wants it to be the Black Dragon Temple. After all, there's a river with that name near Songhua. 2 months later, the subjects comment that training with equipment is way better, but the protagonist is still going to correct their movements, so the officer comes back with the report from the first month after opening the temple. The place looked like it was going to burst from how many people there were, so they don't need to worry about internal fights anymore. And about that, the Khan should answer pretty soon. Taisun messes with Hosan on their own turf, saying they're throwing pearls to pigs. Anyway, he asks the protagonist for a drink, but Su Yang thinks it's weird that he can't even stand up properly. It's clear he's dragging himself around and drinking so he doesn't have to pay attention. The Khan's hands shake just to turn the cup, and it's clear he's lost muscle mass. Basically, he turned into an alcoholic, especially since Su Yang gave him zero support even after all the letters. The hero asks if the Khan wants them to know about the alliance between the two, but Essen's ancestor was killing off the weaker members of the golden lineage. Even the 10,000 soldiers he has left are relatives of the ones who were killed. So Sayang tells him to surrender and marry the guy's sister. Obviously the Khan yells and starts cursing the protagonist because if he falls, Hosayan is going to be invaded. But knowing that, Sayang tells him to surrender on the condition that he gets to attack Hosayan. Anyway, the food arrives, some kind of meat mixed with sprouts that looks amazing. But getting back to it, the Khan warns that Taishi won't stop with those conditions. One time he sent soldiers to steal weapons when he heard he was loaded with them. They found them and started carrying as much as they could, but the leader showed up right then. He grabbed a musket and only didn't shoot the first soldier he saw, because a desperate ally stopped him. Taishi went crazy with rage, but the truth was all the gunpowder was stored there, and if he fired it would blow everything up. In the end they had weapons but barely any gunpowder, and one that's been stored for 5 years doesn't even work anymore. Ming's prisoner is still alive out there because they needed his knowledge about weapons. Anyway, Khan says he'll follow the plan. but if it goes wrong, it's on him. In January 1455, Taishu wants to know why he was called to a Kurultai, and why the stolen weapons are there. Once it's clear it's not a trap, Khan straight up says he wants to accept the marriage proposal. But he warns that Joseon has a base near the Black Dragon River, and tells them to send soldiers there. Right then, some members of the Jin dynasty come in and everyone just drops to their knees begging Taishi to punish Joseon. They say they went there because they had to work, but while everyone was asleep they heard a really loud sound, and when they looked back they could see a huge pillar of fire shooting up. In Taishi's head it was obvious some gunpowder warehouse had exploded. On top of that, the Jin say they were accused of starting the fire and tortured, but Taishi doesn't believe they could have escaped after that. Earlier, Su Yang said the guy would believe it if he gave info to the troops, so he brought the guy in, and he said he'd been tortured, and out of nowhere he immediately swung at Khan. But obviously the tables turned, and the barbarian was the one who got beat down. Even drunk, he was still stronger than some random guy, and Su Yang jumped in to break the two of them up. They said the young man's ancestors were wiped out by Genghis Khan, but they were still going to use him to trick Taishi. Back in the present, the guy shoved his face into the ground to prove himself. He said it was the temple monk who saved them, and that he wants revenge like a real warrior. Taishi gets that if it's true, it's the perfect opportunity, so he sends 5 men to map out the enemy base. So Taishi accepts his buddy's proposal, and then Khan says he'll send 3,000 soldiers and leave the rest with him. At the fortress, the barbarians see the rumor was true, and that they even built cannon holes at the top. They couldn't see well, but when they tried to change position they ran straight into the protagonist, who beat them up. Sometime later, the protagonist caught a cold, and he explained he was more vulnerable because he barely had any fat. Anyway, this was the first time they were going to meet the new Liaodong commissioner. In a hall, they said the Oryurat forces were aiming for Harbin, so the commissioner panicked, thinking about a war. Right away he asked them to bring information about them, but the reinforcements had left 6 months earlier, so they'd have to send even the farmers to war if they had to. Su Yang doesn't get why it's such chaos, so the commander drinks a strong drink and calms down, apologizing that his symptoms had gotten worse. That medicine was made from poppy husks to treat anxiety. Either way, the commander says they can only send 5,000 troops from the Zhenzhou Jurchens, so the protagonist asks himself what the hell this lunatic is talking about. Chongshan served Taisun, but as soon as Joseon started winning he betrayed the guy and ran off. Sending his troops was dangerous because the leader was an opportunist, but that's when Joseon shouts that the commander made the right call. If Chongshan stepped in between two enemies, for sure the focus on Joseon would drop. In March, prisoners from the intense training camp escaped. They couldn't take it anymore, but the protagonist came over, grabbed one on his back, and just slammed him to the ground. Then he asked if another one of the runaways would rather train or be punished, making them go back. The guys were doing 3 sets of 100 squats when the prince got called in to hear that the enemy forces had crossed the river. And when they spotted Taishi in the middle of them, the hero told everyone to get ready. Over by the river, Alak says they still haven't spotted a single Joseon soldier, but there are lots of places to set up ambushes. The scouts got captured while they were checking near the camp, and finally the hero showed up, held up by his students on a weight platform. And they even lifted the prince above their heads, so he could farm a bit of aura. That left Taishi in shock and Su Yang satisfied. Before the world changed, the hero got obsessed with a movie, but instead of the story it was the actor's muscles. So just like in the movie, he figured he had to crush the enemy's morale with his muscles. The captured enemy front line was being used as hostages, and Alec even says the protagonist is being generous because he lets them go when the master arrives. Everyone leaves super pissed off, but the hero reminds them he's the king's brother, and threatens to keep them locked up. In the end, they ask if it's really okay to let them go, so Su Yang explains they're not going to make it back to the camp, because if they came back safe and looking healthier, the camp's morale would drop. So when Taishi realizes that, he shoots an arrow right into one of them. Alec is shocked, but the leader tells them to shoot the others too. Obviously the advisor tries to talk them out of it, so Taishi explains the whole morale thing and orders them killed. Several days later, at the Bayan unit, a support boat shows up, but it really looks like everything's on fire. Since the ship actually is in flames, they try to put it out but take too long. This happened because of fire arrows, so they had to jump into the water. 4 allies were killed, but Hong showed up right on time. The barbarians are going to try to loot the ships that are left, and what they find looks like gunpowder. So the Ming prisoner tests it and confirms its good quality. As for a message on a wooden tablet, it didn't seem like anything special, so the barbarians celebrated. But even if it didn't, there was something in code that only someone who could read Hanja would understand. There were some random Chinese characters, but together they spelled out a message. Out of the 60 boxes, only 3 had real gunpowder. 3 days later, the barbarians corner another Joseon group. They tell them to hand everything over without a fight, but the leader realizes early on, these men could be soldiers, setting a trap. The chief warns that if they try an ambush, the enemies will call reinforcements. So they waited until 10 days later. Their guards seemed to drop. A soldier told Bayon's leader about a nice ridge behind the road for an ambush, and a place to hide, so they all went there. The problem is Gildong was already there with a whole bunch of soldiers waiting. Having them right in their hands like that really fires the kid up, because he was already tired of always getting caught off guard by Su Yang. Anyway, he says he's got a telescope, and offers one to his friend if he swears loyalty to Sion. Finally, the barbarian group arrives. They pass by Hong, and an arrow immediately hits one of the cartwheels. Quickly, Hong starts pulling the planks to make a barricade, and barely manages to protect his buddies from a rain of arrows. Then he tells the others to break the carts too and form a shield. The others are scared to death of doing that, but Hong insists they just need to obey without complaining. At one point, Bayon stops shooting to go after them on foot, but when a soldier gets close, he sees there's artillery. The problem for him was it took too long to notice, so they all blew up. Bayon yells for them to fall back, and Hong tells the musketeers to shoot and then run. They also lob grenades up there, wrecking the soldiers' morale. But the situation gets even worse because the military commander Park Jungsun shows up with troops who join the fight. The soldier reports that the enemies are split into 5 groups. They hold formation, and on the other side the barbarians start getting beaten back, until the info also reaches the chief of that region and they head out immediately. The decision to chase the enemies reaches Jungsun, but he worries that if it's an ambush they'll die. From the sounds of it, they were already fighting. But since they acted on their own and were at a disadvantage, Jungsun doesn't know what to do. Then the young guy orders them to go save them. The soldiers disagree, but the commander doesn't back down. There really was an ambush on the battlefield. The enemy had twice their numbers, and an arrow hit the chief of the Namnul tribe. Unfortunately, the arrow goes through the armor. The allies try to help and cry, but one of them gets slapped because the man wasn't actually pierced. Joseon's armor set saved the chief's life, and even though he hates to admit it, the meals and 2 years of training in Gangwon made them stronger. The old man angrily shoots an arrow and hits an enemy on the ridge. This time the arrow goes clean through, leaving Bayon shocked because they started the ambush but still got outplayed. A warning comes in that their forces are being pushed back, and that Joseon reinforcements are arriving. In the end, Bayon retreats, but he's disgusted that he has to run from soldiers who aren't even part of Joseon's official troops. The allied urchins shout with joy, but the chief tells them to stay alert. Anyway, Jungwon arrives just to see that his friends are okay and to take them to the camp. In the main battle, a soldier yells that he threw a grenade, but what lands in the enemy's lap is just a rock. Even so, Hong comes from behind and finishes it with his sword anyway. Gildong says the Jurchen blocked the escape route, so Hong just tells them to let them run, which makes Gildong say they almost got screwed even though the leader won't admit it. In the enemy camp, everyone wanted to go back to Hanai, because compared to Beijing, the walls were nothing. The plan was to attack, but Taishi wasn't going to act without thinking against Joseon, not without a scapegoat. So Taishi gives his son 8,000 troops to attack the fortress, and he accepts right away. Several days later, on the Songhua River near Harbin, the fireworks had already started. The son told the soldiers to dodge those huge black balls, but there was nothing they could do against that much power. That's when he realized everyone was going to die there. With the cannon aimed at Ashapamur, he closes his eyes. A friend grabs him and warns him about the attacks, and then the kid panics and orders them to destroy the towers. The hard part was the towers were set up in a way that they protected each other, so they had to accept falling back. Back at camp, the son apologizes for interrupting Molihai, but Taishi yells that the kid should be thanking him. Taishi tells Molihai to focus on the towers and make them waste their gunpowder. He also orders them to take the weapons made by the Ming prisoner and the stolen gunpowder. In the camp, the enemy Jurchens were just waiting for Hosean to use everything up so they could start shooting, but the prisoner already knew it was going to go bad. So back at the allied base, someone tells the protagonist that something is crossing the Songhua River. Suyang asks if they brought artillery and spots a trebuchet mounted on a cart. It was also confirmed that the Ming prisoner managed to escape to the Liaodong fortress, but the protagonist didn't think it was a big deal. He thinks equipment like that is dangerous when it isn't fixed to the ground. Even so, the hero tells them to be careful and gives orders to focus on the equipment. Before anything else, the trebuchet fires, but for some reason it's only small stones. The towers fire at the enemy, but at that distance it's hard to hit even with the telescope. At least one soldier sees the cart moving again, and this time they throw things that look like cards, but they were soaked in oil, and with the barbarians' arrows they caught fire. Out of nowhere a rain of arrows comes in, so the focus shifts to throwing all those oil papers down before the gunpowder blows up. But unfortunately, an explosion happens first. Word reaches the protagonist that this was the plan from the start. Their view was blocked by the smoke, they'd lost 2 towers, and the cart was still moving. Even worse, the enemies put up ladders to climb the walls. Joseon tries to come down to attack with the cavalry, but the catapult won't stop throwing stuff up. The artillery works to keep anyone from climbing the ladders, and finally the cavalry rides out, led by the commander. Quickly, they take out most of the archers near the base, and the commanders meet to finish this fight, so the Joseon representative makes just one move and sends Ashipor into the ditch. Molihai also takes a beating and barely manages to retreat, leaving Joseon in trouble but victorious. They'd already taken the commander's head, but even so, you could see another explosion on the wall. It came from the right flank. Basically, they used the trebuchet as a distraction so they could get into position. Then the enemies fire more shots, causing several explosions. They tell the protagonist to pull the cannons back so they don't blow up, but he forces himself to wait longer, because soon the enemy artillery stops firing, so Joseon takes the chance to hit back. The enemy losses were all their cannons and Taishi's son, and Molihai being seriously wounded. That's why Taishi screams for his son and asks why the cannons stopped. They loaded them the way the Ming kid said, but at some point something went wrong. Taishi isn't stupid, so he immediately remembers the letter, and to make it worse he finds out the man has escaped. Logically he figures Bayan was defeated too, but he already points to Khan as a possible culprit. The order is to retreat. A subordinate warns that if the deserter tribes win they'll become a joke, but Taishi doesn't even care, even though they could be pretending to be weak. On the way to Chungshan, they're told another 500 men were killed. Joseon was chasing them all the way, but the bald guy didn't want to surrender since he'd have to pay a lot, so they just had to run a little more to reach Harbin. Several days later, they were met by archers, so Chungshan said he wanted to talk to Joseon's commander, but he wasn't even understanding anything. The deserter tribe was still chasing them from above. There was no way to escape anymore. But luckily, Chungshan shows up, proving he's a Joseon officer. Chungshan tries to sweet-talk him, saying they're friends, and that he'll give 500 war horses to join Joseon. But Chungshan yells that the bald guy is a rat, and gives him 2 hours to leave if he wants to live. So the only thing he managed to do was surrender so he could be arrested in Joseon. Meanwhile, in 1455 in Joseon, at the Pavilion of the Glow of the Sunset, Hyung says it's hard to come to this place. The young guy found it weird that there were so many people, but it was obvious since they were at Huang Hui's funeral. The one who shows up there too is Myung-ho, who's barely recognized. Because of his physical training he got bigger than everyone else, and he went unnoticed, just like the hero said. Anyway, they ask him if the old man said any last words. He talked about life in the public office, but stuff way too complicated to understand. The old man smiled before he died, like he'd left something behind, and when Myung thought about it, he remembered he'd been treated with a lot of affection. Anyway, later the officer goes to do dips, and when he's done he says he feels better doing them on the parallel bars. Next he goes to write down the training records in a book called Muscle Survival Book, which shows how much he changed in these 3 years of training. Later the guy goes out drinking and a coworker tells him he finished compiling the history of Goryeo. Recently Myung passed the first exam and he's already going to take the second. The special exams happen when the country is celebrating and they're split into 5 stages. Because the compilation and the law code were finished, the contest was going to happen. Honestly, these are just formalities, because they're short on good people at the border. They also need manpower to rebuild the walls. The librarian was even going to say some things, but Myung didn't even care, which made the coworker happy to see how honest he'd become. After that screw-up of digging up the statue, he never gossiped again. Later Myung staggers back home talking about Wang Wuji, who's from King Taejo's family. Apparently the Wang family got rich with maritime trade, and Myung seems really interested in the money. But that was normal, since even the last dynasty traded with Arabs because of that. That wasn't in the history of Goryeo, and even though the training did him good, Myung didn't let go of his desires. He kept training but also studying hard for the exams until he got a good result. Both he and Sissa passed, they traded tips, and now all that was left was the royal exam. Finally Moak felt like he had a government post, but when it was time to take the last exam he saw there were 3 topics he hadn't studied. That was like a bucket of cold water over his head. 10 years ago, a man asked if the topics for the final exam were right, and Munjong said yes. First about Ming, second about what actions they should take in the north to bring in the tribes, and third what they should prioritize in trade with Japan. Even Ye only gave 1 topic while he was still king, but Munjong said they needed someone with perspective. Someone who can already make a plan and carry it through, who understands the process by instinct. So he said not to worry, because if a bright mind was chosen, they'd be able to work even more under Su Yang. In the records room, the officials try to figure out who wrote one of the tests. The candidate said to control Japan like you control muscles, something with 0 depth, but another test caught the examiner's attention. In the end, they took 11 final candidates to the king, but one of them went a different route, and when they show it to the king, it's clear the person is Mueang Ho. He was recommended by the former king and spent a few years under the old man Huang's guidance. His answer was that they shouldn't repeat the past mistake of turning everything into trade. Actually, he was pushing back on the questions, and instead of the Japanese, he pointed to building ties with the Arabs. The official who brought the test was scared to death, but the king just laughed. That's why he also brought Sisip's and Wanjin's tests. Both were great, and even though Mueang went off topic, he chose him too. But before they left, Mueang asked to keep the boys' test. In March at Pyongyang prison, after the prince arrives in Harbin, he can leave Gyeoing with Gildong so they can go together. The route was even farther north, and they were going to have to look after a bunch of prisoners. In the middle of Gildong reading, suddenly a prisoner escapes. Guard Seoung Sammin yells that he ran off in the middle of the reformatory, so Gildong takes off like lightning and slams the runaway to the ground. On top of that, he lands a blow on 2 other guys who escaped with him. Compared to the enemies he'd faced, those 3 were nothing, especially for the prison's new head of security. Sometime later, they were put to train on the wooden wheel. Sammin said this hard work was going to fix them, but they weren't even listening because they were too worn out. Besides training, the prisoners also worked in the fields, but one guy was furious, because he was a magistrate in Yumjuk, and now he was plowing dirt. So he just snaps and tells them to bring the chief. Later the chief actually shows up, and the prisoner talks about who he is, kind of not even believing it himself. When the prisoners were sent to this prison, he came along too, but everyone got asked what they did so they could be transferred. The problem was the guy got sentenced for corruption for 40 years, so Salmon suggested he write educational texts for the prisoners. The man smiled right away, and even though he'd have to do it every day, he agreed. Everyone who got locked up for 10 years or more was going to build the stone wall in Namgang, so they ask how long it's going to take, and Gildong explains they'll work a 5-on-2 off schedule, which surprises everyone. Even though it's a pretty kind schedule, the prisoners who'd spent their whole lives just reading started aching. So Jung Bomsu, an ex-slave who earned his freedom through training, came to fire everyone up. He showed off superhero-level strength and yelled that anyone slacking off would get sent to another prison up north. Later, a young guy tells Salmon he brought some little gifts. He even shows gold, but the guy gets really offended. Salmon explains their whole budget comes from the king, so some guards offer to take the stuff back. But to Salmon it's obvious that both the sponsor and anyone who goes along with it can turn into enemies in there. The reason Munjong put the young man in that position was because he couldn't be bought. Meanwhile, at the protagonist's house, his son has to deal with a problem with his wife's arm. She thought she could train legs, but her husband wouldn't let her, especially since she was pregnant. Anyway, she goes to meet the queen and explains the situation so her mother-in-law will take it easier. Her training was just squats with light dumbbells, but the hero's wife's training was so intense it made the girl feel embarrassed. 2 years ago, the girl started out not even able to hold a bar. She said she couldn't do it and cried, saying she didn't want to anymore. At first, Sokshune couldn't even handle squatting with 7 kilos, so they stopped that day. Madam insisted she had to drink some miso soup. The attendant tried to comfort the girl, saying she started by lifting 60, but the girl was lifting 7. 2 months after her wedding, her husband traveled to look for old information, and her father-in-law was already doing great in Japan. Even so, she couldn't even eat the food she was supposed to. That night, her father-in-law came back from Japan, but he was already about to head north, so she asked if her body couldn't absorb protein properly, because she trains and doesn't grow. So the protagonist wrote down what she said and started explaining that she didn't have any history of exercising. She apologized for everything, but Suyang didn't want to make her feel worse, because even he sometimes feels pain and wants to stop training, but he never showed it. So Sukdeok said she'd work harder, and a year went by really fast. The hero's son comes back home, and since he doesn't see any change in his wife, he gives her some advice. So the former king shows up saying he's happy to see how much his grandson has grown. Actually, everyone saw the inscriptions Hyundong brought, so Yi came to congratulate them. About the wife, Yi was talking about how they train hard, but he felt her hand and it didn't feel like someone who trains. The girl's hands didn't have a single callus after Suyang encouraged her. She trained for a while but then stopped. So Yi gets straight to the point. Without training, he would have died of diabetes 10 years ago. Of course he wanted to quit, but what mattered was health, not weight. Even though she'd only trained a little, now Sukdeok could eat heavier meals. And with all the studying she's done, Yi suggested the girl do something for women. In the present, Sukdeok does an incline bench press on the bar. Her mother-in-law asks why, and she explains it's an easy exercise to do while pregnant, and it's seen so positively that it makes her mother-in-law want to work together with her. In April 1455, the hero arrives in Hanyang. Without the prince, they wouldn't have been able to deal with Uljayakup so easily, but unfortunately they didn't capture Taishi. Still, they captured the bald guy, so the king ordered him to confess his crimes. But instead of doing that, the enemy leader just slammed his head into the ground hard. Without passing out, he also admits he committed a crime by being a double agent. That means he wants to swear loyalty. Munjong then says he'll send a letter asking for mercy for his people. And even though there were already a lot of people to take care of, that wasn't the king's problem. But even so, the protagonist knew his brother was already thinking up a plan. Anyway, Munjong went to talk to the tribal chief, who disobeyed and walked into an ambush. The man apologized, expecting the worst, but Munjong just told him to send his people to the Peak Hall to be educated, and everything turned out fine in the end. Sometime later, the protagonist went back to bench pressing to regain the muscle mass he'd lost, but something was off with his body, and it made his buddy really worried. He went to help, unfortunately. Suyang could barely handle 1250 Juin and ended up gaining fat, so the hero asks how he's doing. His buddy says it didn't get much worse, but Suyang wants to talk to Seo-san. The problem is that this prince wasn't doing well either. His cousin apologized for not going to see Suyang when he arrived, but his face looked like a skull. They'd heard his uncle's condition was critical, because a month ago his skin turned dark and his breath started smelling sweet. Seo-san even tried to visit and suggested body training, but he got hit with a stick. But what really hurt was him saying he was going to cut ties with his nephew. To the hero it looks like alcoholism, so he called everyone to go see him together. When they got there, a servant apologized because he wasn't going to let anyone in. But since the protagonist was there, they went in anyway. Inside, the uncle was having an episode, talking to himself and smashing jars. Hyung saw his brother Hyo there, so Seo-san yelled at him to come back to reality. The old man doesn't even recognize his relative, but when he looks at the protagonist, he sees the image of the great King Taeho. So he drops to the floor apologizing, which makes Sato's really sad and Suyang worried about his condition. After a while, the old man calmed down. The doctor said there was no hope, and he really did look awful. 3 days later, the uncle unfortunately died. Sato-san cried nonstop, even though it wasn't his fault. Prince Gyeongyong said it was shameful to die from stuffing yourself with alcohol. Prince Hyeryong, on the other hand, said he wasn't an example. Anyway, now after Prince Gyeongyong, the old man is next in the line of succession. Hyeryong, however, gets irritated and shows off his body from 3 years of training. He says his brother didn't die of old age, but because he didn't train properly like the old man, Gyeongyong thinks they're not that age anymore, but Hyeryong says what matters is consistency. He only lifted 500 Gyeongyong and already got strong, so he doesn't get why his relatives aren't taking advantage of it. Gyeongyong tries to change the subject, saying he'll talk to the hero later, but Hyeryong drags him to go right now. And when the hero says he's going to bring everyone from the household to train with him, at first the uncles were looking over the equipment. Even though the protagonist was the grand prince, his uncles were princes too. There was the exhausted Sejong, the impatient Sejong, and the one with even less patience. In the end, they all looked like King Sejong to the protagonist. First they changed clothes, and the protagonist explained the exercises. Hyung rushed ahead to try the wheel and almost got hurt. Hamyoung, for his part, was overdoing it with the weights. In the end, everyone felt good except the protagonist, since he himself didn't even get to train. Finally, the uncle who encouraged it shows up, and seeing the hero's situation, he suggests making a schedule for up to 2 people, but he also says he's going to call more people for him to teach. The next day, the transcription of the Buddhist scriptures was finished. Shinmi did all the work, and the hero went to tell his father about the routine of the last few days. Jeon suffered just as much at the protagonist's hands as he made him suffer, because he said how many squats the other prince did and turned it into a competition. But Yi knows it's inconvenient having all these guests at home, and he has an idea because he knows of an abandoned orphanage near a charity clinic. The protagonist had already heard about it, but that place was left abandoned because there was a tendency for people to kidnap orphans to turn them into slaves. Even so, with those problems, the protagonist thinks they shouldn't use those places to train royalty. Actually, he suggests expanding even more and making just one section for them, because that way they can teach these kids and look after them up close. Everyone thought it was a good idea, and the protagonist thought he should thank Jongbu for it. The next day, the protagonist trains with his son and tells his daughter-in-law not to push herself too hard. Then other people show up, basically Jeonyoung's whole family, to train. Suyang says that his uncle and his wife will go in with him first, so Princes Oxen and Usun get eager for their turn. Suyang warns that he's going to train both of them, but they definitely weren't expecting it to be that hard. The hero pushed the boys to their limit on the bench press and turned to the younger one, because he couldn't hear him jumping rope. He had to do at least 100 more, and the 2 of them only finished at the end of the day. Someone else who ended up feeling awful was the uncle's wife. She left with her head down, so the hero's wife said her coworker accused her of not training, and she showed her toned abs to prove it. The next day, Prince Gyeongyong started overseeing the construction. The trees were provided by Prince Hamyong, and it would probably all be finished in a month, even though the place was a training center for the royal family. Raising the next generation there would be great. All of a sudden, a child starts throwing a tantrum, yelling for them not to touch her. A maid just wanted to check her pulse, so the girl raised her hand and would have hit her if the hero hadn't stepped in front and taken it on his back. The maid explains to the hero that she was going to check her condition because she refused male doctors. But now the protagonist is the one in charge, and he asks if Jasang-won is nearby. Suyang thinks there should be women training for rehabilitation too, so he asks if they can teach the junior female doctors as well. They might find it embarrassing, but that was exactly why they needed to learn. So, going with that idea, the girls were gathered and introduced to their new teachers. They started by selecting 40 medical apprentices and giving them new clothes. They didn't understand why they weren't learning medicine, so they explained that they weren't going to push themselves too hard yet, even though the hero's wife has a scary-looking face. On October 12, 1455, the female doctors are already asking to leave just from stretching. The protagonist walks by and can hear the sound of her screaming, so he's satisfied and goes to check on the orphanage extension, which is now called Yeonhui Pavilion. When he gets there, the uncles were already finishing their training. The older one thanked him because he was sleeping better, and the chubbier one said he felt stronger. They were doing great, but only Suksu didn't look good. When asked, he explained that his wife was very weak after giving birth. 5 years ago, she had their 7th child, Yang. 2 years ago, Pil was born, and recently their 9th daughter, Yeon, arrived. His wife was strong, but after the 9th, she started having intestinal problems. The best doctor, Yang Hongsu, was called in, but he couldn't figure anything out. Anyway, she was getting worse, so he asked the hero or the madam to give her some attention. Later, talking with his wife, she said that training might make Yang even weaker. At least she was resting there, so the madam said she'd take a look. After another doctor examined her, he agreed with Yang that there was nothing to be done. Something always went wrong at lunch and dinner, and it wouldn't even stay down. Anyway, it was finally the madam's turn, and after she finished, she said the postpartum period had been horrible, and her body had been neglected. She had symptoms of scoliosis and osteoporosis, and bad teeth too because of her poor diet. In the madam's view, there was nothing to do, so Sukju cries non-stop. Later on, the protagonist feels frustrated. If it were something he could fix with physical training, there'd be a solution, but he wasn't a doctor. Suddenly, a young man shows up there and says the king ordered fresh milk sent to the minister's house to help with postpartum recovery, so the protagonist takes it and immediately thinks it might be lactose intolerance. In that case, he gets excited and throws his hands up, which almost makes the young man faint. Because he yelled, the guy thought he was going to be punished, but the hero just told him to make tofu and bring it. But then he changed his mind and decided to take him along, thinking he could cure the woman. The protagonist tells Sukju to stop giving animal milk and start giving soy milk instead. He had no way to explain lactose intolerance, so he just said he knew what he was talking about. But he also says not to give too much if they don't want to cause diarrhea. Soy extract is the easiest to digest food the hero knows. So a few days later, while a class was going on, Sukju showed up saying his wife was getting better. The daughter-in-law came up with a new method too that would help her slowly regain her strength. If everything went well, 10 days later the woman recovered enough to stand up. She thanked the doctor, but he didn't want to take the credit. The doctor was writing a book about food and got discouraged after seeing how much he didn't know. But the main guy wanted to help with that, so they agreed to team up. Just thinking about a diet book in this era makes Suyang want to solve the vitamin problem too. The Essentials of Diet Therapy is the name of the book. Dr. Joan Sunui wants to write. Crops only growing in that one area causes some nutrition problems, and the guy who brought it up in the civil service exam got sent to Liaodong, a really smart young guy who also suggested trading with India. Myung was leading this expedition, and Kim Woo-jung, a 6th-rank official, came along too. The sea flats there were great for making salt, but the kid forgot to mention that to Gildong, who came along to sell salt. Anyway, he goes to see if something's going on, and an old man tries to pull the goods off the platform, but even though he tries hard, he faceplants on the ground. So they said they weren't going to pay Yu Gukang to help out. Mike started unloading everything really fast, but old man Yu was more jealous than grateful. At the end of the job, Mike tells the old man to rest, but he thinks he has to keep going if he wants to get paid, so he puts on an act, saying that since he's weak, he'll take him to train. But Mike tells the old man to rest in a cabin. Inside the ship, Yu starts thinking about how long it's been since he sailed. He used to do it back in the day, and he finds an inscription saying the boat was built in the 5th year of the Jingtai era. That means the boat belongs to Gilju. And after a while, Mike came to check on Yu, so he thanked him and asked if the boat wasn't going to rock. To prevent that, he suggested making holes so water could pass underneath. But when someone called him, he ran out. Unfortunately, the call was to take his last payment and never come back. When the old man left, his pay had the same weight of food and mixed in filth. The commander kept cutting funds because the barbarians were living well, but people like them, who only knew how to sell, got pushed aside. Even the farmers were starving. So looking for a way out, he meets up with his buddies. Yu asks if they've seen the Joseon ship. It was like the one they used to go to India, but today he saw the name Gilju on the boat. Everyone was shocked because that man had disappeared, but what mattered was that Joseon was wasting one of his ships. Guys like them could reach India in 2 months, so Yu suggests they all escape together. Better than dying working in conditions worse than the barbarians would be going to Joseon to work with ships. So they all got ready to build a boat in time. When they went to the hero, he was swamped with work at Yuanhui Pavilion, because he was the one who told the king they needed people who were good at diving. Suyang taught the water survival method called Wai Yong, which the students thought was slow, and just thinking about having to swim in Liaodong's cold Hong is terrified. Then all of a sudden a soldier reported that refugees had been found in Biakrendo, and the king's orders were for them to come in immediately. Inspector Kim Yunji failed to notice the refugees on the Pyongyang coast, but the place didn't have a naval command. Suyang for his part explains that for them to have left there and made it here safely means they're not idiots. He thinks they could be pirates or people who are skilled with boats. Yunji thinks the same and brought the person they called the captain in for questioning. When he meets the king, Yo pays his respects and Suyang notices how he knows their language and etiquette. Munjong immediately asks what they're doing there, so he explains that people are starving to death in Liaodong because of the commander, and working on the Liao River is brutal work. Looks like Yo Jong had completely lost it, so Munjong asked how he ended up there without being detected. Yo said he crossed Tianju when he was younger, and pretty much the whole sea in the world, which made the hero remember something. The reason he came to Shozhen was because the old man was friends with the shipbuilder Gilju, and because he thought they were wasting good ships. When they heard that, the king and the prince felt like they'd hit the jackpot. After some time, they called Gilju and the man recognized his friend right away. Back on his knees again, Yo promises he has the skills to improve the sailors. Yonji reports there are 300 refugees, which could cause trouble with Ming. So Munjong ordered the adult men to stay in prison for now, and the others to stay at Yonhui. The place was built for orphans, but there wasn't room for that many, so Suyang realized he was going to have even more work. He still had to write the diet book, set up the place for the royal family, train divers, and so on. In the middle of that thought, Yo interrupted and asked if the hero knew an officer with a rat mustache. He was talking about Myung, but he didn't even explain why. On the way to the prison, a guy said that someone who couldn't make a mold wasn't a coppersmith, so he got punched in the face. Obviously it wasn't going to end there, but the prison chief showed up. The one who got hit accused the other guy of doing sloppy work. In response, the guy said he wasn't going to let anyone insult his work, so Bomsu told him to prove what he's worth by showing his skills. Wanting to settle it, the chief suggested a duel with the theme of hand fans. The one who got hit thinks it'll be super easy, and they say the judge will be a merchant who deals in them. With both of them ready, the duel between Hosean and Ming begins. They start by prepping bamboo since that's what they're made from. After spreading out the materials, they put on hanji. On Hosean's side, the guy makes art on the hanji. Meanwhile, the Ming guy lights charcoal to work iron. The merchant goes over to take a look and sees the kid making the designs with metal. Since nobody had ever seen something like that done on Ming bamboo, Ming won. Of course, the Hosean guy doesn't accept it, because he didn't learn that there, so the other one agrees to a rematch with leather shoes. The problem is the material was so pie, a hide as thin as a rat's skin. This time, after the match ended, the Ming guy couldn't make anything, and the Hosean guy made something great. But again, the method was unknown to one side, so they kept arguing. It ended up with them spending a whole day on it. It was clear Ming's products were more complex, but that worries Bomsu, because when they leave, they'll make and sell those things in the market. If an envoy on a mission sees Ming products, he'll definitely get pissed. In that case, the merchant suggests the immigrants work by helping the local craftsmen. After all, they didn't come to get rich, and besides, they'll learn techniques they don't know, so the prison chief is going to pass that idea to the court right away. Meanwhile, at the Yanhui pavilion, everyone eats happily except the cook, who's working. Yan explained to Suyang that since they weren't farmers, they only survived on what they earned. A doctor warns that a fellow refugee has low moisture in his lungs, so he recommends eating fish sashimi style, but the hero is totally against raw food in this era. Suyang suggests prescribing it cooked without being rude, so the doctor agrees to do it that way for now. But the hero realizes he'll have to add a chapter about parasitic worms to the medical book. In another corner, the hero asks what illness the guys sitting there have, so the doctor says it's because of their work, which in this case is the hero's specialty. The protagonist starts with a brutal stretching exercise and doesn't it actually work? Suyang explains they need to do that with their muscles once in a while, and to help with that, Yang calls Myung. So Suyang says that when he gets back from Liaodong, he'll take care of it. All of a sudden, a bunch of guards come to talk to the protagonist. The king's order was to move the refugees to the headquarters in Namhan. The reason was that Ming had arrived in Yuju and would soon be close to the capital. If they found out anything, it would be a problem. And the ones coming were the Minister of War Wu Chan and Hongcha Nai Yun. Two people showing up so suddenly makes Suyang refuse the request, saying it's too late. Suyang goes to the palace to see the king right away, because he can't let his work be wasted. In the hall, the king is told his brother was against the idea, so the hero explains that the two of them aren't coming because of the refugees. Hanwak believes the best thing to do is send them back to avoid trouble. But the hero doesn't even think they've been missed, and for now the king thinks it's better to go with what the prince said. A few days later, the Grand Prince Gyumsong thanks Yunbong for a compliment about him being stronger. Suyang feels uncomfortable, but talks about how Goseon's ships are excellent. Even so, they couldn't stop the barbarian crimes at sea, which is happening a lot in Jiangnan. They thought ginseng would grow anywhere, but it only grows in barren land. Food production dropped, and since they had nothing to trade with Goseon, they traded with Jiangnan. While they were being raided, the minister basically already blamed Goseon for trading with the enemy. He even heard about the festival, but since Yun was drunk, he put off the talk, which was way worse than sending a few refugees back. Since Emperor Jingtai died young, a letter said they were mourning, but it also had a request for Joseon. The Woku were wrecking Jiangnan, and Hosean was selling ginseng to them. Munjang explained it was to buy copper and sulfur to use against the north. Then the minister asks if the king is going to ignore them, and if not, he asks them to train their sailors and cut ties with the Woku, since they'd pacified the north. Wu Qin asks for around 50 ships, which leaves everyone shocked. The losses would be big because the sailor training plan was for the elite, not just anyone. Munjang warns he only has 30 ships, but the minister says that's fine. They need help building the ships. But since they don't need to stay in Hangzhou, the king asks them to set up a port in Yizhou, basically Taiwan, where they were already going to start trading with Southeast Asia. Because of the civil war in Ryukyu, sugar barely comes into Hosean, so putting a port there would be a good thing. So since Wu Qin didn't object, the deal was made. In September 1456, in the East Sea, the old sailor has to handle pulling the mast rope. His co-workers are incompetent, and he gets so irritated by it that Myung has to stop him. Then the old man calms down and tells them to head northwest. Since the instructor is good, they learn fast, and there's no better place than the East Sea for naval training. The old man warns they'll reach Usan at some point because they're headed the right way. His training style is intense. He never stops giving orders because anything can mess with the ship. Ye teaches through actions before words, and after 6 months, the old man got his youthful strength back. Even his personality went back to how it used to be, and when they arrived in Dongnei, he already wanted to leave without resting. Finally, after a while, they managed to see 2 big rocks that were Dokdo. They couldn't bring the boat close to the rocks, so they needed to slow down. At one point, a rock gets in the way, but the protagonist handles it alone. As he remembers it, the Dokdo guard post was built on top of those thin rocks. So the hero repeated the story, but carving into the stone the 2nd year of his brother's reign, and that would last a few hundred years. Near the water, the people of Shozian find a sea lion. So while one of them goes to feed it, Suyang comments to Myung about how much it's grown. It's all thanks to the protagonist, but finally the hero asks what the boy talked about with Yo. 6 months ago, the 3 of them were in the pavilion, and while Suyang was training, he heard something strange. Around that same time, Young praised the old man because he had a strong body. But since he wasn't understanding Shozian's language very well, Young let him speak in Ming. And because of that, the old man said he wanted him as a son-in-law, which came out of nowhere. Back in the present, the protagonist says he's going to go through with the marriage. Young, for his part, doesn't think it's a bad thing, because if he's related to the old man, he'll be able to go to Yezhou. 15 days later, Ye went to tell the king that everything had gone well with the training. About the island of Yezhou, they were supposedly really hot-headed barbarians from the local tribes. And if they weren't careful, they could end up at war before building the port. The problem is that at that time, Taiwan was in the Iron Age, and not knowing that was an issue. On top of that, the ministers were hyping up this talk that they were basically terrorists. So the hero asks how many years their informant lived in Yezhou. They said 15 years, and 15 years there without Ming's help. The view the hero gives the king is that they don't have experience with war, and if it comes to it, they can teach them how the world works. Maybe by blowing everything up with cannons or shooting with muskets. The next day, Hong gets up stressed from the amount of work and runs into a colleague. Since he's a student, he tones it down, but the instructor only came so they could train together. On the instructor's turn, Hong tells him to get lower, and on the student's turn, the kid tells him not to raise the trapeze. Anyway, they got along really well. Later, the instructor asks if Hong isn't going to the southern islands because it's warmer than the north, and right then the messenger arrives, bringing orders from the king for him to read. Basically, he got promoted again and was called up for the expedition to Yizhou in the south, so before he could even celebrate, he started crying and ran off to pack his things. But he ran so hard that everyone in the city heard. There was a wide river along the coast, but you couldn't tell what was marked on the map as smoke and fog. Suddenly they tell Yo there's a mountain with smoke on top of it. What people heard in WA was that it had something to do with sulfur. There was a place called Bungo and Kyushu where mountains let out smoke and fire. There was fire inside the ground, water came out, and near the valleys there were hot water wells where there was sulfur. So if they could get it there, they wouldn't need Japan anymore. On top of that, the island has a bunch of natural resources for them to take. One minister doesn't think it's good to use force because he knows how to speak Ming. As for the protagonist, he says he won't be able to go on the expedition because of the book, and the king understands. So the advisor Han Wok, who's fluent in Ming, goes along with Myung, who is the one who came up with the idea, and along with Young and his soldiers trained at sea, who will handle the route. The expedition takes 8 days and 11 to come back, which adds up to almost a month. Myung trains right on the boat and gets praised by the advisor for not being lazy. But he says there's still a long way to go, since soldiers like Siafo's gun push themselves all the time. Anyway, they stop right on the coast and the advisor asks them to go take a look. When they get off the boat, the place is hot for the kind of clothes they're wearing. But Hong senses danger and tells them to stop. The barbarians show up, and since they've seen intruders hanging around for weeks, they ask who they are. Hong tells everyone to stay in formation, so the local chief decides to go talk. Han Wok explains to him that they're from Shozan, which is east of Ming. He also explains that the Goryeo king fell, and that Shozan has been around for over 60 years. Anyway, they came to set up a treaty and build a port. On top of that, he asks for the islands where there's smoke in exchange for resources, but the barbarians feel offended by the offer and both groups arm themselves. So the musketeer soldiers ask the advisor for orders. Han Wok insists they need to solve things through dialogue, so he asks what their demands are. The chief says they're from the Kulan tribe, which is part of Taiyong. Within that tribe, they're split into dozens of villages, and there are more than 200. He doesn't believe that many tribes will agree to give up the island, and Han warns the advisor that at this rate they'll be outnumbered, so things don't look like they're going to go the way Munjong wants. All of a sudden an arrow is shot over the advisor, and almost hits him. After they protect Han Wok, the order is given to fire. The tribes don't understand what it is, and they start getting hit. Since you can see from the boat that the battle has started, they prepare the weapon called Singijeon and fire it, blowing everything up and leaving Han Wok desperate. Against his wish to settle it through dialogue, Joseon defeated the Kulan tribe, named the island Saha, and the city Seowan. Han Wok says it'll take a year for this place to be ready. Meanwhile, the tribe chief warns them to stay sharp because the place isn't theirs. It belongs to the Taya. So Han Wok says he'll sort it out by talking. As time passed, May came 2 months since Han got there, and 8 in the north, right when his child was born. The buildings in Seowan were being made as temporary ones, because the fields would take several years to be ready. They were still going to explore Tansan, but Han could come back in a year. Suddenly they say the Taya tribe attacked again in a weird way. The casualties have already reached 150, so maybe they'd need to stay there for more than 5 years. 2 months later, in July, they finally asked for reinforcements. Song Wonho came along with his companions, so it was a day to celebrate. Even so, the situation hadn't improved. You could feel like something was going to happen. That's when Gyeongwon showed up to drink. He suffered a lot on the trip, but Hong isn't in the mood because he's worried. So Gyeongwon says he'll help. After he got drunk, he started bragging. So Hong asked if he was going to handle everything, and the bald guy said yes. In that case, the girls serving the drinks went to hide the rest, and thought it was weird that there were no guards. The bad part was they hadn't run off to drink. They'd been caught by the Taya. They killed 2, and luckily they gave up looking for the 3rd because he was really close by, scared to death. Yongwon was trying to lighten the mood by drinking and eating, but then the guy who survived showed up screaming for them to save him, because an attack was happening. Seeing that, Hong gets really pissed because the guy wasn't a frog that could go unnoticed in the grass. He keeps going on about it, and Yongwon realizes he isn't wearing his armor. But the bald guy disagrees with the soldier about not looking like a frog, and right then Hong starts thinking up a plan for the situation, because a frog is hiding in the grass. Since mounts are their specialty, the horses head out and suddenly a woman comes running out, screaming in embarrassment. That's because Hong was only in his underwear, and he just smeared moss on his body, mixing it with pork fat so it wouldn't fall off, just to turn green. A guard thinks the kid is crazy for doing all that work, and it sure looks like it, since he even imitates the frog in the way he walks. Right away the guard calls the doctor to check him out, but Hong was satisfied. Since the guy won't listen, the soldiers have to follow him, and at some point they lose sight of him. The guard was worried their morale would drop if an officer went crazy, but Hong showed up and scared him. So he explained he'd turned into a frog because nobody could find him. Obviously the guard yells and tells the guy to get that filth off his body. But later the northern troops come back totally messed up from the battle. Gyeongwon himself admits they underestimated the natives. They fought in a bad spot where they could get shot with arrows from inside the trees. They got hit and picked off from dark places out of sight. 70 soldiers and 100 horses died, and they'd never seen enemies like those. But that's exactly why Hong warns that they can only fight this battle if they turn into frogs. And before explaining, he calls on anyone who wants payback to go up into the mountains with him. At night, Hong got back at the natives. They thought the Hosean army were green monsters, and at one point the leader was forced to surrender, so he had to agree to guide them to the village. After a while, the guy who got captured thought he was going to come out on top. He was leading the Hosean soldiers to run into hunters, so when the chance came, he shouted about the green monsters, but you couldn't see anyone. The soldiers had learned how to hide. A few minutes earlier, Hong saw from marks in the grass that this was a heavily used path, so he warned the others, and when the betrayal happened, they'd already figured out where they were. The green warriors use the brush to catch enemies off guard and get revenge. They're told there are more than 100 soldiers, and Hong looks through the binoculars and the place seems pretty normal. But then he finds a celebration ritual for bringing back enemies' heads, and that was what they had to do to be recognized as adults, so Hong snaps the binoculars in anger. All of a sudden, the green monsters reveal themselves. The leader of that ritual orders them to be captured, but because of his training, Hong is way stronger. He just slices their weapons apart, and another guy almost cuts an enemy in half. But the sword gets stuck in the tree, which creates an opening. But the soldier is smart enough to keep going with his bare hands. Then he explains that this is the power of body training, and this time he doesn't let the enemy get away without humiliating him, tossing him up like a doll. In the end, the soldiers celebrated over the enemies, and put the village leader on trial for encouraging that ritual. And since even pirates didn't do that, Hong decided to end the tradition with a single strike, not caring if he got what he wanted through the tribe's fear. On the other side of the village, the residents see fire and run out, trying to do something. But when they get home, there's nothing left. A young man asked for help, explained about the green monsters, and scared the guy who was going to save him to death. After that, Hossein and the Jurchen started completely wiping out the Taya villages, and anyone who saw them would call the group a bunch of Rambo trainees. Hong takes a bath after the war, but the green color doesn't come off easily. He apologizes because it takes him a while to bathe, but his buddy worries about the moss on his body, since it might not come off. But that's exactly why he brought animal glue. Earlier, he thought it was weird that the students didn't have body hair, so they said Suyang came up with the idea for that kind of wax. Basically, you had to put it on the spot, and when you pulled it off, it would take everything with it. Since doing it on the whole body is a tough call, the man doesn't push it and says he made clothes so they wouldn't have to paint themselves. In the end, the problem with the Taya tribe was solved, so they could focus. And with a few shouts, the guy understood that Hong agreed to use the wax. The next day, the bald guy leads the Jurchen group in the new clothes until suddenly Hong shows up and freaks them out because he even took off his eyebrows. The big bald guy jokes so loud the officers can hear it from far away. But one of them is in bad shape even to walk, and gets helped. Looks like Sang Maixon wasn't effective. About farming, they managed to do everything except get the rice to grow, because 40% got thrown in the trash. Even so, he heard this year's crops were ready, and he'd have to go alone because his colleague wasn't getting any better. Not even with medicine. Maybe by luck a subordinate shows up with medicinal herbs. The natives said it was something you squeeze for juice, and it gives you energy when you drink it. It was old ancestral knowledge, and even their doctor agreed, so the officer tried a bit and immediately felt something different. After a while, the people of Shozin find sugar. They said that was what you had to use to extract the juice to get the effect, so the officer had them prepare it and rewarded the native with a cow. The two of them hope it works, and in the meantime the first one goes to check the farm. The first thing he asks when he gets there is how the season's going. When they were almost giving up because of the last harvest, a Japanese blacksmith asked to plant his rice, and by some miracle it grew. So they planted small ears. Since Japan has a warm, humid climate, their rice was more compatible. And even if it wasn't his, it was already good, so he had them tell the others to plant that too. Sometime later, that annoying tribe tries to cut wood, but right away a soldier tells him to move aside and chops it himself. On top of that, he threatens the kid if he doesn't work with some effort. Their job that month was to patrol the village, which felt like a vacation. There was a warning about a tribe called Kavalan that might attack, but they didn't pay attention. Then Hong showed up saying that if it had been an attack, the two guards would be dead. They apologize for not paying attention and get punished with 30 reps of 3 sets of burpees, and so they don't get in trouble too. The natives work hard at everything. From the smell, the officers realize there's sulfur there, and it must be coming from near the river. Just looking at a leaf that's almost decomposed makes it obvious, and it's great because they won't need to get it from Japan anymore. That moment would be remembered in Joseon's technological history. In March 1457 in Jogang, a commander orders a shot fired from his ship. Whoever gets hit by the recoil almost falls into the water. The ship still can't handle the cannon they call thunder, but at least the lightning one holds up. To explain it, a ship blows up from one shot, leaving the hero confused. So Munjong asked if his brother remembered the Hui Hui cannons from the Battle of Harbin. They made this based on the testimony of the kid who saw the enemy trebuchet. Even though it had its flaws, it still killed a lot of soldiers. What Suyang thinks is that this is a kind of carronade that even if it's slow, fires a lot. Anyway, someone reports that the sheep they received from the Dalja has arrived in the capital. Now they could restock the resources that had dropped during the pandemic. But suddenly the protagonist feels his mount acting weird until it collapses to the ground. It looked like the black horse was tired, and since they've been together for years, Suyang doesn't push it too hard. Still, it takes it like a challenge and gets back up. And seeing that, the hero says that if they go back to Tianzhu, he'll leave it in its homeland to live peacefully. For now though, the two keep going together. The analyst manages the number of sheep Taishun sent, crying because there were more than 10,000 there. Even though they only sent salt in exchange, they were satisfied, and Zhongcheng Rial was going to take care of raising those sheep. All of a sudden, one of them goes crazy and tries to challenge the human leader, so the protagonist responds with a quick dodge that basically kills the animal. He didn't even mean to do that, but he forgot he had a body different from normal. Anyway, Munjong asks his brother to take the dead sheep and prepare a meal for tomorrow. So even without really getting it, first he had someone clean the body. Then he grabbed some spices and decided to make a grilled barbecue. The protagonist made it as skewers with a spicy sauce, so everyone approved and naturally liked the dish, because the king said he'd help whenever he needed. The protagonist asked for some prisoners who'd screwed up really badly. The compilation the protagonist was making of Sikryo had an issue, and he'd need them to prove something. Sikryo, which is the diet guide, went through several improvements, like adapting the names of modern content, and doing that made the hero greedy. To him it was obvious that even eating lots of grains, kids ended up with bone deformities because of the diet, and to check that he wanted to run a study, controlling the prisoners' diets. So the king agreed to lend them to him for 2 months. Suyang had already written down almost all modern knowledge, afraid he'd forget it as the years went by, so he went to look up something about vitamins. They can't be seen with the naked eye, and they're so hard to explain that Suyang doesn't know if he'll be able to prove them in 2 months. Anyway, the royal doctor shows up, and the protagonist says he'll go to his office the next day. Looks like Jiang Sinui had something to say. The next day, a servant gets really scared seeing someone holding a blade. He asks Suyang to do something, and when he looks, he can't believe it. The doctor smacks a fish and explains that he thinks he found where the worms the hero mentioned come from. When they were treating the refugees last year, the protagonist said raw meat was dangerous, but the doctor took it to mean the worms showed up depending on the person. Sometime later, a patient he prescribed raw meat to died, so after that, Sinui spent all his time studying what he got wrong. First he cut the fish in half and got a new perspective. You could see tiny worms in the flesh that would probably grow inside the body of whoever ate it. In the doctor's opinion, it came from feces, and even though it's a different parasite that comes from there, it's not totally wrong reasoning. The hero explains that the worms host poops and vegetables that grow and that get eaten, so they should be washed with salted seaweed, and the fish should be gutted. Before adding it to the book, the doctor asks what Suyang means when he talks about Sigyeon Mol. Once the hero heard a story from Uljo Kop where snow blocked the roads and jammed everything up. People camped by a river and tried to survive by hunting rabbits, but after 3 days they were so weak they couldn't even walk. They didn't have the strength to hunt rabbits anymore, so they started grabbing frozen fish. Then in 3 days their bodies went back to normal. Since rabbit meat is famous for restoring stamina, the reason was that they were poisoned from eating only protein without fats and carbs. In that case, the protagonist said he'd replicate those illnesses in the prisoners and ask them to treat them afterward. In an office, a servant asks if the prince is going to manage the meals himself, and he says yes. The servant is still worried about the damage, but the hero says that if they get too sick, he'll stop the experiment. The problem is, it looks like he got bribed to let other foods get in. 2 months is already not much time to make them sick, and if they eat other things, it'll be even worse. Anyway, on the first day they announce that the prisoners will only eat what the prince allows. The first is an assassin, and the second was arrested for kidnapping. On top of that, he warns that if they accept or sell food from outside, they'll stay locked up longer. First, they start by eating rice with pickled cabbage. Since that's a luxury, they don't mind eating it and even find it weird. Anyway, it was going according to plan, and 24 days later, the hero went to take a look. The assassin's legs were already weak, like in the story the hero told. So the doctor recommended medicinal herbs and acupuncture. Since those herbs had vitamin B, the symptoms would improve, and it was good they showed up earlier than expected. Even so, a few days later, the prisoner couldn't feel his legs. Sun Yu panics because he did the treatment right. So since he can't let him die, Su Yang gives him a different meal. But to the man, it was cruel because he was sick and the food looked awful. From the servant's point of view, the hero would have to execute everyone because things were getting out of control. Some couldn't see in the dark and others were losing teeth. But that was also part of the plan. It's like a porridge made from beans and brown rice. But the hero guarantees that in a few days they'll get better. 2 months later, the protagonist reduced the sentences of the criminals who helped with the research. The protagonist was right, so the doctor went to put the conclusions in the book. So with one more section added, the draft of the diet plan was completed. In August 1457, the protagonist looked for his uncle until he found him in the middle of the books. He said he was reading Master Sik's teachings because of the protagonist. After all, the protagonist was doing so much for Buddhism that he felt like a bum. The hero made donations and helped more than 12 temples. Also, because of the statues, those who wanted to mess with the Buddhists went far away. That's how the hero found out his influence was protecting the students. Also, he managed to spread the rights to Japan and earn merit, worked to transcribe various scriptures and helped pass that on to the barbarians. The Black Dragon Temple, the protagonist found it already had 5 other branches. No one had gone that far for them, even though the hero was really just trying to win over the Jurchen. All of a sudden, Mashim gets called in, a man captured in Harbin who ended up a slave. In that case, the protagonist is even more in disbelief when he says he's part of the Galupa sect. Because of what the hero has done, the uncle wants to take him there and also learn and help by bringing monks to Joseon. Getting there takes a month by boat, and you still have to cross the Himalayas. The uncle, though, isn't worried because he's got a strong body, so Suyang carefully warns that he'll make the king stop him. But he'd already asked for permission earlier. In his brother's room, the protagonist throws out 1,000 reasons not to go, saying it'd be better to send a representative. But since the statues of the 4 heavenly kings were made based on Suyang's body, there was a demand for it. Even so, the protagonist thinks it's ridiculous and says he's not a devoted Buddhist. But considering how others see it, his brother thinks it's better if people think he is. On top of that, the horse's stable is nearby, so he's already going to do a quick in and out to 4 places. At least it's only those. Yao will sail, Horyo will stop halfway, and the hero will go to the Arab lands. First to Tianzhu, then to Istanbul, where Mehmed II has just destroyed Byzantium. He's the one who brought down the Eastern Roman Empire, and he must be hard to deal with. In that case, Suyang agrees, but asks to bring someone along to get screwed over with him. A few days later, Yang Hui, Miao was doing a stationary bike workout when the protagonist showed up summoning him, and he made everyone who was going along train legs non-stop so they could handle the walk. The Grand Prince Imyong, who loves mountains, got called Yeryong too, and because of the situation in Japan, they decided to bring Grand Prince Ampyong. That way, if you can't escape, everyone goes down together. A few days ago there was a meeting, and the whole time the hero was looking for who came up with the idea of going to the Arab lands. They themselves didn't even know why they were going to do business there, but one of them remembered the idea came from last year's exam, and that's when they said Myong's name, leaving the protagonist boiling with rage. They were going to keep the meeting going, and they could trade muskets. But they only gave them to Ming, because they were allies. If they gave them to Japanese enemies, it'd cause trouble. The Ottoman Empire, which uses weak weapons, is already powerful, so giving them more weapons will make things harder for the Europeans. About ginseng, when he went to Taiwan, the natives said the quality had dropped. When the hero went to Geishang, he saw it being boiled until it got dry and red, so maybe it'd be good to steam it and dry it in honey. But that place is in some corner where court officials can just wander around. In that case, the hero remembered Myung, who already worked there, and everyone agreed to leave the responsibility to him. In that case, the red-robed official will go with Suyang to Tianzhu, and a green-robed one too. And he's already asking now, so he won't have to train on the ship. Anyway, out of nowhere, Ampyong shows up wanting to go too, and Imyang wants to go with the uncle because he knows there are snow leopards in Beijing. Either way, the hero was already going to send Ampyong to Japan, so he had to obey. On this journey, they were going to cross a huge mountain called Jomolungma. That's why they were training legs, so they needed to push themselves until they dropped. There wasn't an easier way to do that than making everyone pass out from training so hard. And at that moment, Suyang went to meet Myung to explain everything. He started by talking about how they were selling boiled ginseng in Gaisang so it would last longer. On top of that, he asked if the guy knew a merchant named Gildong. Anyway, the mission is to go learn how to make red ginseng and bring the guy back. But it was obvious the court would be against pulling Gildong out of there. The next day, there's already so much work that the hero's group almost passes out at the table. They pulled an all-nighter because of Myung. Anyway, since they're going to be on the ship for a long time, the protagonist asks for stockpiles of food they'll need. And again, he gets summoned to go to the palace. At the same time, the former king has tea with his brother and hears shocking things. After some time, Yi calls the protagonist to talk about the uncle. The hero talks about the leopards that live in the high mountains and says he's worried about climbing up there with him. Even so, Reese had ambition, and actually Yi called his son to talk about Munjang, who seemed to be focusing only on making weapons, so he's worried they're letting something slip by. Sejong also cares about military matters, but he focused on building foundations like reforming the legal system, unlike the new king who only wants war. Munjong also wants to make more firearms, and that's going to be a problem for the hero. The father wants the son to stop his brother, and not get so involved in wars like he did in the manual, for example, that was used for battle because he wanted to prove himself. In the end, the protagonist feels embarrassed, but Yi really believes in both of them, and that motivates him. In Gaesong, Gildong finally meets up with Myung. When Gildong was about to say the official's name, his mouth was covered. Then Myung asked the favor of getting red ginseng to trade with the Dashi kingdom. Normally it's made by placing it above the steamer to heat up slowly, which makes it hard to make a lot. Even so, the guy had an idea after steaming it, and when he brought it to the king, he liked it a lot. Gildong really managed to find a way. They put a brass pipe in the middle of the steamer to adjust the heat using the sound. If they make red ginseng, they can preserve it for a long time, and building a steam facility in Gaesong would help. So even though the people there don't like the court, Myung suggests leaving the leftovers from the finished ginseng with them as profit, and putting Gildong in charge of managing it. That's how the work was completed in February of 1458. The Goryeo dynasty traded with countries like the Dashi kingdom and India. China opened sea routes to Daeungdo and Daeviet to intimidate Japanese pirates. And Joseon was going to start official relations with the Dashi kingdom on an expedition the protagonist would lead. A few days later in Taiwan, rice grows well along with other crops, so Seofogun will be able to return to Hanyang pretty soon. When they call him, the guy thinks it's about the barbarians again, but it's because a Joseon ship is arriving. Actually, a lot of them are arriving, so Hong thinks it's his time to go back. It had been a long time since they'd seen each other, and Suyang saw the guy had no eyebrow. Anyway, he says he received an order from his majesty, so Hong startles the hero with a shout and apologizes. Basically, the kid got promoted to commander of Hunyang when he got back from Dashi, or if he didn't want that, he'd have to stay 3 years in Daeungdo. The deal was either stay there or leave for a year and a half to get promoted, so the guy agrees to go with the hero. His replacement introduces himself, but Hong doesn't really care and they set sail right away. In the middle of the trip, the protagonist's companions train their legs like usual. There could be problems with supplies at the port of Tonglong when they arrived, but a noble named Yoseong said he'd have everything ready. What's worrying is that in Daeviet, the king is young, so it's the mother who rules. But the idea is just to resupply and leave quickly. In theory, it would be simple, but the place was a total mess. A fire started in the warehouse that stored the rice, and all their supplies were burned. The hero thinks it's strange because Yoseong is known in history as a great ruler. Anyway, Min, who's the king's half-brother, shows up to help, but he seems really suspicious. In history, he actually stages a coup, killing the king and the queen and taking the throne. Suyang goes along with it like he's being kind by helping, so Min asks for 10 muskets, and the 3 men there to teach how to use them in exchange, basically setting up a coup right in front of him. But Suyang leaves the answer open and whispers a plan to his buddy. Since he asked later, they bring the person who ran the country's Ministry of War. Suyang wants to see Daeviet's artillery that fought Ming and won. So the man agrees because it sounds like a compliment. In a demonstration a little while later, the hero sees they're at a similar level to Ming. It's a mid-level, but suddenly what grabs attention is an elephant running in. That's because they fight riding those animals and firing from on top of them. The protagonist thinks it's impressive and suggests trading cannons for muskets. He puts 100 of them on the table right away. So the minister says he'll give 300 cannons in return. Anyway, the brother had already set the limit of what he could trade, and it was agreed like that. So Min left in the background furious, and they went away. Since the firearms department had never seen cannons, the protagonist told them not to worry and to practice until they learned. Also because they can't show muskets to Mehfer II, since he's greedy. So the troops going to the Ottoman Empire have to hide the power they have, forming groups and taking separate routes. The next day, at a port, all the Choseon ships arrive. An officer waves from far away, showing he wants to say something. Then he climbs onto the ship using a ladder and asks if the visitors are from Ming. Actually, it's explained that they're from Choseon, and the guy praises how strong they are. Anyway, he says they should visit Al-Qahira in Cairo if they want to go to the Dashi kingdom. A short time later, they all rode elephants and horses until they reached the capital, Gabat. Inside, there's a sickly white tiger, maybe because Jinhe's fleet already visited there. Anyway, Mahmud meets with the 2 Choseon representatives. Since the country was founded not long ago, the protagonist says he wants to trade and hands over a really great gift. Since it was a product from a competition between Ming and Choseon, the quality was perfect. Then the Sultan orders them to set up a banquet. At night, all the food is laid out. There's music, art, and a bit of friendly fighting. An Arab guy does that exercise where he spins a sledgehammer around his body. And he's got a good body, but training with that fixed weight looks wrong. The Sultan says the strongest country nearby is the Vijayanagra kingdom, and asks why they're there. Suyang explains there's a mountain called Jumarangma that the Sultan knows as Chomolangma, which they plan to cross to reach Tobon. An Arab monk says Chomolangma is impossible to climb, and that leopards freeze to death up there. But they don't want to climb it. They want to visit Tobon's capital, Yikachi, to learn things. Then the Sultan messes with the uncle's face, so he shows off his body. On top of that, he grabs the Arab warrior's hammer and just lifts it all the way up over his head. Because of that, the Arabs get intimidated by the uncle's strength and he feels free to correct their training. Sometime later, the protagonist gathers everyone around with a map. Group 2 was going to stay in Manganap with the uncle, and Prince Imyang would go to Chongchuk. Now groups 1 and 3 were going to Dashi with the hero and Ampyang, and group 3 would trade with the Timurid Empire. Myang meanwhile is in group 4 going to Joa, and because of the route he'll take Yo along, he'll handle diplomacy but he'll have authority, so the guy agrees. Suddenly that messenger from the beginning shows up yelling for them not to go to Al-Qahira, and he says that because the plague is spreading. The moment he hears that, the protagonist worries the expedition will end here. The messenger says to change the route and go to Constantinople to meet Mehmed II. Ampyang suggests just using protection, but that won't work. At least they found out ahead of time so they can offer gifts and get out of there. After that, they had a long month of sailing and delivered gifts in Al-Qahira without disembarking. Then they took the land route and headed to the port called Jaffa. It seemed really close to Jerusalem, so they finally reached the port. The Grand Vizier named Zaganos Pasha welcomes the protagonist there. He got orders to escort the hero to Jeddah. Because of the huge number of ships, Zaganos warns that bringing lots of soldiers will look bad, so the hero gets it and only shows the ones with cannons. Further inside, the vizier says everything belongs to the great conqueror and Padishah Mehmed II, and shows the elite troops called Janissaries. On top of that, they fire a huge cannon they're proud of as a celebration. Inside, the rightful heir of the Roman Empire and the Prince of Joseon meet. First, the leader starts by looking at the gifts they brought. Mehmed likes them and orders 1/5 of the gifts to be given to the Borgia of Rome to recruit a crusade. He's basically like the Pope, so Suyang asks his brother to go meet the Borgia, which the leader agrees to, but warns that the guy needs to be careful because the man is a schemer. Suyang wants him to use the chance to learn Western painting and recruit talented people. For the hero, he can handle someone who proclaims himself Roman. Anyway, Mehmed says he knows the hero is the brother of the king of Joseon, and seeing a build like a general's, he asks why he's there. He also asks to see how his soldiers train, which Suyang agrees to if the Arab leader organizes things. The next day, Hong has the soldiers march, turn left, and hold formation. Finally, they're told to prepare the cannons, but they still hadn't really learned it properly, so Mehmed completely loses interest, just like planned. When the hero leaves, Hong keeps scolding the soldiers, but an Arab guy makes fun of the fact he has no eyebrows. Because of that, the guy gets furious. The Arab laughs even more, so Hong asks if they want to challenge Rambo, and since they don't answer, he throws a punch right into the clown's stomach. Seconds later, a guy comes running to tell the main character what's going on, crying in total despair. Hong basically buried all the Arab soldiers by himself, and didn't even care. Suyang yells, asking if he even knows what he's done. In that case, Hong explains they made fun of his eyebrows. That wasn't part of the plan, and since he beat everyone, the king sent them to Sekban. But since the army's morale dropped, Mehmed wanted to keep the man. According to the law, whoever hit someone had their arm cut off, so this sentence was friendlier. Anyway, the hero asks if they can solve this situation by boosting the army's morale. So he asks for some workers and oil to show the method. The Arabs start digging a pit, and Suyang tells them to pour olive oil into it. When it's ready, it looks like a kid's game, but the main character takes his clothes off to pretend it's a training method. The Joseon members are split into teams of 3, and the enemies focus on taking out the hero first. But it's really hard to walk in the oil, so the hero goes after one who let his guard down and throws him to the ground. Hong tries to come at the hero, and he goes together with the other 2 teammates to pin him down. Even so, Suyang manages to shift the weight and counters Hong with an upward slap to the chin. The others get scared, they even try to resist, but they can't. In the end, only Siofo gun is left, and he was confident, but it didn't change the result. When it was over, the main character thought it would have a huge effect, but Mehmed looked bored. Anyway, he said not to fight among themselves, but against his Janissaries instead. Obviously, the allies were in bad shape now, so he was going to let them rest for a day so they could have a rematch later. The next day, Mehmed still didn't get why they were fighting covered in oil. Suyang said it was good for building bonds, and even against elite troops, Joseon does well since they train their legs a lot. The allied doctor holds onto the edge with just 1 foot, but gets pushed away, which looks like a draw. Hong says he'll make the enemy regret making fun of his eyebrows, and the 2 of them trash talk a lot. Since the ally doesn't come at him, the Arab throws oil in his face and they start trading slaps. They hit each other in vital spots, and Hong starts losing his balance. Even so, he doesn't fall, and if he's going to fall, he says he's not going alone. Then Hong pulls a wrestling move, sending both of them out of the arena. In the end, the Arab laughs a lot, happy, and the 2 of them settle their differences just like the main character said. Because of that, Mehmed calls his servant to bring a reward. Sopswang suggests receiving Khatan as a gift. When he had time, the hero went to visit a rookie doctor at the market, and heard about this medicinal herb that's easy to grow. Plus, it can also be used to make fabric, paper, or even oil. Even though he knows what Sopswang is planning, the seeds aren't very valuable to the king, so he tells his servant to take some farmers to cultivate the plant in Joseon. All the orders were perfect, so Sopswang only wondered if Anpyeong was doing well. At St. Peter's Church, they said that if they sold red ginseng and ceramics, they could make a lot of money. So Anpyeong asked to buy some printers, knowing the hero has a plan. They came there to meet Borgia, but the boy found out he had died recently, so he met with the successor, Pope Pius II, who welcomed him with open arms for being royalty. They had printing technology way better than Hejian's, so getting that would be great. The problem was that it didn't work well with how many combinations Chinese characters have. One of the clergy suggested cutting it down to 60 of them, but then you wouldn't be able to read. Even so, the Pope says he'll write up a contract, so he tells the boy to go to Hejian with the printing machine, which makes Anpyeong really relieved. Sometime later, artists paint the prince because his body is as incredible as the gods. Anyway, they also criticize each other's paintings, and fight over exclusive rights to the prince, so Anpyeong feels uncomfortable, and thinks it's better to end the exhibition. The master explains that the Venetian and Florentine schools have been rivals for a long time. Anpyeong changes the subject to talk about the oil paint they use instead of Hejian's animal-based one with pigments dissolved in water. It's explained that oil painting is done by boiling resin so the wooden panels don't get soaked, and the master asks to send some disciples to Hejian. Anpyeong didn't even think his body was that amazing because he said he knew someone twice his size, but hearing that made everyone lose their minds. Back to the main guy. He swings a club without losing his form, and the Arabs praise Hong, who's blocking it all with shields. These days, Varzesha Bastani is the most popular sport in Iran. It's an ancient kind of training, also called the hero's workout. In a duel, the soldiers fight with weapons, but Hejian's spear snaps right away. Suyang gets interested in the Arab weapon and calls it a halberd. Anyway, they get word that Anpyeong sent a letter saying he'd bring a press. So before Yang comes back, the hero meets Mehmed again. The hero decides to serve something not the Hejian way, but the way he drinks it. He serves kafesi, or coffee, and Mehmed loves it. Suyang says the secret is adding hot water and cooking it slowly. In Hejian, the straining process is called ganu. In that case, the king gets it. Since he's still young, he should rule for another 20 years, and during that time, he wants a relationship with Hejian, especially since they had a really good connection. Sometime later, Anpyeong finally arrives with the gift. He introduces the technicians who make the machines and the artists, but the foreigners only focus on Suyang's body. Anpyeong told them to keep quiet at the time, but the hero understood perfectly that he was being used like a product to attract these people. There on the ship, the prince gets put on the bench press to be punished. After a while, they went back to the Sultan's port, but unfortunately the ones who stayed there tried to get on good terms with the Timurids. But the boat with most of the stuff they were going to give sank, and they wanted to take the ship's cannon as the trade instead. In the end, they still only got 50 good breeding horses. Originally there were 10 mares in the contract too, but they lost the trade goods. The Qianja Chongtong is a wide cannon that other countries can make. The Thunder one is even wider. The Lightning one though is totally different from this era's tech, so giving the first one wasn't that bad, because breeding horses are better than war horses. All of a sudden another officer comes back saying he visited 4 countries through India. Unfortunately all 4 refused to give spice seeds, but he bought enough to use for 10 years. At least Suyang got those seeds from Methmegyup so he can give them to his brother. Changing the subject, Group 4 still hasn't arrived because pirates attacked the ship. Even so, they always come back every month to get supplies, so the hero thinks it's better to go to the market while he waits. In Ming, the main guy bought pigs and now chickens because these are bigger than the ones they have. This is a Brahma chicken. When the main guy was studying in nutrition college, he wrote a thesis about the breast, so he asked for 500 of the youngest ones. They'd be hard to take care of at home, so they'd start by raising them in the prisons until they built a farm. That way they could make much bigger little fillets, but the doctor hadn't even caught that idea. 10 months ago near the Himalayas, the uncle face planted into the ground and got helped back up, but the group was already arriving. The Indians felt bad for him for being over 60, and that gave him the strength to stand up again. The problem is there was a snow leopard watching them. Meanwhile, Group 4 was dealing with a storm, and the ship was already stiff and hard to handle. There was a lot of lightning, and suddenly a wave came like a tsunami. Because of that, Meong thought he didn't train like a maniac just to get beaten, so he pushed with everything he had and managed to turn the helm. Finally, they could breathe a little, but unfortunately they lost the other boat that had the trade goods. Back to the present, Suang says the saltpeter should be traded little by little in India. Because of the weird weather, they need to leave before April. Luckily, the uncle made it back in time, but with a terrible-looking face. Even so, he thanks her for saving his life. If it weren't for that crazy leg training, the old man would have died in the Himalayas a long time ago. The young Indians also got emotional and wanted to go to Shozian to learn, and since they didn't mind putting yoga a bit to the side, Suang agreed. In the end, the youngest one also wants to be praised. He wears the skin of a snow leopard. He defeated in the mountains. On top of that, they found some monks who were going to Shozian with them. Unfortunately, the uncles still wouldn't be able to rest, because they needed to leave now if they didn't want to be stuck until autumn. Back at the port before leaving, the hero asks the messenger to tell anyone who arrives to head back to Shozian. Because of the storm, the hero thinks it was all for nothing. But then all of a sudden he runs into Myung's ship, but it's only one of the many that set out. Just like the other one that did badly, Myung asks to be punished. He just cries and explains that they lost the big ships, all the goods and all the profit they'd made was gone. Myung promises it won't happen again, but the protagonist hears the sound of the rain coming in. People start panicking, trying to split up among the ships and get everything organized. And Seoyoung thinks maybe he'll die there and go back to the modern world like none of it ever meant anything. The protagonist buddies think he's weird, so the kid yells that they might die because of him. Even so, his uncle tells him not to worry, because they learned well, they were trained with their bodies and with the wisdom the hero taught, and everyone is doing their best. Because of that, Soyoung's role had already come to an end. The point of this problem wasn't dying, but teaching Shozian how to deal with these typhoons. After that, the protagonist went back to the real world, and when he picked up his ID badge, it said he was a coach for the technique he created. That hadn't been a dream, and even though he needed to rest, he went to test his lifts. He tried it with the 768 kilos Soyoung used to lift, and by some miracle he managed it. After training, Choi, his real name, heads to the library, because he needs to see how history turned out. There were news reports worrying that the average lifting for 16-year-old boys had dropped to 300 kilos. On top of that, he could see a period poster and a huge statue of what looks like Munjong. From the way people are dressed, it looks like Joseon Customs held on pretty strongly. But the most impressive thing was that Gimunjonghan had become a historic monument, and on the computers there was a lot to look at. But first of all, the hero searched for Grand Prince Soyoung,